Part 1. Chapter 1. Rover kept his eyes on the white-painted concrete floor in the 11-square-meter prison cell. He bit down on the slightly too long gold front tooth in his lower jaw. He had reached the hardest part of his confession. The only sound in the cell was his nails scratching the Madonna tattoo on his forearm. The boy sitting cross-legged on the bed opposite him had remained silent ever since Rover had entered. He had merely nodded and smiled his blissful Buddha smile, his gaze fixed at a point on Rover's forehead. People called the boy Sonny and said that he had killed 2 people as a teenager, that his father had been a corrupt police officer, and that Sonny had healing hands. It was hard to see if the boy was listening. His green eyes and most of his face were hidden behind his long, matted hair, but that didn't matter. Rover just wanted his sins forgiven and to receive Sonny's distinctive blessing so that tomorrow he could walk out of Staten maximum security prison with the feeling of being a truly cleansed man. Not that Rover was religious, but it could do no harm when he intended to change to give going straight a real try. Rover took a deep breath. I think she was from Belarus. Minsk is in Belarus, isn't it? Rover looked up quickly, but the boy made no reply. Nestor had nicknamed her Minsk, Rover said. He told me to shoot her. The obvious advantage of confessing to someone whose brain was fried was that no name and incident would stick. It was like talking to yourself. This might explain why inmates at Staten preferred this guy to the chaplain or the psychologist. Nestor kept her and 8 other girls in a cage down in Innerhagen. East Europeans and Asians. Young. Teenagers. At least I hope they were as old as that. But Minsk was older. Stronger. She escaped. Got as far as Tuyen Park before Nestor's dog caught her. One of those Argentine mastiffs, know what I'm talking about? The boy's eyes never moved, but he raised his hand, found his beard. He started to comb it slowly with his fingers. The sleeve of his filthy, oversized shirt slipped down and revealed scabs and needle marks. Rover went on. Bloody big albino dogs. Kills anything its owner points at, and quite a lot he doesn't. Banned in Norway, course. A guy out in Rallingen got some from the Czech Republic, breeds them, and registers them as white boxers. Me and Nestor went there to buy one when it was a pup. It cost more than 50 grand in cash. The puppy was so cute you wouldn't ever think it. Rover stopped. He knew he was only talking about the dog to put off the inevitable. Anyway. Rover looked at the tattoo on his other forearm, a cathedral with 2 spires, one for each sentence he had served, neither of which had anything to do with today's confession. He used to supply guns to a biker gang and modify some of them in his workshop. He was good at it. Too good. So good that he couldn't remain below the radar forever, and he was caught. And so good that, while serving his first sentence, Nestor had taken him under his wing. Nestor had made sure he owned him, so that from then on only Nestor would get his hands on the best guns, rather than the biker gang or any other rivals. He had paid him more for a few months' work than Rover could ever hope to earn in a lifetime in his workshop fixing motorbikes. But Nestor had demanded a lot in return. Too much. She was lying in the bushes, blood everywhere. She just lay there, dead still, staring up at us. The dog had taken a chunk out of her face. You could see straight to the teeth. Rover grimaced. Get to the point. Nestor said it was time to teach them a lesson, show the other girls what would happen to them. And that Minsk was worthless to him now anyway, given the state of her face. Rover swallowed. So he told me to do it. Finish her off. That's how I'd prove my loyalty, you see. I had an old Ruger Mark II pistol that I'd done some work on. and I was going to do it. I really was. That wasn't the problem. Rover felt his throat tighten. He'd thought about it so often, gone over those seconds during that night in Tøyen Park, seeing the girl over and over again. Nestor and himself taking the leading roles with the others as silent witnesses. Even the dog had been silent. He'd thought about it perhaps 100 times, 1,000. And yet it wasn't until now, when he said the words out loud for the first time, that he realized that it hadn't been a dream, that it really had happened. Or rather, it was as if his body hadn't accepted it until now. That was why his stomach was churning. Rover breathed deeply through his nose to quell the nausea. But I couldn't do it. Even though I knew she was going to die, they had the dog at the ready, and I was thinking that I'd have preferred a bullet. But it was as if the trigger was locked in position. I just couldn't pull it. The young man seemed to be nodding faintly, either in response to what Rover was telling him, or to music only he could hear. Nestor said we didn't have all day. We were in a public park, after all. So he took out a small curved knife from a leg holster, stepped forward, grabbed her by the hair, pulled her up, and just seemed to swing the knife in front of her throat, as if gutting a fish. Blood spurted out 3, 4 times. Then she was empty. But you know what I remember most of all? The dog. How it started howling at the sight of all that blood. Rover leaned forward in the chair with his elbows on his knees. He covered his ears with his hands and rocked back and forth. And I did nothing. I just stood there looking on. I did sod all, while they wrapped her in a blanket and carried her to the car. I just watched. We drove her to the woods, to Østmarkseter. Lifted her out and rolled her down the slope towards Ulsroodsvannet. Lots of people take their dogs for walks there, so she was found the next day. The point was, Nestor wanted her to be found. Do you get me? He wanted pictures in the papers of what had happened to her, so he could show them to the other girls. Rover removed his hands from his ears. I stopped sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I had nightmares. The girl with the missing cheek smiled at me and bared all her teeth. So I went to see Nestor and told him I wanted out. Said I'd had enough of filing down Uzis and Glocks, that I wanted to go back to fixing motorbikes, live a quiet life, not worry about the cops the whole time. And Nestor said that was okay. He'd probably sussed that I didn't have it in me to be a tough guy. But he made it very clear what would happen to me if I talked. I thought we were sorted. I turned down every job I was offered, even though I still had some decent Uzis lying around. But I kept thinking that something was brewing, that I would be bumped off. So I was almost relieved when the cops came and I got put away. I thought I'd be safer in prison. They got me in an old case. I was only an accessory, but they had arrested 2 guys who both said that I had supplied them with weapons. I confessed to it on the spot. Rover laughed hard. He started to cough. He leaned back in his chair. In 18 hours, I'm getting out of this place. I haven't got a clue what's waiting for me on the outside. But I know that Nestor knows I'm coming out, even though I'm being released 4 weeks early. He knows everything that goes on in here, and with the police, I'm sure of it. He has eyes and ears everywhere. So what I'm thinking is, if he wanted me dead, he might as well have me killed in here, rather than wait for me to get out. What do you think? Rover waited. Silence. The boy didn't look as if he thought anything at all. Whatever happens, Rover said, a little blessing can't hurt, can it? It was as if a light came on in Sonny's eyes at the word blessing, and he raised his right hand to signal that Rover should come closer and kneel. Rover knelt on the prayer rug in front of the bed. Flunk didn't let any of the other inmates have rugs on the floor in their cells. It was a part of the Swiss model they used at Stoughton, no superfluous items in the cells. The number of personal possessions was limited to 20. If you wanted a pair of shoes, you would have to give up 2 pairs of underpants or 2 books. Rover looked up at Sonny's face. The boy moistened his dry, scaly lips with the tip of his tongue. His voice was surprisingly light, even though the words came slowly, but his diction was perfectly clear. All earthly and heavenly gods have mercy on you and forgive your sins. You will die, but the soul of the penitent sinner shall be led to paradise. Amen. Rover bowed his head. He felt the boy's hand on his shaved head. Sonny was left-handed, but in this case it didn't take a genius to work out that he had a shorter life expectancy than most right-handed people. The overdose could happen tomorrow, or in 10 years. Who knew? But Rover didn't think for 1 minute that the boy's hand was healing, like people said, nor did he really believe this business with the blessing. So why was he here? Well, religion was like fire insurance. You never really thought you'd need it, so when people said that the boy was prepared to take your sins upon himself and didn't want anything in return, why not say yes to some peace of mind? What Rover did wonder was how someone like Sonny could have killed in cold blood. It made no sense to him. Perhaps it was like the old saying, the devil has many disguises. Salam alaikum, the voice said, and the hand was lifted. Rover stayed where he was with his head lowered, probed the smooth backside of the gold tooth with his tongue. Was he ready now? Ready to meet his maker if that was his fate? He raised his head. I know you never ask for anything in return, but... He looked at the boy's bare foot, which he had tucked under. He saw the needle marks in the big vein on the instep. I did my last stretch in Botzen, and getting hold of drugs in there was easy, no problem. Botzen isn't a maximum security prison, though. They say Frank has made it impossible to smuggle anything into Staten, but... Rover stuck his hand in his pocket. But that's not quite true. He pulled something out. It was the size of a mobile phone, a gold-plated object shaped like a pistol. Rover pressed the trigger. A small flame shot out of the muzzle. Seen one of these before? Yeah, I bet you have. The officers who searched me when I came here certainly had. They told me they were selling smuggled cigarettes on the cheap if I was interested, so they let me keep the lighter. I don't suppose they'd read my rap sheet. No one bothers doing their job properly these days. Makes you wonder how anything in this country ever gets done. Rover weighed the lighter in his hand. 8 years ago, I made 2 of these. I ain't boasting if I tell you that nobody in Norway could have done a better job. I'd been contacted by a middleman who told me his client wanted a gun he would never have to hide, a gun that didn't look like a gun. So I came up with this. It's funny how people's minds work. At first they think it's a gun, obvs. But once you've shown them that you can use it as a lighter, they forget all about it being a gun. They still think it could also be a toothbrush or a screwdriver, but not a gun. No way. So... Rover turned a screw on the underside of the handle. It takes 2 9mm bullets. I call it the happy couple killer. He aimed the barrel at the young man. 1 for you, sweetheart. Then he pointed it at his own temple. And 1 for me. Rover's laughter sounded strangely lonely in the small cell. Anyway, I was only supposed to make 1. The client didn't want anyone else to know the secret behind my little invention. But I made another one. And I took it with me for protection, in case Nestor decided to try to kill me while I was inside. But as I'm getting out tomorrow, and I won't need it anymore, it's yours now. And here. Rover pulled out a packet of cigarettes from his other pocket. Because it'll look weird if you have a lighter but no cigarettes, right? He then took out a yellowed business card saying Rover's Motorcycle Workshop and slipped it into the cigarette packet. Here's my address in case you ever have a motorbike that needs fixing. Or want to get yourself one hell of an Uzi. Like I said, I still have some lying." The door opened outwards and a voice thundered, "Get out, Rover!" Rover turned round. The trousers of the prison officer in the doorway were sagging due to the large bunch of keys that dangled from his belt, although this was partly obscured by his belly, which spilled over the lining like rising dough. "His Holiness has a visitor. A close relative, you could say." He guffawed with laughter and turned to the man behind him. "No offence, eh, Père?" Rover slipped the gun and the cigarette packet under the duvet on the boy's bed and took one last look at him. Then he left quickly. The prison chaplain attempted a smile while he automatically straightened his ill-fitting dog collar. A close relative, no offence. He felt like spitting into the prison officer's fat, grinning face, but instead he nodded to the inmate emerging from the cell and pretended to recognize him, glanced at the tattoos on his forearms. The Madonna and a cathedral. But no, over the years, the faces and the tattoos had become too numerous for him to distinguish between them. The chaplain entered. He could smell incense, or something that reminded him of incense, like drugs being cooked. "Hello, Sonny." The young man on the bed didn't look up, but he nodded slowly. Père Volan took it to mean that his presence had been registered, acknowledged, approved. He sat down on the chair and experienced a slight discomfort when he felt the warmth from the previous occupant. He placed the Bible he had brought with him on the bed next to the boy. "I put flowers on your parents' grave today," he said. "I know you haven't asked me to, but—" Père Volan tried to catch the boy's eye. He had 2 sons himself. Both were grown up and had left the Volan family home, as Volan himself had. The difference was that his sons were always welcome back. In court, a witness for the defense, a teacher, had testified that Sonny had been a star pupil, a talented wrestler, popular, always helpful. Indeed, the boy had even expressed a desire to become a police officer, like his father. But ever since his father had been found dead next to a suicide note in which he confessed to corruption, Sonny hadn't been seen at school. The chaplain tried to imagine the shame of the 15-year-old boy, tried to imagine his own son's shame if they ever found out what their father had done. He straightened his dog collar again. "Thank you," Sonny said. Bear thought how strangely young Sonny seemed, because he must be close to 30 by now. Yes, Sonny had served 12 years, and he was 18 when he was sent down. Perhaps it was the drugs that had preserved him, preventing him from aging so that only his hair and beard grew, while his innocent baby eyes continued to gaze at the world in wonder. A wicked world. God knows it was evil. Père Volan had been a prison chaplain for over 40 years and seen the world grow more and more sinful. Evil spread like cancer. It made healthy cells sick, poisoned them with its vampire bite, and recruited them to do its work of corruption. And once bitten, no one ever escaped. No one. "How are you, Sonny? Did you enjoy being out on day release? Did you get to see the sea?" No reply. Père Volan cleared his throat. "The prison officer said you got to see the sea. You might have read in the papers that a woman was found murdered the next day, not far from where you were. She was found in bed in her own home. Her head had been... Well, all the details are in here." He tapped his finger on the Bible. "The officer has already filed a report saying you ran away while you were at the sea, and that he found you by the road 1 hour later, that you refused to account for your whereabouts. It's important that you don't say anything that contradicts his statement. Do you understand? As usual, you'll say as little as possible. All right, Sonny?" Père Volan finally succeeded in making eye contact with the boy. His expression told Père little about what was going on inside his head. but he felt fairly certain that Sonny Lofthus would follow orders and not say anything unnecessary to the police or the public prosecutor. All he had to do was utter a light, soft, guilty, when he was asked how he pleaded. Though it sounded paradoxical, Vollan occasionally sensed a direction, a force of will, a survival instinct that distinguished this junkie from the others, from those who had always been in free fall, who had never had any other plans, who had been heading for the gutter all along. This willpower might express itself as a sudden flash of insight, a question that revealed he had paid attention all along and seen and heard everything. Or in the way he might suddenly stand up with a coordination, balance and flexibility you didn't see in other habitual drug users. While at other times, like now, he seemed to register nothing at all. Vollan squirmed in his chair. "Of course, this means no more trips on the outside for you for quite a while. But you don't like the outside anyway, do you? And you did get to see the sea." "It was a river. Did the husband do it?" The chaplain jumped, as when something unexpected breaks through black water right in front of you. "I don't know. Is that important?" No reply. Vollan sighed. He felt nauseous again. Recently it seemed to come and go. Perhaps he should make a doctor's appointment and get it checked out. "Don't you worry about that, Sonny. Just remember that on the outside, people like you have to scavenge all day to get their next fix, while in here, everything is taken care of. And don't forget that time passes. Once you finish serving out your old sentences, you'll be no use to them. But with this murder, you can extend your detention." "So it was the husband. Is he rich?" Vollan pointed to the Bible. "In here, you'll find a description of the house you entered. It's big and well furnished, but the alarm that was supposed to guard all this wealth wasn't turned on. The front door wasn't even locked. The family's name is Morsand. The shipowner with the eye patch. Seen him in the papers, have you?" "Yes." "Have you? I didn't think that." "Yes, I killed her. Yes, I'll read up on how I did it." Père Vollan exhaled. "Good. There are certain details about how she was killed which you ought to memorize." "Right." "She was... the top of her head was severed. You used a saw. Do you understand?" The words were followed by a long silence, which Père Vollan considered filling with vomit. Throwing up was preferable to exploiting the boy. He looked at him. What determined the outcome of a life? A series of random events you had no control over, or did some cosmic gravity pull everything in the direction it was predestined to go? He loosened his strangely uncomfortable dog collar, suppressed his nausea, and steeled himself. Remembered what was at stake. He got up. "If you need to get in touch with me, I'm currently staying at the Ila Center on Alexander Schillan's Plus." He saw the boy's quizzical look. "Just for the time being, you understand?" He laughed quickly. "My wife threw me out, and as I know the people who run the center, they—" He stopped abruptly. Suddenly he realized why so many of the inmates went to the young man to talk. It was the silence, the beckoning vacuum of someone who simply listens without reaction or judgment, who extracts your words and your secrets from you without doing anything at all. He had striven for that ability as a chaplain all his life, but it was as if the inmates sensed that he had an agenda. They didn't know what it was, only that there was something he wanted by knowing their secrets. Access to their souls, and later a possible recruitment prize in heaven. The chaplain saw that the boy had opened the Bible. It was such a simple trick. It was comical. The cutouts in the pages created a compartment. Inside were folded papers with the information Sonny needed in order to confess. And 3 small bags of heroin. Chapter 2. Arnold Frank barked a brief "Enter!" without taking his eyes off the document on his desk. He heard the door open. Ina, his secretary in the front office, had already announced his visitor, and for a split second Arnold Frank considered asking her to tell the chaplain that he was busy. It wouldn't even be a lie. He had a meeting with the commissioner at Partie-1, Oslo Police's headquarters, in half an hour. But recently Per Vollan hadn't been as stable as they needed him to be, and there was no harm in double-checking that he could still hold it together. There was no room for screw-ups in this case, not for any of them. "Don't bother sitting down," Arnold Frank said, signing the document and getting up. "We'll have to walk and talk." He headed for the door, took his uniform cap from the coat stand, and heard the chaplain's shuffling feet behind him. Arnold Frank told Ina that he would be back in an hour and a half, and pressed his index finger against the sensor at the door to the stairwell. The prison was on 2 floors, and there was no lift. Lifts equalled shafts, which equalled any number of escape routes, and had to be closed off in the event of fire. And a fire and its ensuing evacuation chaos was just one of many methods ingenious inmates had used to break out of other prisons. For the same reason, all electric cables, fuse boxes, and water pipes had been laid so they were inaccessible to the inmates, either outside the building itself or cemented into the walls. Here nothing had been left to chance. He had left nothing to chance. He had sat with the architects and international prison experts when they drew up the blueprint for Staaten. Admittedly, the Lenzburg prison in the Aargau canton in Switzerland had provided the inspiration, hyper-modern but simple, and with an emphasis on security and efficiency rather than comfort. But it was him, Arnold Frank, who was responsible for its creation. Staaten was Arnold Frank, and vice versa. So why had the board, in their infinite wisdom, damn them all to hell, made him only assistant prison governor and appointed that moron from Haldern prison as governor? Yes, Frank was something of a rough diamond, and no, he wasn't the kind of guy who would suck up to politicians by jumping for joy at every bright new idea about how to reform the prison system while the previous reforms had yet to be implemented. But he knew how to do his job, keeping people locked up without them getting ill, dying, or becoming noticeably worse human beings as a result. He was loyal to those who deserved his loyalty, and he looked after his own. That was more than could be said for his superiors in this rotten-to-the-core, politically motivated hierarchy. Before he was deliberately overlooked for the post of governor, Arnold Frank had hoped for a small bust as a memorial in the foyer when he retired, though his wife had expressed the opinion that his bull neck, bulldog face, and straggly comb-over wouldn't suit a bust. But if people failed to reward your achievements, his view on the matter was you just had to help yourself. "I can't keep doing this, Arnold," Per Vollan said behind him as they walked down the corridor. "Doing what?" "I'm a chaplain. What we're doing to the boy, making him take the fall for something he didn't do. Serve time for a husband, hush." Outside the door to the control room, or the bridge, as Frank liked to call it, they passed an old man who paused his swabbing of the floor and gave a friendly nod to Frank. Johannes was the oldest man in the prison, and an inmate after Frank's own heart, a gentle soul, who sometime in the previous century had been picked up, almost by chance, for drug smuggling, had never hurt a fly since, and over the years had become so institutionalized, conditioned, and pacified that the only thing he dreaded was the day he was released. Sadly, inmates like him didn't represent a challenge for a prison like Staaten. "Is your conscience troubling you, Vollan?" Yes, it is, Arnold." Frank couldn't remember exactly when his staff had started addressing their superiors by their first names, or when prison governors started wearing plain clothes rather than uniforms. In some jails, the prison officers wore plain clothes as well. During a riot at the Francisco de Mar prison in Sao Paulo, officers had shot at their own colleagues in the tear gas smoke because they couldn't tell staff from inmates. "I want out," the chaplain implored him. "Is that right?" Frank was jogging down the stairs. He was in good shape for a man less than 10 years away from retirement because he worked out, a forgotten virtue in an industry where obesity was the rule rather than the exception. And hadn't he coached the local swimming team when his daughter used to compete? Done his bit for the community in his spare time, given something back to this country which had given so much to so many. So how dare they overlook him? And how is your conscience when it comes to those young boys we've evidence you've been abusing, Vollan?" Frank pressed his index finger against the sensor at the next door. This took them to a corridor which to the west led to the cells, and to the east the staff changing rooms and the exit to the car park. "I suggest you think of it as Sonny Loftus atoning for your sins as well, Vollan." Another door, another sensor. Frank pressed his finger against it. He loved this invention, which he had copied from the Obihiro prison in Kushiro, Japan. Instead of issuing keys that could be lost, copied, or misused, the fingerprints of everyone who was authorized to pass through the doors were entered into a database. Not only had they eliminated the risk of careless handling of the keys, they also maintained a record of who had passed through which door and when. They had installed surveillance cameras as well, of course, but faces could be concealed. Not so with fingerprints. The door opened with a sigh, and they entered a log, a small room with a barred metal door at either end, where one door had to be closed before the other would open. "I'm saying that I can't do it any more, Arild." Frank raised a finger to his lips. In addition to the surveillance cameras, which covered practically the entire prison, the locks had been fitted with a two-way communication system so that you could contact the control room if, for some reason, you got stuck. They exited the lock and continued towards the changing rooms, where there were showers and a locker for clothing and personal property for each staff member. The fact that the assistant prison governor had a master key that opened every locker was something Frank had decided his staff didn't need to know. Quite the opposite, in fact. "I thought you knew who you were dealing with here," Frank said. "You can't just quit. For these people, loyalty is a matter of life and death." "I know," Vollan said. His breathing had acquired an ugly rasping. "But I'm talking about eternal life and death." Frank stopped in front of the exit door and glanced quickly at the lockers to his left to make sure that they were alone. "You know the risk?" "As God is my witness, I won't breathe a word to anyone. I want you to use those exact words, Arild. Tell them I'll be as silent as the grave. I just want out. Please, help me." Frank looked down at the sensor. Out. There were only two ways out. This one, the back way, and the other through reception at the front entrance. No ventilation shafts, no fire exits, no sewer pipes with dimensions just wide enough to allow a human body to squeeze through. "Maybe," he said, and placed his finger on the sensor. A small red light at the top of the door handle flashed to indicate the database was being searched. It went off, and a small green light appeared in its place. He pushed open the door. They were blinded by the bright sunlight and put on their sunglasses as they crossed the large car park. "I'll tell them you want out," Frank said, and took out his car keys while he peered at the security booth. It was staffed with 2 armed guards 24/7, and both the roads in and out had steel barriers, which even Frank's new Porsche Cayenne could not force. Possibly one could do it with a Hummer H1, which he had quite fancied buying, but that car would have been too wide, since they had made the entrance narrow precisely to stop larger vehicles. It was also with large vehicles in mind that he had placed steel barricades within the 6-metre-high fence which surrounded the entire prison. Frank had asked to have it electrified, but the planning authorities had turned down his application on the grounds that Staten was located in central Oslo, and innocent civilians might hurt themselves. Innocent, ha! If anyone wanted to touch the fence from the street, they would first have to scale a 5-metre-high wall with barbed wire on top. "Where are you going, by the way?" "Alexander Schillandsplatz," Vollan said hopefully. "Sorry," Arild said. "It's not on my way." "Not a problem. The bus stops right outside." "Good. I'll be in touch." The assistant prison governor got into his car and drove up to the security booth. The rules stated that all vehicles, including his own, must be stopped and the occupants checked. Only now, when the guards had seen him exit the prison building and get into the car, did they raise the barrier and let him pass. Frank returned the guard's salute. He stopped at the traffic lights by the main road. He glanced up at his beloved Staten in the rear-view mirror. It wasn't perfect, but it came close. He blamed the planning committee, the new inane regulations from the ministry, and the semi-corrupt human resources for any shortcomings. All he had ever wanted was the best for everyone, for all of Oslo's hard-working, honest citizens who deserved a safe existence and a certain standard of living. So, okay, things could have been different. He didn't like having to go about things this way. But like he always said to the learners in the pool, you sink or swim. No one is going to do you any favours. Then his thoughts returned to what lay ahead. He had a message to deliver, and he had no doubt as to the outcome. The lights changed to green, and he pressed the accelerator. Chapter 3. Per Vollan walked through the park by Alexander Schillansplatz. It had been a soaking wet and unseasonably cold July, but now the sun was back, and the park was just as intensely green as on a spring day. Summer had returned. People around him sat with upturned faces and closed eyes, soaking up the sunshine as if it was about to run out. There was a rumbling of skateboards and a clunking of 6 packs of beers on their way to barbecues in the city's green spaces and balconies. There were, however, some who were even more delighted that the temperature had risen. People who looked as if the traffic around the park had coated them in fumes. Shabby figures huddled up on benches or around the fountain, who called out to him in hoarse, happy voices that sounded like seagulls screeching. He waited for the green light at the junction of Ulandsgata and Waldemar-Traunersgata, while trucks and buses swept past him. He looked at the facades on the other side of the street as they flashed in front of him through the gaps in the traffic. Plastic sheeting covered the windows of the notorious pub Tranen, which had quenched the thirst of the city's most parched residents since its construction in 1921, the last 30 years accompanied by Arnie Skiffle Joe Norse, who dressed in a cowboy costume and rode a unicycle while he played guitar and sang, accompanied by his band, consisting of an old blind organist and a Thai woman on tambourine and car horn. Per Vollan's eyes shifted to the front of a building, where cast-iron letters spelling out Ila Pensionat had been cemented into the facade. During the war, the building had housed unmarried mothers. Now it was a residential facility for the city's most vulnerable addicts, those who didn't want to get clean. Last stop before the end. Per Vollan crossed the street, stopped outside the entrance to the centre, rang the bell, and looked into the eye of the camera. He heard the door buzz open, and he entered. For old time's sake, the centre had offered him a room for 2 weeks. That was a month ago. "Hi, Per," said the young, brown-eyed woman who came down to open the barred gate to the stairs. Someone had damaged the lock so that the keys no longer worked from the outside. "The cafe is shut now, but you're in time for dinner if you go in right away." "Thanks, Marta, but I'm not hungry." "You look tired." "I walked all the way from Staten." "Oh? I thought there was a bus." She had started climbing back up the stairs, and he shuffled along after her. "I had some thinking to do," he said. "Someone came by earlier asking for you." Per froze. "Who?" "Didn't ask. Could have been the police." "What makes you think that?" "They seemed very keen to get hold of you, so I thought it might be about an inmate, something like that." Already, Per thought. They've come for me already. "Do you believe in anything, Marta?" She turned on the stairs, smiled. Per thought that a young man might fall deeply in love with that smile. "Like God and Jesus?" Marta asked, pushing open the door into reception, which was a hatch in a wall with an office behind it. "Like fate? Like chance versus cosmic gravity? I believe in Margareta," Marta muttered as she leafed through some papers. "Ghosts aren't. Inga said she heard a baby cry yesterday. Inga is highly strung, Marta." She stuck her head out of the hatch. "We need to have a talk, Per." He sighed. "I know. You're full, and the centre in Sporvaisgata called today to say the fire means they'll be closed for another 2 months at least. More than 40 of our own residents are currently in shared rooms. We can't go on like this. They steal from each other, and then they start fighting. It's only a matter of time before someone gets hurt. It's all right. I won't be here very much longer." Marta tilted her head to one side and looked at him quizzically. "Why won't she let you sleep in the house? How many years have you been married? 40, is it? 38. She owns the house, and it's complicated." Pear smiled wearily. He left her and walked down the corridor. Music was pounding behind two of the doors. Amphetamine. It was Monday. The benefits office was open after the weekend, and trouble was brewing everywhere. He unlocked his door. The tiny, shabby room with a single bed and a wardrobe cost 6,000 kroner per month. You could rent a whole flat outside Oslo for that kind of money. He sat down on the bed and stared out of the dusty window. The traffic hummed sleepily outside. The sun shone through the flimsy curtains. A fly was fighting for its life on the windowsill. It would die soon. That was life. Not death, but life. Death was nothing. How many years was it since he had come to that conclusion? That everything apart from death, everything he preached about, was nothing but a defense people had created against their fear of death. And yet none of what he used to believe meant anything at all. What we humans think we know is nothing compared to what we need to believe, to numb the fear and pain. Then he came full circle. He regained his faith in a forgiving God and life after death. He believed it now more than ever. He took out a pad from under a newspaper and started writing. Per Volland didn't have much to write. A few sentences on a single sheet of paper, that was all. He crossed out his own name on an envelope which had contained a letter from Alma's lawyer, briefly stating what share of the matrimonial property they thought Per was entitled to, which wasn't much. The chaplain looked in the mirror, adjusted his dog collar, put on his long coat, and left. Marta wasn't at reception. Inger took the envelope and promised to deliver it. The sun was lower in the sky now. The day was retreating. He walked through the park while, out of the corner of his eye, he registered how everything and everyone played their parts without obvious errors. No one rose from a bench a little too quickly as he passed. No cars pulled out discreetly from the curb when he changed his mind and decided to walk along Sanagata towards the river. But they were there, behind a window which reflected a peaceful summer evening, in the casual glance of a passer-by, in the chill in the shadows that crept out from the east side of the houses and banished the sunlight as they gained territory. And Per Volland thought that his whole life had been like this, a constant, pointless, vacillating struggle between the darkness and the light, which never seemed to result in victory for either side. Or had it? With every day the darkness encroached a little more. They were heading for the long night. He increased his speed. Chapter 4. Simon Kefas raised the coffee cup to his mouth. From the kitchen table he could look out at the small garden in front of their house in Fagerliveien in Diesen. It had rained overnight, and the grass was still glistening in the morning sunlight. He thought he could actually see it grow. It meant another outing with the lawnmower. A noisy, manual, sweat and swear-inducing activity, but that was all good. Elsa had asked him why he didn't get an electric lawnmower like all their neighbours. His answer was simple: money. It was an answer which had ended most discussions when he was growing up in this house, as well as in the neighbourhood. But that was back when ordinary people lived here: teachers, hairdressers, taxi drivers, public sector workers, or police officers like him. Not that the current residents were anything special, but they worked in advertising or IT. They were journalists, doctors, had agencies for faddy products, or had inherited enough money to buy one of the small, idyllic houses, pushing up the prices and moving the neighbourhood up the social ladder. "What are you thinking about?" asked Elsa, who was standing behind his chair, stroking his hair. It was thinning noticeably. Lit from above, you could make out his scalp. but she claimed to like it. Liked that he looked what he was, a police officer close to retirement. Liked that she too would grow old one day, even though he had 20 years head start on her. One of their new neighbours, a moderately famous film producer, had mistaken her for Simon's daughter. That was all right with him. "I'm thinking about how lucky I am," he said, "because I have you. Because I have this." She kissed him on the top of his head. He could feel her lips right against his skin. Last night he had dreamed that he could give up his sight for her. And when he had woken up and not been able to see, he had, for a second, before he realized that it was due to the eye mask he wore to block out the early morning sun in summer, been a happy man. The doorbell rang. "That'll be Edith," Elsa said. "I'll go and change." She opened the door to her sister and disappeared upstairs. "Hi, Uncle Simon." "Well, look who it is," Simon said, as he gazed at the boy's beaming face. Edith came into the kitchen. "Sorry, Simon. He kept pestering me to get here early so he would have time to try on your cap." "Of course," Simon said. "But why aren't you at school today, Mats?" "Teacher training day," Edith sighed. "Schools don't know what a nightmare it is for single mums." "Then it's especially kind of you to offer to drive Elsa." "Not at all. He's only in Oslo today and tomorrow, as far as I understand." "Who is?" Mats asked, as he pulled and tugged at his uncle's arm to get him to move from his chair. "An American doctor who is brilliant at eye operations," Simon said, pretending to be even stiffer than he really was as he allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. "Come on, let's go and see if we can find that police cab. Help yourself to some coffee, Edith." Simon and Mats went out into the hallway, and the boy squealed with delight when he saw the black and white police cap which his uncle took down from the wardrobe shelf. But he grew silent and reverent when Simon placed the cap on his head. They stood in front of the mirror. The boy pointed to the reflection of his uncle and made shooting noises. "Who are you shooting at?" his uncle asked him. "Villains," the boy spluttered. "Bang, bang!" "Let's call it target practice," Simon said. "Even the police can't shoot villains without permission." "Yes, you can. Bang, bang!" "If we do that, Mats, we go to jail." "We do?" The boy stopped and gave his uncle a baffled look. "Why? We're the police." "Because if we shoot someone we could otherwise have arrested, that makes us the bad guys." "But when we've caught them, then we can shoot them, can't we?" Simon laughed. "No. Then it's up to the judge to decide how long they'll go to prison." "I thought you decided that, Uncle Simon." Simon could see the disappointment in the boy's eyes. "Let me tell you something, Mats. I'm glad I don't have to decide that. I'm glad that all I have to do is catch criminals, because that's the fun part of the job." Mats narrowed one eye and the cap tipped backwards. "Uncle Simon?" "Yes?" "Why don't you and Auntie Elsa have any kids?" Simon stepped behind Mats, placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, and smiled at him in the mirror. "We don't need kids. We've got you, haven't we?" Mats looked pensively at his uncle for a couple of seconds. Then his face lit up. "Yeah!" Simon stuck his hand in his pocket to answer his mobile, which had started to buzz. It was a colleague. Simon listened. "Where by Oka River?" he asked. "Past Kuba by the Art College. There's a pedestrian bridge. I know where it is. I'll be there in 30 minutes. He put on his shoes, tied the laces, pulled on his jacket. "Elsa?" he called out. "Yes?" Her face appeared at the top of the stairs. It struck him once again how beautiful she was. Her long hair flowing like a red river around her petite face, the freckles on and around her small nose. And it occurred to him that those freckles would almost certainly still be there when he was gone. His next thought, which he tried to suppress, followed swiftly. Who would take care of her then? He knew that she was unlikely to be able to see him from where she was standing. She was only pretending. He cleared his throat. "I've got to go, sweetheart. Will you give me a call and tell me what the doctor said?" "Yes. Drive carefully." Two middle-aged men walked through the park popularly known as Cuba. Most people thought the name had something to do with Cuba, possibly because political rallies were often held here and because Grünerløkka was once regarded as a working-class neighborhood. You had to have lived there for many years to know that there used to be a large gas holder here, and that it had a framework shaped like a cube. The men crossed the pedestrian bridge which led to the old factory that was now an art college. Lovers had attached padlocks with dates and initials to the bars of the railings of the bridge. Simon stopped and looked at one of them. He had loved Elsa for 10 years, every single day of the over 3,500 they had been together. There would never be another woman in his life, and he didn't need a symbolic padlock to know that. And neither did she. Hopefully she would outlive him for so many years that there would be time for new men in her life. And that was all good. From where they were standing, he could see Bro, a modest little bridge that crossed a modest little river which divided this modest little capital into east and west. Once upon a time, a long time ago, when he was young and foolish, he had dived from this very bridge into the river. A drunken troika of 3 lads, 2 of them with an unshakable faith in themselves and their prospects. 2 of them convinced that they alone were the best of the 3. The third one, Simon, had realized long ago that he couldn't compete with his friends when it came to intelligence, strength, social skills, or appeal to women. But he was the bravest. Or, to put it another way, the most willing to take risks. And diving into polluted water didn't require intellect or physical skill, only recklessness. Simon Kefas had often thought that it was pessimism that had prompted him to gamble with a future he didn't value very much, an innate knowledge that he had less to lose than other people. He had balanced on the railings while his friends had screamed for him not to do it, that he was mad. And then he had jumped. From the bridge, out of life, into the wonderful spinning roulette wheel which is fate. He had plunged through the water which had no surface, only white foam, and, under that, an icy embrace. And in that embrace there was silence, solitude, and peace. When he resurfaced, unharmed, they had cheered. Simon, too. Even though he had felt a vague disappointment at being back. It was amazing what a broken heart could drive a young man to do. Simon shook off the memories and focused on the waterfall between the 2 bridges. More specifically on the figure that had been left there like a photograph, frozen in mid-fall. "We think he floated downstream," said the crime scene officer who was standing next to him, "and then his clothes got caught on something sticking out of the water. The river is usually so shallow there that you can wade across it." "All right," Simon said, sucking the tobacco in his mouth and cocking his head. The figure hung straight down with its arms out to the sides, and the cascading water formed a white halo around the head and body. It reminded him of Elsa's hair. The other CSOs had finally got their boat into the water and were working on freeing the body. "A beer says it's suicide." "I think you're wrong, Elias," Simon said, and hooked a finger under his upper lip to extract the snus. He was about to drop it into the water below, but he stopped himself. Different times. He looked around for a bin. "So you want better beer?" "No, Elias, I won't." "Oh, sorry, I forgot." The CSO looked embarrassed. "That's all right," Simon said, and left. He nodded in passing to a tall, blonde woman in a black skirt and a short jacket. If it hadn't been for the police warrant card dangling around her neck, he would have taken her to be a bank clerk. He chucked the snus into the green rubbish bin at the end of the bridge and walked down to the river bank, scanning the ground with his eyes as he did. "Chief Inspector Kefas?" Elias looked up. The woman who had addressed him was the archetypal Scandinavian female as imagined by foreigners. He suspected she thought she was too tall, which was why she stooped slightly and wore flat shoes. "No, that's not me. Who are you?" "Kari Ardal." She held up a warrant card around her neck. "I've just joined the homicide squad. They told me I would find him here." "Welcome. What do you want with Simon?" "He's supposed to mentor me." "Lucky you. Ilias said, and pointed to the man walking along the river. That's him, over there. What's he looking for? Evidence. But surely the evidence will be in the river where the body is and not downstream. Yes, so he's assuming we've already searched that area. And we have. The other CSOs say it looks like a suicide. Yes, I made the mistake of trying to bet a beer with him on it. A mistake? He has a problem, Ilias said. Had a problem. He noticed the woman's raised eyebrows. It's no secret, and it's best that you know if you're going to work together. No one told me I would be working with an alcoholic. Not an alcoholic, Ilias said. A gambling addict. She brushed her blonde hair behind one ear and squinted against the sun. What kind of gambling? The losing kind, as far as I understand. But if you're his new partner, you can ask him yourself. Where are you from? Drug squad. Well, then you'll know all about the river. Yes. She narrowed her eyes and looked up at the body. It could have been a drug hit, of course, but the location is all wrong. They don't deal hard drugs this far up the river. For that you have to go down to Schussblas and Nibelue. And people don't usually kill for cannabis. Oh, good, Ilias said, nodding towards the boat. They finally managed to get him down. If he has any ID on him, we'll soon know who— I know who he is, Kari Ardal said. It's Per Vollan, the prison chaplain. Ilias looked her up and down. He guessed she would soon give up dressing in smart clothes, like the female detective she had seen in American TV series. But apart from that, she looked as if she had something about her. Perhaps she was one of those who would go the distance. Perhaps she belonged to that rare breed. But he had thought that about others before. Chapter 5. The interview room was decorated in pale colours. The furniture was pine. Red curtains covered the window which faced the control room. Inspector Henrik Vestad from Buskerud Police thought it was a nice room. He had made the trip from Drammen into Oslo before and sat in this very room. They had interviewed children in a sexual assault case, and there had been anatomical dolls here. This time it was a murder inquiry. He studied the long-haired man with the beard sitting across the table. Sonny Lofthus. He looked younger than the age stated in the file. He didn't look as if he was drugged up, either. His pupils were normal-sized. But then people with a high drug tolerance rarely did. Vestad cleared his throat. So you tied her up, used an ordinary hacksaw on her, and then you left? Yes, the man said. He had declined his right to a lawyer, but answered practically every question with monosyllables. In the end, Vestad had resorted to asking him yes and no questions, which seemed to work. Of course it bloody worked. They were getting a confession out of it. But it felt wrong. Vestad looked at the photos in front of him. The top of the woman's head and her skull had nearly been sawn off and flipped aside so that they were attached only by the skin. The surface of the brain was left exposed. He had long since abandoned the idea that one could tell from looking at people what evil they were capable of. But this man, he didn't exude any of the iciness, the aggression, or simply the imbecility Vestad thought he had detected in other cold-blooded killers. Vestad leaned back in his chair. Why are you confessing to this? The man shrugged. DNA at the crime scene. How do you know we found some? The man touched his long, thick hair, which the prison management could have ordered to be cut if they wanted to. My hair falls out. It's a side effect of long-term drug abuse. Can I go now? Vestad sighed. A confession. Technical evidence of the crime scene. So why did he still have doubts? He leaned towards the microphone standing between them. Interview with suspect Sonny Lofthus stopped at 13:04. He saw the red light go out and knew that the officer outside had switched off the recording device. He got up and opened the door so that the prison officers could enter, unlock Lofthus's handcuffs and take him back to Staten. What do you think? The officer asked as Vestad came into the control room. Think? Westad put on his jacket and zipped it up with a hard, irritated movement. "He doesn't give me anything to think about." "And what about the interview earlier today?" Westad shrugged. A friend of the victim had come forward. She had reported that the victim had told her that her husband, Ingvar Morsand, had accused her of having an affair and threatened to kill her, that Kjersti Morsand had been scared, not least because the husband had good grounds for his suspicion. She had met someone and was thinking of leaving him. It was hard to think of a more classic motive for murder. But what about the boy's motive? The woman hadn't been raped, nothing in the house had been stolen. The medicine cupboard in the bathroom had been broken into, and the husband claimed that some sleeping tablets were missing. But why would a man who, judging from his needle marks, had easy access to hard drugs, bother with a few measly sleeping pills? The next question presented itself immediately. Why would an investigator with a signed confession care about little things like that? Johannes Halden was pushing the mop across the floor by the cells in A wing when he saw two prison officers approach with the boy between them. The boy smiled. He looked as if he was walking with two friends going somewhere nice, the handcuffs notwithstanding. Johannes stopped and raised his right arm. "Look, Sonny, my shoulder's better, thanks to you." The boy had to lift both hands to give the old man a thumbs up. The officers stopped in front of one of the cell doors and unlocked the handcuffs. They didn't need to unlock the door as well, since all cell doors were opened automatically every morning at 8 o'clock and were left open until 10 o'clock at night. The staff up in the control room had shown Johannes how they could lock and unlock all the doors with a single keystroke. He liked the control room. That was why he always took his time washing the floor in there. It was a bit like steering a supertanker. A little like being where he should have ended up. Before the incident, he had worked as an able seaman and studied nautical science. The plan had been to become a deck officer, followed by mate, first mate, and then captain, and eventually join his wife and daughter in the house outside Farsund and get himself a job as a pilot at the port. So why had he done it? Why had he ruined everything? What had made him agree to smuggle 2 big sacks out of the port of Songkhla in Thailand? It wasn't that he didn't know they contained heroin, and it wasn't that he didn't know the penal code and the hysterical Norwegian legal system, which at that time equated drug smuggling with murder. It wasn't even that he needed the huge amount of money he had been offered to deliver the sacks to an address in Oslo. So what was it? The thrill? Or the hope of seeing her again? The beautiful Thai girl in her silk dress with her long, shiny black hair, of looking into her almond eyes, hearing her soft voice whisper the difficult English words with sweet cherry lips, telling him he had to do it for her family in Chiang Rai, that it was the only way he could save them. He had never believed her story, but he had believed in her kiss. And that kiss took him across oceans, through customs, into the remand cell, into the courtroom, into the visitor's room, where his almost grown-up daughter had sat down and told him that the family wanted nothing more to do with him, through the divorce and into the cell in Ila prison. That kiss was all he had wanted, and the promise of that kiss was all he had left. When he was released, there had been no one waiting for him on the outside. His family had disowned him, his friends grown apart, and he would never get work on a ship again. So he sought out the only people willing to accept him, criminals, and resumed his old ways, tramp shipping. Nestor, the Ukrainian, recruited him. Heroin from northern Thailand was smuggled in trucks using the old drug route via Turkey and the Balkans. In Germany, the cargo was distributed to the Scandinavian countries, and Johannes's job was to drive the last stretch. Later, he became a confidential informant. There hadn't been a good reason for that either. Only a police officer who appealed to something inside him, something he didn't even know he had. And though that prospect, a clear conscience, had seemed worth less than the kiss of a beautiful woman, he had really believed in that police officer. There had been something about his eyes. Johannes might have gone straight, changed his ways, who knows? But then, one autumn evening, the police officer was killed. And for the first and only time, Johannes heard the name, heard it whispered with a mixture of fear and awe. The twin. From then on, it was only a matter of time before Johannes was pulled back in again. He took bigger and bigger risks, moved bigger and bigger loads. Damn it, he wanted to get caught, atone for what he had done. So he was relieved when customs officers pulled him over at the Swedish border. The furniture in the back of his lorry was stuffed full of heroin. The judge had reminded the jury both of the large quantity involved and that it wasn't Johannes's first offence. That was 10 years ago. He had been in Staten for the last 4 years, since the prison opened. He had seen inmates come and go, seen prison officers come and go too, and he had treated them all with the respect they deserved. And, in return, he got the respect he deserved. That is to say, he enjoyed the respect the old-timer gets, the guy who was no longer a threat, because none of them knew his secret, the betrayal he was guilty of, the reason he inflicted this punishment on himself. And he had given up all hope of finally getting the only things that mattered, the kiss he had been promised by a forgotten woman, the clear conscience he had been promised by a dead police officer, until he had been transferred to A Wing and had met the boy they said could heal you. Johannes had been startled when he heard the surname, but he hadn't said anything. He had just carried on, mopping the floors, keeping his head down, smiling, doing and receiving the little favours that made life bearable in a place like this. The days, the weeks, the months, and the years had flown by and turned into a life which would soon end. Cancer. Lung cancer. Small cell, the doctor had said. The aggressive kind, which is the worst unless it is caught early. It hadn't been caught early. There was nothing anyone could do. Certainly not Sonny. He hadn't even come close to guessing what was wrong when Johannes had asked. The lad himself had suggested the groin, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And his shoulder had got better of its own accord, if truth be told, not from Sonny's hand, which definitely didn't have the higher temperature than the usual 37 degrees Celsius, was far colder, in fact. But he was a good lad, he really was, and Johannes had no desire to disillusion him if he thought he had healing hands. So Johannes had kept it to himself, both his illness and his betrayal. But he knew that time was running out, that he couldn't take his secret with him to the grave, not if he wanted to rest in peace, rather than the horror of waking up like a zombie, worm-eaten and trapped, doomed to eternal torment. He had no religious beliefs about who would be condemned to everlasting suffering or why, but he had been wrong about so many things in his life. So many things, Johannes Halden muttered to himself. Then he put the mop aside, walked over to Sonny's cell and knocked on the door. No reply. He knocked again. Waited. Then he opened the door. Sonny sat with a rubber strap tied around his forearm below the elbow, the end of the strap between his teeth. He held a syringe just above a bulging vein. The angle was the prescribed 30 degrees for optimum insertion. Sonny calmly looked up and smiled. Yes? Sorry, it can wait. Are you sure? Yes, there's no hurry. Johannes laughed. It can wait another hour. Can it wait 4 hours? 4 hours is fine. The old man saw the needle sink into the vein. The boy pressed the plunger. Silence and darkness seemed to fill the room like black water. Johannes withdrew quietly and closed the door. Chapter 6. Simon had his mobile pressed to his ear and his feet on the desk while he rocked back on the chair. It was an act that Troika had perfected to such an extent that when they challenged each other, the winner was whoever could be bothered to balance the longest. So the American doctor didn't want to give you his opinion? He said in a low voice, partly because he saw no reason to involve other members of the homicide squad in his personal life, and partly because this was how he and his wife always spoke on the phone. Softly, intimately, as if they were in bed, holding each other. "Oh, he does," Elsa said, "but not yet. He wants to look at the test results and the scans first. I'll know more tomorrow." "Okay. How are you feeling?" "Fine." "How fine?" She laughed. "Don't worry so much, darling. I'll see you at dinner." "All right. Your sister, is she?" "Yes, she's still here, and she'll give me a lift home. Now stop fussing and hang up. You're at work." He ended the call reluctantly, thought about his dream in which he gave her his sight. "Chief Inspector Kefas?" He looked up, and up. The woman standing in front of his desk was tall, very tall, and skinny, legs as thin as those of a daddy-long-legs stuck out from under a smart skirt. "I'm Kari Ardle. I've been told to assist you. I tried to find you at the crime scene, but you disappeared." And she was young, very young. She looked more like an ambitious bank clerk than a police officer. Simon rocked the chair even further back. "What crime scene?" "Cuba." "And how do you know it's a crime scene?" He saw her shift her weight, look for a way out, but there wasn't one. "Possible crime scene," she then said. "And who says I need help?" She jerked her thumb behind her to indicate where the order had come from. "But I think I'm the one in need of help. I'm new here." "Fresh out of training?" 18 months with the drug squad." "Fresh, then. And you've already made it to homicide. Congratulations, Ardle. You're either really lucky, well-connected, or—" He leaned back horizontally in the chair and wiggled out a tin of snus from his jeans pocket. "A woman," she suggested. "I was going to say, clever." She blushed, and he could see the discomfort in her eyes. "Are you clever?" Simon asked, pushing a piece of snus under his upper lip. "I came second in my year." "And how long are you planning on staying with homicide?" "What do you mean?" "If drugs didn't appeal to you, why would murder?" She shifted her weight again. Simon saw that he had been right. She was one of those people who would make a brief guest appearance before disappearing up the building to the higher floors and up the ranks. Clever. Probably leave the police force altogether, like the smart buggers at the Serious Fraud Office had done, taken all their skills with them and left Simon in the lurch. The police force wasn't a place you stayed if you were bright, talented, ambitious, and wanted a life. "I left the crime scene because there was nothing to be found there," Simon said. "So tell me, where would you start?" "I would talk to his next of kin," Kari Ardle said, looking around for a chair. "Map his movements before he ended up in the river." Her accent suggested she was from the eastern part of West Oslo, where people were terrified that the wrong accent might stigmatize them. "Good, Ardle. And his next of kin is his wife, his soon-to-be ex-wife. She threw him out recently. I've spoken to her. He was staying at the Ela Center for Drug Addicts. Is it okay if I sit down?" Clever. Definitely clever. "You won't need to now," Simon said, getting up. He estimated her to be at least 15 centimeters taller than him. Even so, she had to take 2 steps to one of his. Tight skirt. That was all good, but he suspected she would soon be wearing something else. Crimes were solved in jeans. "You know you're not allowed in here." Marta blocked the access to the Ela Center's front door as she looked at the two people. She thought she had seen the woman before. Her height and thinness made her hard to forget. Drug squad? She had blonde, lifeless hair, wore hardly any makeup, and had a slightly pained facial expression that made her look like the cowed daughter of a rich man. The man was her direct opposite, roughly 1.70 meters tall, somewhere in his 60s. Wrinkles in his face, but also laughter lines. Thinning grey hair above a pair of eyes, in which she read kind, humorous, and stubborn. Reading people was something she did automatically when she held the obligatory introduction interview with new residents to establish what kind of behavior and trouble the staff could expect. Sometimes she was wrong, but not often. "We don't need to come inside," said the man who had introduced himself as Chief Inspector Kefas. "We're from homicide. It's about Per Vollan. He lived here." "Lived?" Yes, he's dead. Marta gasped. It was her initial reaction when she was told that yet another man had died. She wondered if it was to reassure herself that she was still alive. Surprise came next, or rather, the fact that she wasn't surprised. But Per hadn't been a drug addict. He hadn't sat in death's waiting room with the rest of them. Or had he? And had she seen it, known it subconsciously? Was that why the usual gasp was followed by the equally routine mental reaction, "Of course"? No, it wasn't that. It was the other thing. He was found in the Arca River. The man did the talking. The woman had "trainee" written on her forehead. Right, Marta said. You don't sound surprised. No. No, perhaps not. It's always a shock, of course, but it's par for the course in our line of work, yes? The man gestured at the windows in the building next door. I didn't know Trianon had shut. It's going to be an upmarket patisserie, Marta said, hugging herself as if she were cold, for the latte-drinking yummy mummies. So they've arrived here too. How about that? He nodded to one of the old-timers who shuffled past on trembling, junky knees and got a measured nod in return. There are many familiar faces here. Vollan, however, was a prison chaplain. The post-mortem report isn't ready yet, but we found no needle marks on him. He wasn't staying here because he was using. He helped us out when we had trouble with ex-offenders who were living here. They trusted him, so when he had to move out of his home, we offered him temporary accommodation. We know. What I'm asking is why you're not surprised he's dead when you know he wasn't using. His death could have been an accident. Was it? Simon looked at the tall, thin woman. She hesitated until he gave her a nod. Then she finally opened her mouth. We haven't found any signs of violence, but the area around the river is a notorious criminal hotspot. Marta noticed her accent and concluded a strict mother had corrected her daughter's language at the dinner table. A mother who had told her she would never find a decent husband if she spoke like a shop girl. The chief inspector tilted his head. What do you think, Marta? She liked him. He looked like someone who cared. I think he knew he was going to die. He raised an eyebrow. Why? Because he wrote me a letter. Marta walked around the table in the meeting room, which lay opposite the reception area on the first floor. They had managed to retain the Gothic style, and it was easily the most beautiful room in the building. Not that there was much competition. She poured a cup of coffee for the chief inspector, who sat down while he read the letter that Per Vollan had left for her at reception. His partner perched on the edge of a chair next to him, texting on her mobile. She had politely declined Marta's offer of coffee, tea, and water, as if she suspected even the tap water here to be contaminated with undesirable microbes. Kefas pushed the letter across to her. It says here he leaves everything he owns to the hostel. His colleague sent her a text message and cleared her throat. The chief inspector turned to her. Yes, Ardle. You're not allowed to say a hostel anymore. It's called a residential centre. Kefas looked genuinely surprised. Why? Because we have social workers and a sick bay here, Marta explained. That makes it more than just a hostel. Of course, the real reason is that the word hostel now has unfortunate connotations. Drinking, brawling, and squalid living conditions. So they slapped some paint on the rust by renaming it. But even so, the chief inspector said, was Vollan really going to leave everything he owned to this place? Marta shrugged. I doubt he had much to leave. Did you notice the date under his signature? He wrote the letter yesterday. And you think he did that because he knew he was going to die? Are you saying he killed himself? Marta thought about it. I don't know. The tall, thin woman cleared her throat again. Marital breakdown is not, as far as I know, an uncommon reason for suicide in men over 40. Marta got the feeling that the quiet woman more than just knew it. She had the exact statistics at her fingertips. Did he seem depressed? Simon asked. More low than depressed, I'd say. It's not uncommon for a suicidal person to kill themselves as they come out of their depression, the woman said, and sounded as if she was reading from a book. The other two looked at her. The depression itself is often characterized by apathy, and it takes a certain amount of initiative to commit suicide. A beep indicated that she had received a text message. Kefas turned to Marta. A middle-aged man is thrown out by his wife and writes something that could be seen as a farewell note to you. So why isn't it suicide? I didn't say that it wasn't. But? He seemed scared. Scared of what? Marta shrugged. She wondered if she was creating unnecessary trouble for herself. Per was a man with a dark side. He was very open about it. He said he became a chaplain because he needed forgiveness more than most. You're saying he had done things not everyone would forgive him for? Things that no one would forgive him for? I see. Are we talking about the type of sins where the clergy seem to be overrepresented? Marta didn't reply. Is that why his wife threw him out? Marta hesitated. This man was sharper than the other police officers she had met, but could she trust him? In my job, you learn the art of forgiving the unforgivable, Chief Inspector. Of course it's possible that Per ultimately couldn't forgive himself, and that's why he chose this way out. But it's also possible that someone, let's say the father of a child who had been abused, wanted to avoid pressing charges that would also stigmatize the victim. And, besides, the someone couldn't be sure that Per Vollan would be punished and, in any case, whatever sentence he got wouldn't be enough. So the someone decided to be judge, jury, and executioner. Marta nodded. It's only human if someone hurts your child, I guess. Haven't you ever come across cases in your work where the law is inadequate? Simon Kefas shook his head. If police officers gave in to that kind of temptation, the law would be pointless. And I actually believe in the rule of law. Justice must be blind. Do you suspect anyone in particular? No. Drug debt? Kari Ardal asked. Marta shook her head. I would have known if he was using. I'm asking because I've just texted an officer from the drug squad about Per Vollan, and he replied. She took her mobile out of her tight jacket pocket, and there was a clunk when a marble came out with it, hit the floor and started rolling eastwards. Seen him talking to one of Nestor's dealers sometimes, she read out loud while she rose and started looking for the marble. Seen him buy a wrap, but not pay. Kari Ardal put the phone back in her pocket and caught the marble before it reached the wall. And what do you make of that? Simon asked. That this building slopes towards Alexander Schillansplatz, probably more blue clay and less granite on that side. Marta chuckled. The tall, thin woman smiled briefly. And that Vollan owed money to someone. A wrap of heroin cost 300 krona. And that's not even a full wrap. That's just 0.2 gram. 2 bags a day, not so fast, Simon interrupted her. Junkies don't get credit, do they? Not usually, no. Perhaps he was doing favours for someone and was paid in heroin. Marta threw up her hands. He wasn't using, I keep telling you. Half my job is knowing if people are clean, okay? You're right, of course, Miss Leon, Simon said, rubbing his chin. Perhaps the heroin wasn't for him. He got up. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see what the medical examiner says. Good idea of yours to text the drug squad, Simon said as he drove them down Ulanskata towards the city centre. Thank you, Kari said. Nice girl, that Marta Lian. Have you come across her before? No, but I wouldn't have kicked her out of bed if I had. What? Sorry, bad joke. You meant if I knew her from my time with the drug squad. I do. She's lovely, and I've always wondered why she works at the Ela Centre. Because she's pretty? It's a well-known fact that good looks improve the career prospects of people with only average intelligence and ability. Working at the Ela Centre isn't a springboard for anything, as far as I can see. Perhaps she thinks it's a worthwhile job. Worthwhile? Have you any idea what they pay? Worth doing. Police work doesn't pay very well either. True. But it's a good place to start your career if you combine it with a law degree, Simon said. When will you finish the second level? Again he detected a hint of reddening on Kari's neck and knew he had touched a nerve. Right, Simon said. Nice to have the use of your services. I expect you'll be my boss soon. Or you'll get a job in the private sector, where salaries are, on average, 1.5 times more for people with skills like ours. Perhaps, Kari said, but I don't think I'll ever be your boss. You're due to retire next March. Simon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned left at Grönlandslädet, towards Police HQ. 1.5 times your salary would come in very handy if you're doing up a property. Flat or house? House, Kari said. We plan on having 2 children and we need more room. Given the cost per square metre in central Oslo, you have to buy a place that needs doing up, unless you inherit money. Both mine and Sam's parents are alive and well, and besides, Sam and I agree that subsidy corrupts. Corrupts? Really? Yes. Simon looked at the Pakistani shop owners who had left their overheated shops and come out into the street, where they chatted, smoked cigarettes, and watched the traffic. Aren't you curious how I knew that you're house hunting? The marble, Kari said. Adults with no children only have one of those in their pockets if they're viewing old houses or flats and want to check if the floors are sloping due to subsidence so badly they'll have to be taken up. She really was clever. Just bear this in mind, Simon said. If a house has been standing for 120 years, the floors should be a little crooked. Perhaps so, Kari said, leaning forward to look at the spire of Grönland Church. But I like it when the floors are level. Simon started to laugh. He might grow to like this girl. He liked the floors level too. Chapter 7. I knew your father, Johannes Halden said. It was raining outside. It had been a warm, sunny day. The clouds had built up on the horizon, and the light summer drizzle fell across the city. Johannes remembered what it felt like before he was banged up, how the little drops of rain warmed up the moment they hit your sun-kissed skin, how it made the smell of dust rise from the tarmac. The scent of flowers, grass, and leaves would make him wild, dizzy, and frisky. Ah, to be young again. I was his confidential informant, Johannes said. Sonny sat in darkness close to the wall, and it was impossible to see his face. Johannes didn't have very much time. The cells would soon be locked up for the night. He took a deep breath. Here it came, the sentence he needed to say but dreaded the consequences. Uttering the words that had sat in his chest for so long, he was afraid that they had taken root. It's not true that he shot himself, Sonny. There. He'd finally told him. Silence. You're not asleep, are you, Sonny? Johannes could see the bodies shift in the shadow. I know what it must have been like for you and your mother, finding your father dead, reading the note where he claimed he was the mole in the police who had helped drug dealers and traffickers, that he had told them about raids, evidence, suspects. He saw the white in a pair of blinking eyes, but it was the other way round, Sonny. Your father suspected who the mole was. I overheard Nestor talk on the phone to his boss about how they had to get rid of a policeman called Lofthus before he ruined everything for them. I told your father about that conversation, that he was in danger, that the police had to move quickly. But your father said that he couldn't involve other people, that he had to go it alone because he knew there were other police officers in hock to Nestor. So he got me to swear to keep my mouth shut and never breathe a word of it to a living soul. And I've kept that promise right up until now. Had Sonny understood? Possibly not. But the most important thing wasn't that Sonny had listened or the consequences, but that Johannes had got it off his chest, finally told him, delivered the message to its rightful owner. Your father was alone that weekend. You and your mother were at a wrestling competition out of town. He knew they were coming for him, so he barricaded himself inside that yellow house of yours up in Berg. Johannes thought he could feel something in the darkness, a change in pulse and breathing. Even so, Nestor and his people still managed to get in. They didn't want the fallout that would come from shooting a police officer, so they forced your father to write that suicide note. Johannes swallowed, in return for a promise to spare you and your mother. Afterwards they shot him point blank with his own gun. Johannes closed his eyes. It was very quiet, and yet it felt as if someone was shouting into his ear. And there was a tightness in his chest and throat that he hadn't felt for many, many years. Dear God, when did he last cry? When his daughter was born? But he couldn't stop now. He had to finish what he had started. I guess you're wondering how Nestor got into the house. Johannes held his breath. It sounded as if the boy had also stopped breathing. All he could hear was the roar of blood in his ears. Someone had seen me talk to your father, and Nestor thought the police had been a little too lucky with the trucks they had stopped recently. I denied that it was me, said that I knew your father a bit and that he was trying to get information from me, so Nestor said that if your father believed I might become his confidential informant, I would be able to walk up to the front door and make him open it. That way I could prove where my loyalties lay, he said. Johannes could hear that the other had started breathing again, quickly, hard. Your father opened the door because you trust your informant, don't you? He sensed movement, but he didn't hear or see anything before the punch hit him. And while he lay on the floor, tasting the metallic blood, feeling the tooth glide down his throat, hearing the boy scream and scream, the cell door opening, the officers shouting, and then the boy being restrained and handcuffed, he thought about the astonishing physical speed, accuracy, and force in the blow from this junkie. And about forgiveness. The forgiveness which he hadn't got. And about time. About the passing seconds. About the approaching night. Chapter 8. What Arild Frank liked most about his Porsche Cayenne was the sound, or rather the absence of sound. The hum of the 4-point-litre V8 engine reminded him of his mother's sewing machine when he was growing up in Stange outside of Hammer. That, too, had been the sound of silence, calm and concentration. The door on the passenger side opened, and Einar Harness got in. Frank didn't know where young lawyers in Oslo bought their suits. He just knew it wasn't the same shops he frequented. Nor had he ever seen the point of buying light-coloured suits. Suits were dark, and cost less than 5,000 kroner. The difference in price between his suits and Harness's ought to be paid into a savings account for future generations who had families of their own to support and who would continue the work of building Norway, or fund an early and comfortable retirement. Or a Porsche Cayenne. I hear he's in solitary, Harness said, as the car pulled away from the curb outside the graffitied entrance to the law offices of Harness and Fallbakken. He beat up a fellow inmate, Frank said. Harness raised a well-groomed eyebrow. Gandhi pulled a punch? You never can tell what junkies are capable of. But he's had 4 days of cold turkey, so I imagine he's very cooperative by now. Yes, it runs in the family, or so I've heard. What have you heard? Frank honked the horn at a slow Corolla. Only what everybody knows. Is there anything else? No. Arild Frank steered the car in front of a Mercedes convertible. He had visited the isolation cell yesterday. Staff had just finished cleaning up vomit, and the boy sat huddled up under a woolen blanket in the corner. Frank had never met Ab Lofthus, but he knew that the son had followed in his father's footsteps. that he had been a wrestler like his father, and showed such promise at the age of 15 that the newspaper Aftenposten had predicted a National League career. Now he sat in a stinking cell, shaking like a leaf and sobbing like a little girl. In withdrawal, everyone is equal. They stopped in front of the security booth. Einar Harness produced his ID, and the steel barrier was raised. Frank parked the Cayenne in its allocated space, and he and Harness walked up to the main entrance, where Harness's visit was logged. Usually Frank let Harness in through the back door by the staff changing rooms to avoid signing him in. He didn't want to give anyone cause to speculate what a lawyer with Harness's reputation was doing visiting Staten so often. Any inmate suspected of involvement in a new criminal case was usually questioned at Police HQ, but Frank had asked if this interview could take place at Staten, given that Sonny Loftus was currently in solitary confinement. A vacant cell had been cleared and made ready for this purpose. A policeman and a policewoman in plain clothes sat on one side of the table. Frank had seen them before, but couldn't remember their names. The figure on the other side of the table was so pale that he seemed to blend in with the milky white wall. His head was bowed, and his hands gripped the edge of the table tightly, as if the room was spinning. "So, Sonny," Harness said brightly, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Are you ready?" The policewoman cleared her throat. "The question should rather be, is he finished?" Harness smiled thinly at her and raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean? I hope you haven't started questioning my client without his lawyer present." "He said he didn't need to wait for you," the policeman replied. Frank looked at the boy. He sensed trouble. "So he's confessed already?" Harness sighed, opened his briefcase and pulled out 3 sheets of paper stapled together. "If you want it in writing, then, on the contrary," the policewoman said. "He's just denied having anything to do with the matter." The room fell so silent that Frank could hear the birds singing outside. "He did what?" Harness's eyebrows reached his hairline now. Frank didn't know what made him angrier, the lawyer's plucked eyebrows or his slowness to appreciate the catastrophe that was unfurling. "Did he say anything else?" Frank asked. The policewoman looked at the assistant prison governor, then at the lawyer. "It's quite all right," Harness said. "He's here at my request, in case you needed more information about Loftus's day release." "I granted it personally," Frank said, "and there was nothing to indicate that it would have such tragic consequences." "And we don't know that it has yet," the policewoman said, "given that we don't have a confession." "But the evidence," Ariel Frank exclaimed, but then stopped himself. "What do you know about the evidence?" the policeman asked him. "I just presumed you had some," Frank said. "Since Loftus is a suspect, isn't that right, Mr. Detective Inspector Henrik Vestad?" the policeman said. "I was the first person to interview Loftus, but now he's changed his statement. He even says he has an alibi for the time of the murder, a witness." "He does have a witness," Harness said, looking down at his silent client. "The prison officer who accompanied him on his day release. And he has said that Loftus disappeared for—" "Another witness," Vestad said. "Who might that be?" Frank scoffed. "Loftus says he met a man called Leif." "Leif what?" Everyone stared at the long-haired prisoner, who looked like he was very far away and entirely oblivious to their presence. "He doesn't know," Vestad said. "He says they chatted briefly at a lay-by. He says the witness drove a blue Volvo with an I Heart Drammen sticker, and he thinks the witness might have been ill or had heart trouble." Frank barked with laughter. "I think," Einar Harness said with forced composure as he returned the papers to his briefcase, "that we should end it here, so I can speak to my client to take his instructions." Frank had a habit of grinning when he got angry, and now the rage bubbled in his head like a boiling kettle, and he had to pull himself together not to laugh out loud again. He glared at Harness's so-called client. Sonny Loftus must be mad. First his attack on old Halden, and now this. The heroin must finally have corroded his brain. But Sonny wouldn't be allowed to upset this. It was much too big. Frank took a deep breath and heard an imaginary click like a boiling kettle switching itself off. It was just a question of keeping cool, giving it time, giving withdrawal a little more time. Simon was standing on Sannabrua, looking down at the water which flowed 8 meters below them. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and Kari Ardal had just asked about the rules for overtime in the homicide squad. "No idea," Simon said. "Talk to human resources." "Can you see anything down there?" Simon shook his head. Behind the foliage on the east side of the river, he could make out the towpath which followed the water all the way down to the new opera house by Oslo Fjord. A man was sitting on the bench feeding the pigeons. "He's retired," Simon thought. "That's what you do when you retire." On the west side was a modern apartment block with windows and balconies offering a view of both the river and the bridge. "So what are we doing here?" Kari said, kicking the tarmac impatiently. "Is there somewhere you need to be?" Simon said, and looked around. A car drove past at a leisurely pace. A smiling beggar asked if they had change for a 200-kroner note. A couple in designer sunglasses, with a disposable barbecue in the bottom tray of their pram, laughed at something as they strolled by. He loved Oslo in the summer holidays, when the city emptied of people and became his once more. When it returned to being the slightly overgrown village of his childhood, where nothing much ever happened, and anything that did happen meant something. A city he understood. "Some friends have invited Sam and me over for dinner." Friends, Simon thought. He used to have friends. What happened to them? Perhaps they were asking exactly the same question. What happened to him? He didn't know if he could give them a proper answer. The river couldn't be more than 1.5 meters deep. In some places, rocks protruded from the water. The post-mortem report mentioned injuries consistent with a fall from a certain height, something which could fit with the broken neck, which was the actual cause of death. "We're here because we've walked up and down Arka River, and this is the only place where the bridge is high enough and the water shallow enough for him to hit the rocks that hard. Besides, it's the nearest bridge to the hostel." "Residential centre," Kari corrected him. "Would you try to kill yourself here?" "No. I mean if you were going to kill yourself." Kari stopped shuffling her feet, looked over the railing. "I suppose I would have chosen somewhere higher. Too great a risk of surviving. Too big a risk of ending up in a wheelchair." "But you wouldn't push someone off this bridge either, if you were trying to kill them, would you?" "No, maybe not." She yawned. "So we're looking for someone who broke Per Volland's neck and then threw him into the river from here." "That's what you call a theory, I suppose." "No, that's what we call a theory. Let dinner—" "Yes?" "Ring your other half and say it's off." "Oh?" "We're starting door-to-door inquiries for potential witnesses. You can begin by ringing the doorbell of anyone whose balcony overlooks the river. Next, we need to go through the archives with a fine-tooth comb for potential neck-breakers." Simon closed his eyes and inhaled the air. "Don't you just love Oslo in the summer?" Chapter 9. Einar Harness never had any ambition to save the world, just a small part of it, more specifically his part. So he studied law, just a small part of it, more precisely the part he needed to pass the exam. He got a job with a firm of lawyers operating decidedly at the bottom of Oslo's legal system, worked for them just long enough to get his license, started his own firm with Erik Fallbakken, an aging borderline alcoholic, and together they had set a new low for dregs. They had taken on the most hopeless cases and lost every one of them, but in the process had earned themselves a reputation as the defenders of the lowest in society. The nature of their clients meant the legal partnership of Harness and Fallbakken mostly had its invoices paid, if indeed they ever were, on the same dates that people collected their benefits. Einar Harness had soon realized that he wasn't in the business of providing justice. He merely offered a marginally more expensive alternative to debt collectors, social services, and fortune-tellers. He threatened the people he was paid to threaten with lawsuits, employed the city's most useless individuals on minimum wage, and promised potential clients victory in court without exception. However, he had one client who was the real reason Harness was still in business. This client had no record in the filing system, if you could call the total chaos that reigned in the filing cabinets, managed by a secretary who was more or less permanently on sick leave, a system. This client always paid his bills, usually in cash, and rarely asked for an invoice. Nor was this client likely to ask for one for the hours Harness was about to run up, either. Sonny Loftus sat cross-legged on the bed, with white desperation radiating from his eyes. It was 6 days since the notorious interview, and the boy was having a rough time, but he had lasted longer than they had expected. The reports from the other inmates Harness was in contact with were remarkable. Sonny hadn't tried to score drugs. On the contrary, he had turned down offers of speed and cannabis. He had been seen in the gym, where he had run on the treadmill for 2 hours without stopping and then lifted weights for another 2. Screams had been heard coming from Sonny's cell at night. But he was holding out. A guy who had been a hardcore H user for 12 years. The only people Harness had heard of who had managed that before were people who had replaced drugs with something equally addictive, which could stimulate and motivate them just as much as the high from a hit. And it was a short list. They might find God, fall in love, or have a child. That was it. In short, they finally found something which gave their lives a new and different purpose. Or was it only a drowning man's last trip to the surface before he finally went under? All Einar Harness knew for certain was that his paymaster wanted an answer. No, not an answer. Results. They have DNA evidence, so you'll be convicted, whether or not you confess. Why prolong the agony for no reason? No reply. Harness ran his hand so hard over his slick-back hair that the roots stung. I could have a bag of Superboy here in an hour, so what's the problem? All I need is your signature here. He tapped his finger on the 3 A4 sheets on his briefcase, which was resting on his thighs. The boy tried to moisten his dry, cracked lips with a tongue that was so white that Harness wondered if it might be producing salt. Thank you. I'll consider it. Thank you. I'll consider it. He was offering drugs to a pathetic junkie in withdrawal. Had the boy repealed the laws of gravity? Listen, Sonny, and thank you for your visit. Harness shook his head and got up. The boy wouldn't last. Harness would just have to wait another day, until the age of miracles had passed. When a prison officer had accompanied the lawyer through all the doors and locks, and he was back at reception, where he asked them to call him a taxi, he thought about what his client would say. Or rather, what his client would do if Harness didn't save the world. His part of the world, that is. Geir Goldsroot leaned forward in his chair and stared at the monitor. What the hell is he up to? Looks like he's trying to get someone's attention, said another prison officer in the control room. Goldsroot looked at the boy. The long beard reached down to his bare chest. He was standing on a chair in front of one of the surveillance cameras, tapping the lens with the knuckle of his index finger while mouthing incomprehensible words. Finster, come with me, Goldsroot said, getting up. They passed Johannes, who was mopping the floor in the corridor. The sight vaguely reminded Goldsroot of something from a movie. They walked downstairs to the ground floor, let themselves in, past the communal kitchen, and walked further down the corridor, where they found Sonny sitting on the chair he had just been standing on. Goldsroot could see from his upper body and arms that the boy had recently worked out. The muscles and veins were clearly outlined under his skin. He had heard that some of the most hardened intravenous drug users would do biceps curls in the gym before shooting up. Amphetamine and all sorts of pills were in circulation, but Staten was one of the few prisons in Norway, quite possibly the only one, where they actually had some limited control over the importation of heroin. Even so, It didn't appear as if Sonny had ever had problems getting hold of it. Until now. Goldschroot could tell from the shaking that the boy hadn't had a fix for several days. No wonder he was desperate. "Help me," Sonny pleaded when he saw them approach. "Sure," Goldschroot said, winking at Finstad. "A wrap will cost you 2,000. He meant it as a joke, but he could see that Finstad hadn't been quite sure. The boy shook his head. His muscles were bulging, even in his neck and throat. Goldschroot had heard a rumour that the boy had once been a promising wrestler. Perhaps it was true what they said, that any muscles you build up before you're 12, you can regain in a matter of weeks as an adult. "Lock me up." "We don't lock you up until 10 o'clock, Loftus." "Please." Goldschroot was puzzled. It happened that inmates asked to be locked in their cells because they were scared of someone. Sometimes, but not always, they had cause to be. Fear was a common byproduct of a life of crime, or vice versa. But Sonny was probably the only inmate in Staten who didn't have a single enemy among the other prisoners. On the contrary, they treated him like a sacred cow. And the lad had never shown any signs of fear, and he clearly had the physique and mental stamina to handle addiction better than most. So why? The boy picked at a scab from a needle mark on his forearm, and it was then Goldschroot realized there were scabs on all the marks. He had no fresh ones. The boy had quit. That was why he wanted to be locked up. He was in withdrawal and all too aware that he would take anything that was offered, no matter what it was. "Come on," Goldschroot said. "Lift your legs, will you, Simon?" Simon looked up. The old cleaner was so small and bent double that she barely reached over the cleaning cart. She had worked at Police HQ since before Simon had started there himself, sometime in the previous millennium. She was a woman with strong opinions and always referred to herself, and to her colleagues, regardless of gender, as a cleaning lady. "Hi, Cecil. Is it that time again?" Simon looked at his watch. Past 4 o'clock, the official end of the working day in Norway. Indeed, employment law practically prescribed that you had to leave on the dot for king and country. In the past, he couldn't have cared less about leaving on time, but that was then. He knew that Elsa was waiting for him, that she had started cooking dinner several hours ago, and that when he came home she would pretend the meal was something she had just thrown together in a hurry, and hope that he wouldn't see the mess, the spills, and the other signs that revealed her sight had deteriorated a little more. "Long time since you and I last had a fag together, Simon." "I use snus now." "I bet it's that young wife of yours who made you quit." "Still no kids?" "Still not retired, Cecil. I think you already have a kid somewhere. That's why you don't want another one." Simon smiled, looked at her as she ran them up under his legs, and wondered, not for the first time, how it had been possible for Cecil Toole's tiny body to squeeze out such a huge offspring. Rosemary's baby. He cleared away his papers. The Vollan case had been shelved. None of the residents in the Sonnabroa flats had seen anything, and no other witnesses had come forward. Until they found evidence to suggest that a crime had been committed, the case would be downgraded, said his boss, and told Simon to spend the next couple of days fattening up reports on 2 solved murder cases where they had been given a bollocking by the public prosecutor, who had described them as on the thin side. She hadn't found any actual errors. She only wanted to see a certain raising of the level of detail. Simon switched off his computer, put on his jacket, and headed for the door. It was still summer, which meant that many of the staff who were not on holiday had left at 3 o'clock, and in the open-plan office that smelled of glue from the old partition walls warmed by the sun, he had heard only scattered keystrokes. He spotted Kari behind one of the partitions. She had put her feet on the desk and was reading a book. He popped his head round. "So, no dinner with friends tonight?" She automatically slammed the book shut and looked up at him with a mixture of irritation and guilt. He glanced at the title of the book, Company Law. He knew that she had no reason to feel bad for studying during work hours, since no one had given her anything to do. It was par for the course in homicide. No murders equaled no work. So Simon concluded from her blushes that she knew her law degree would eventually take her away from the department, and it felt like a kind of treachery. And irritation, because though she had convinced herself that it must be acceptable to use her time like this, her instinctive reaction, when he appeared, had been to shut the book. "Sam is surfing in West London this weekend. I thought I would read here rather than at home." Simon nodded. "Police work can be dull, even in homicide." She looked at him. He shrugged. "Especially in homicide." "So why did you become a homicide investigator?" She had kicked off her shoes and pulled up her bare feet on the edge of the chair. As if she was hoping for a longer reply, Simon concluded. She was probably one of those people who prefer any company to solitude, who would rather sit in a near-deserted open-plan office with the chance of company than in their own living room where they were guaranteed peace and quiet. "You may not believe it, but it was an act of protest," he said, perching on the edge of the desk. "My father was a watchmaker and wanted me to take over his business. I didn't want to be a bad copy of my father." Kari wrapped her arms around her long, insect-like legs. "Any regrets?" Simon looked towards the window. The heat made the air outside quiver. "People have made money selling clocks." "Not my father," Simon said. "And he didn't like fakes, either. He refused to follow the trend and make cheap copies and plastic digital watches. He thought it was the path of least resistance. He went bankrupt in style." "Well, that explains why you didn't want to be a watchmaker." "No, I ended up a watchmaker all the same." "How?" "Crime scene technician, ballistics expert, bullet trajectories and all that. It's almost the same as tinkering with watches. We're probably more like our parents than we'd like to believe." "So what happened?" She smiled. "Did you go bankrupt?" "Well," he looked at his watch, "I guess I became more interested in the why rather than the how. I don't know if it was the right decision to become a tactical investigator. Projectiles and bullet wounds are more predictable than the human brain." "So that's when you went to work for the Serious Fraud Office?" "You've read my CV." "I always read up on people I'm going to work with. Had you had enough of blood and guts?" "No, but I was scared Elsa, my wife, might have. When I got married, I promised her more regular working hours and no more shifts. I liked the Serious Fraud Office. It was a little like working with watches again. Talking of my wife," he got up from the desk. "Why did you leave the Serious Fraud Office if you enjoyed it so much?" Simon smiled a tired smile. No, his CV wouldn't tell her that, would it? "Lasagne. I think she's cooking lasagne. See you tomorrow." "Incidentally, I got a call from an old colleague. He told me he had seen a junkie wandering around wearing a dog collar." "A dog collar?" "Like the one Per Vollan used to wear." "What did you do with the information?" Kari opened her book again. "Nothing. I told him the case had been shelved." "Downgraded? Until new evidence is found. What's the name of the junkie and where can we find him?" "Gilberg. At the hostel." "The residential centre. Fancy a break from reading?" Kari sighed and closed her book. "What about the lasagne?" Simon shrugged. "All good. I'll call Elsa. She'll understand. And lasagne tastes better when it's reheated." Chapter 10. Johannes tipped the dirty water down the sink and put the bucket and the mop in the broom cupboard. He had washed every corridor on the first floor and in the control room and was looking forward to the book waiting for him back in his cell. The Snows of Kilimanjaro. It was a collection of short stories, but he read only the one story over and over again. It was about a man with gangrene in his foot who knows he is going to die. About how this knowledge doesn't make him a better or worse person, just more insightful, more honest, less patient. Johannes had never been much of a reader. The book had been recommended to him by the prison librarian, and since Johannes had been interested in Africa ever since he had sailed to Liberia and the Ivory Coast, he had read the first few pages about this apparently innocent, dying man in a tent on the savannah. The first time he had only skimmed through it. Now he read slowly, one word at a time, looking for something, even though he didn't know what it was. "Hi." Johannes turned round. Sonny's hi had been almost a whisper, and the hollow-cheeked, wild-eyed figure standing in front of him was so pale it was almost transparent. Like an angel, Johannes thought. "Hello, Sonny. I heard they put you in solitary. How are you doing now?" Sonny shrugged. "You've a good left hook, lad." Johannes grinned and pointed to the gap where his front tooth used to be. "I hope you can forgive me." Johannes gulped. "I'm the one who needs forgiving, Sonny." The two of them looked at each other. Johannes saw Sonny glance up and down the corridor. There was a pause. "Would you break out of prison for me, Johannes?" Johannes took his time and tried shuffling the words to see if that made them make more sense, before he asked, "What do you mean? I don't want to escape. Besides, I've nowhere to go. I'll be found and brought back immediately." Sonny didn't reply, but his eyes radiated black desperation, and Johannes understood. You want me to break out so I can score some Superboy for you?" Sonny still didn't reply, but continued to fix the old man's gaze with his own manic, intense stare. Poor lad, Johannes thought, sodding heroin. "Why me?" "Because you're the only one with access to the control room, so only you can do it." "Wrong. I'm the only one with access to the control room, and that's why I know it can't be done. The doors can only be opened with fingerprints stored in the database, and I'm not in it, my friend. Nor can I be added without submitting 4 copies of an application which would need to be approved on high. I've seen them. All the doors can be locked and unlocked from the control room." Johannes shook his head and looked around to make sure they were still alone in the corridor. "Even if you make it outside, there are guards in the security booth in the car park. They check the ID of everyone coming or going." "Everyone?" "Yes, except during shift changes when they let out recognized cars and familiar faces." "Would that include people in a prison officer's uniform, by any chance?" "Definitely." "So you would need to get yourself a uniform and break out when the officers change shift?" Johannes placed his forefinger and thumb under his chin. His jaw still hurt. "How would I get hold of the uniform?" "From Sørensen's locker in the changing room. You'll have to force it open with a screwdriver." Sørensen was a prison officer who had been on sick leave for almost 2 months now. Nervous breakdown. Johannes knew they called it something else these days, but it was the same thing, a bloody great big mess of feelings. He had been there. Johannes shook his head again. "The changing room is full of prison officers during a shift change. Someone will recognize me." "Change your appearance?" Johannes laughed. "Right. And let's say I get hold of a uniform. Now, how would I go about threatening a group of prison officers so that they'll let me out?" Sonny lifted up his long white shirt and produced a packet of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, stuck a cigarette in between his dry lips and lit it with a lighter shaped like a pistol. Johannes nodded slowly. "This isn't about drugs. There's something you want me to do on the outside, isn't there?" Sonny sucked the flame from the lighter into the cigarette and exhaled the smoke. He narrowed his eyes. "Will you do it?" His voice was warm and soft. "Will you give me absolution from my sins?" Johannes asked. Arild Frank spotted them as he came round the corner. Sonny Loftus had placed his hand on the forehead of Johannes, who was standing with his head bowed and his eyes closed. They looked like a pair of queers to him. He had seen them on the monitor in the control room. They had been talking for a while. From time to time, he regretted not fitting every camera with a microphone, because he could tell from the men's wary sideways glances that they weren't discussing the next football pool's coupon. Then Sonny had taken something out of his pocket. The boy had been standing with his back to the camera, so it was impossible to make out what it was until they saw cigarette smoke rise above his head. "Hey, you know you're only allowed to smoke in the designated areas." Johannes's grey-haired head slumped, and Sonny let his hand drop. Frank walked up to them, gestured with his thumb over his shoulder. "Go mop floors somewhere else, Johannes." Frank waited until the old man had shuffled out of earshot. "What were you talking about?" Sonny shrugged. "No, don't tell me. The sanctity of the confession is inviolable." Arild Frank guffawed. The sound bounced between the bare corridor walls. "So, Sonny, have you had time to think about it?" The boy stubbed out the cigarette on the packet, put it in his pocket, and scratched his armpit. "Itchy?" The boy said nothing. "I imagine there are worse things than an itch. Worse even than cold turkey. Did you hear about the guy in 317? They think he hanged himself from the light fitting, but that he changed his mind after he had kicked the chair away from underneath him. That's why he clawed his own neck to pieces. What was his name again? Gomez? Diaz? He used to work for Nestor. There was some concern that he might start talking. No evidence, just a worry. That was all it took. Funny, isn't it, when you lie in your bed at night and you're in a prison, and what scares you most is that the door to your cell might not be locked? That someone in the control room could give a prison full of killers access to you at the touch of a button? The boy had lowered his head, but Frank could see the beads of sweat on his forehead. The boy would come to his senses. He certainly ought to. Frank didn't like prisoners dying in their cells in his prison. Eyebrows were inevitably raised, no matter how plausible it looked. "Yes." It came out so softly that Frank automatically leaned forward. "Yes," he echoed. "Tomorrow. You'll get the confession tomorrow." Frank folded his arms across his chest and rocked back on his heels. "Good. Then I'll bring Mr. Harness with me early tomorrow morning. And no funny business this time. When you lie in your bed tonight, I suggest you take another look at the light fitting in the ceiling. Understand?" The boy raised his head and looked the assistant prison governor in the eye. Frank had long since dismissed the notion that the eyes mirrored the soul. He had stared into too many inmates' baby blue eyes while they lied through their teeth. Besides, it was a strange expression, mirror of the soul. Logically, it meant that you saw your own soul in someone else's eyes. Was that why it was so uncomfortable to look into the boy's? Frank turned away. It was a question of staying focused, and not allowing yourself to get sidetracked by thoughts that led nowhere. "It's haunted, innit?" Lars Gilberg raised a thin roll-up to his lips with fingers the colour of charcoal and squinted up at the two police officers who were standing over him. Simon and Kari had spent 3 hours looking for Gilberg and finally tracked him down under Grünerbrua. They had started their search at the Iller Centre, where no one had seen him for over a week, continued via Bimisjonens Cafe in Skippergata, Plata by Oslo Central Station, which still served as a marketplace for drugs, and finally the Salvation Army's hostel in Urtegata, where information had taken them in the direction of the river to Elgin, a statue which marked the border between speed and heroin. Along the way, Kari had explained to Simon that the Albanians and the North Africans were currently in charge of the sale of amphetamine and methamphetamine along the river south of Elgin and down to Vaterland Bridge. 4 Somalis were hanging around a bench, kicking their heels, their hoods pulled low down over their faces in the evening sun. One of them nodded when he saw the photo that Kari held up, pointed them north towards heroin country, and winked at them as he asked if they fancied a gram of crystals for the journey. Their laughter had followed Simon and Kari as they plodded up the path towards Grünerbrua. "You're saying you don't want to stay at the Ela Centre anymore because you think it's haunted?" Simon asked him.
"It's not something I think, man. It's something I know. No one can get to sleep in a room there. It's already occupied. You feel a presence the moment you go in. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and there would be no one there, obviously, but it felt as if someone had been breathing on my face. And it wasn't just my room. You ask anyone there."
Gilbert looked at the finished cigarette with disapproval. "So you prefer to sleep rough?" Simon asked, offering him his own tin of tobacco.
"Ghosts or no ghost, to tell you the truth, I can't handle small spaces. I feel trapped. And this place?"
Gilbert gestured towards his bed of newspapers and the scruffy sleeping bag next to him.
"It's a top holiday destination, isn't it?" He pointed to the bridge. "A roof that won't leak, a sea view, no expenses, easy access to public transport and local amenities. What more could you want?"
He took 3 pieces of snus from Simon's tin and stuck one under his upper lip and the other 2 in his pocket.
"A job as a chaplain?"
Kari suggested. Gilbert tilted his head to one side and peered up at Simon. "That dog collar you're wearing," Simon said. "You may have read in those newspapers of yours that a chaplain was found dead in the river just up from here."
"I wouldn't know anything about that."
Gilbert took the 2 pieces of tobacco from his pocket, put them back in the tin, and handed it to Simon. "It'll take forensics 20 minutes to prove that dog collar belonged to the chaplain, Lars. And it'll take you 20 years to serve out your sentence for his murder."
"Murder? There was nothing about..."
"So you do read the crime section? He was dead before he was thrown in the river. We can tell from the bruises on his skin. He hit some rocks, and bruises show up differently if you're already dead. Do you follow?"
"No."
"Do you want me to spell it out to you? Or would you rather I tell you just how claustrophobic being in a prison cell really is? But I haven't. Even as a suspect, you should expect to be remanded in custody for several weeks. And remand cells are much smaller." Gilbert looked pensive and sucked hard on the snus a couple of times.
"What you want?"
Simon squatted down in front of Gilbert. The homeless man's breath didn't just smell, it had a taste, the sweet, rotten taste of fallen fruit and death. "We want you to tell us what happened."
"I don't know anything. I just told you."
"You've told us nothing, Lars. But it sounds as if it's important to you. Not telling us, I mean. Why?"
"It was just this collar. It floated ashore and..."
Simon got up and grabbed Gilbert by the arm. "Come on, off we go."
"Wait!"
Simon released him. Gilbert bowed his head. He heaved a sigh.
"They were Nestor's men, but I can't. You know what Nestor does to people who..."
"Yes, I know. But you also know that he'll hear about it if your name appears in the interview logs at Police HQ. So I suggest you tell us what you know right now, and then I'll decide if we can leave it at that." Gilbert shook his head slowly. "Now, Lars."
"I was sitting on the bench under the trees, where the path leads down to Sonnebrua. I was only 10 metres away, so I could see them up on the bridge, but I don't think they saw me. I was hidden among the leaves, you know what I mean. There were 2 of them, and one was holding the chaplain, while the other put his arm around his forehead. I was so close that I could see the white of the chaplain's eyes. They were completely white, by the way. It was like the eyeballs that rolled back into his head, you know what I mean? But he didn't make a sound, as if he knew there was no point. Then the second guy snapped his head backwards like a bloody chiropractor. I heard it break, I'm not kidding. It sounded like someone stepping on a twig in a forest."
Gilbert pressed his forefinger against his upper lip, blinked twice, and stared into the distance.
"They took a look around. Christ, they've just killed a guy in the middle of Sonnebrua, and they're completely cool. Then again, Oslo can be strangely deserted in the middle of the summer, you know what I mean? So they threw him over the brick wall where the railing stops.
That fits with where the rocks stick up, Curry said.
He lay on the rocks for a little while before the current got hold of him and carried him off. I didn't move an inch. If those guys knew that I'd seen them—
But you had, Simon said, and you were so close that you would be able to recognize them again. Gilbert shook his head.
No chance. I've already forgotten him. That's the trouble when you get high on anything you can lay your hands on, you know what I mean? Messes with your head.
I think you mean that's the plus side, Simon said, rubbing his face. But how did you know they worked for Nestor? Kari shifted her weight restlessly.
Their suits, Gilbert said. The men looked identical, as if they had nicked a shipment of black two-piece suits destined for the Norwegian Undertakers Association.
He manoeuvred the snus with his tongue.
You know what I mean?
We're prioritising the case, Simon said to Kari in the car on their way back to Police HQ. I want you to review Folland's movements for the 48 hours before he was killed and get me a list of everyone, and I mean everyone he came into contact with.
Fine,
Kari said. They passed Blå and stopped for a flow of young pedestrians. Hipsters on their way to a concert, Simon thought, and looked over at Kuba. He saw a big screen that had been erected on the outdoor stage, while Kari called her father and said she wouldn't be coming for dinner. They were showing a black and white film, images of Oslo. It looked like the 50s, a time Simon remembered from his own childhood. For the hipsters, it was probably just a curiosity, something from the past, all innocent and possibly charming. He could hear laughter. I've been wondering about something, Kari began. You said that Nestor would know if we brought Gilbert in for an interview. Were you serious? What do you think? Simon said, and accelerated towards Hasmansgata.
I don't know, but it sounded like you meant it.
I don't know what I meant. It's a long story. For years there were rumours of a mole in the police force who leaked information to the person who ran most of the drugs and sex trafficking in Oslo. But it's a long time ago, and though there was a lot of talk at the time, no one ever produced any evidence to prove that this mole, or that person, actually existed.
What person?
Simon looked out of the window. We called him the Twin.
Oh, the Twin,
Kari said.
They talked about him in the drug squad, a bit like Gilbert's ghost at the Ila Center. Was he real?
Oh, the Twin is real.
And what about the mole?
Well, a man called Ab Loftus left behind a suicide note in which he claimed to be the mole.
Wasn't that sufficient evidence?
Not in my book.
Why not?
Because Ab Loftus was the least corrupt officer ever to work for Oslo police.
How do you know?
Simon stopped for a red light at Storgata.
The darkness seemed to flow out of the buildings around them, and with the darkness came the creatures of the night. They walked with shuffling footsteps, or slumped against walls, in doorways where music pounded, or sat in cars with their elbows hanging out of the side window. Searching, hungry looks. Hunters.
Because he was my best friend. Johannes checked the time. 10 minutes past 10. 10 minutes past lockdown. The others were locked in their cells by now. He would be manually locked in his once he had finished his final cleaning round at 11 o'clock. It was a strange thing. When you had been in prison for a long time, the days started to fade away as quickly as minutes, and the calendar girls on the wall in your cell couldn't keep up with the passing months. But this last hour had felt as long as a year, a long, horrible year. He entered the control room. There were 3 people on duty, 1 fewer than during the day. The springs in the chair creaked as one of them turned away from the monitors.
Evening, Johannes.
It was Geir Goldsrud. He pushed the rubbish bin out from under the desk with his foot. It was an automatic response, the young shift supervisor helping the old cleaner with the stiff back. Johannes had always liked Geir Goldsrud. He pulled the pistol out of his pocket and aimed it at Goldsrud's face. "Cool. Where did you get that?" said one of the other officers, a blond man who played 3rd Division football for Hasla Løren.
Johannes didn't reply.
He just kept his gaze and his aim fixed firmly at a point between Goldsroot's eyes. "Light this for me, would you?" The third officer had stuck an unlit cigarette in between his lips.
"Put it away, Johannes."
Goldsroot spoke quietly without blinking, and Johannes could see that he had understood that this wasn't a novelty lighter. "Proper James Bond gadget, mate. How much do you want for it?" The football player had got up and was coming towards Johannes to take a closer look. Johannes aimed the small pistol at one of the monitors up under the ceiling and pulled the trigger. He didn't know quite what to expect and was just as startled as the others when there was a bang, the screen exploded, and glass shattered. The football player stood rooted to the spot.
"Get down on the floor!"
Johannes was blessed with a booming baritone, but now his voice was high-pitched and squealing like a near-hysterical old woman. But it worked. The knowledge that a desperate man is standing in front of you with a lethal weapon has a greater impact than any authoritative voice. All three men now knelt down and put their hands behind their heads, as if this was a drill, as if being threatened at gunpoint was something they had practiced. And perhaps they had learned that total surrender is the only appropriate response, and probably the only acceptable one at their pay grade.
"All the way down! Down on the floor!"
They did as they were told. It was almost like magic. He looked at the control board in front of him, found the button that opened and shut the doors to the cells, then the one that operated the locks on both entrances. Finally, the big red universal button, the one which opened every single door to be used only in the event of fire. He pressed it. A long, howling tone indicated that the prison was now open. And a funny thought crossed his mind, that this was where he had always wanted to be, the skipper on the bridge of his ship.
"Keep your eyes on the floor,"
he said. His voice was already growing stronger.
"If any of you try to stop me, me and my mates will come after you and your families. Remember that I know everything about you boys. Trina, Valborg."
He reeled off the names of their wives and children, the schools they went to, their hobbies, where in Oslo they lived, information accumulated over the years, while he continued to look at the monitors. When he had finished, he left them. He went out of the door, and then he started to run. He ran along the corridor, then downstairs to the floor below. He pulled the first door. It opened. He continued down the next corridor. His heart was already pounding. He hadn't worked out as much as he ought to. He hadn't kept in shape. He intended to start now. The second door opened as well. His legs protested at having to move so fast. Perhaps it was the cancer. Perhaps it had reached his muscles and was weakening him. The third door led to the lock. He waited while the first door sealed behind him with a low hum, counting the seconds. He looked down the corridor towards the staff changing room. When he finally heard the door close, he grabbed the handle of the door in front of him, pressed it down, and pulled it. Locked. Damn! He pulled it again. The door refused to budge. He looked at the white sensor plate by the door, pressed his index finger against it. An indicator glowed yellow for a couple of seconds before it went out, and another lit up red. Johannes knew it meant his fingerprint hadn't been recognized, but he tried to open the door anyway. Trapped. Defeated. He slumped to his knees in front of the door. At the same time, he heard Geir Goldsroot's voice. "Sorry, Johannes." The voice was coming from a loudspeaker at the top of the wall, and it sounded calm, almost comforting. "We're just doing our job, Johannes. If we had to down tools every time someone threatens our families, there wouldn't be a single prison officer left in Norway. Relax, we'll come and get you. Do you want to slide the pistol out through the bars, or do you want us to gas you first?" Johannes looked up at the camera. Could they see the despair on his face? Or the relief? His relief that his escape had ended here, and that life would carry on as before, more or less. He could probably forget about mopping the floors upstairs. He pushed the gold-plated pistol out through the bars. Then he lay down on the floor, put his hands behind his head, and curled up like a bee that had just delivered its one and only sting. But when he closed his eyes, he didn't hear hyenas, and he wasn't on board a plane heading for the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro. He was still nowhere and alive. He was here. Chapter 11. It had just gone 7:30, and the morning rain was falling on Statton's car park. "It was only a matter of time," Arild Frank said, and held open the door to the back entrance. "All addicts are essentially weak characters. I know it's not fashionable to say so, but believe me, I know what they're like." "As long as he signs that confession, that's all I care about." Einar Harness was about to enter, but had to step aside for 3 prison officers on their way out. "I'm thinking of celebrating with a few glasses of bubbly myself tonight." "Oh, they pay you that well?" "When I saw your car, I realized I had to raise my fees." He grinned as he nodded towards the Porsche Cayenne in the car park. "I put it down as an additional charge for antisocial work, and Nestor said, 'Shh.'" Frank stuck his arm out in front of Hannes to let some more prison officers leave first. Most of the men had changed into civilian clothes, but some were clearly so keen to get home from the night shift that they practically ran to their cars, still dressed in Statton's green uniforms. Hannes received a sharp glance from a man who wore a long coat loosely over his uniform. He knew he had seen his face before, but while he couldn't put a name to the face, he was fairly certain that the man could put a name to his, the shady lawyer who popped up in the papers in connection with equally shady cases. Perhaps this man and others like him were starting to wonder what Hannes was doing at Statton's back entrance. It would hardly improve his image if they overheard him mentioning Nestor. Frank let himself and Hannes in through several doors until they reached the stairs leading to the first floor. Nestor had made it clear that they had to get a signed confession today. Unless the investigation into Ingvar Morsund could be wound up immediately, the police might uncover new evidence which would make Sonny's confession less credible. Hannes didn't know how Nestor had got this information, and nor did he want to. The prison governor had the biggest office, of course, but the office of the assistant prison governor had a view of the mosque and Ickeberggossen. It lay at the end of the corridor and was decorated with hideous paintings by a young female artist who specialized in painting flowers and discussing her libido with the tabloid press. Frank pressed a button on the intercom and asked for the inmate in cell 317 to be brought to his office. "That car cost me 1.2 million krona, Frank said. "I bet half of that was for the Porsche insignia on the bonnet," Hannes said. "Yep, and the other half went to the government in taxes." Frank sighed and flopped into the unusual, high-backed office chair. It looked like a throne, Hannes thought. There was a knock on the door. "Enter!" Frank called out. A prison officer appeared. He had his cap tucked under his arm and made a half-hearted salute. From time to time, Hannes wondered how Frank got his staff to accept military greeting rituals in a modern workplace, and what other rules they had to swallow. "Yes, Goldschroot?" "I'm off now, but before I go, I just wanted to know if you have any questions about last night's shift report." "I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Is there anything I should know about, seeing as you're here?" "Nothing major except for an attempted breakout. I suppose you could call it that." Frank pressed his palms together and smiled. "I'm delighted to hear that our inmates show such initiative and enterprise. Who and how?" "Johannes Halden in cell 238. "The old man? Really?" "He got hold of a pistol somehow. I think it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I just stopped by to tell you that the whole incident was much less dramatic than it might come across in the report. If you want my opinion, mild repercussions should suffice. The man has done a good job for us for many years, and getting someone's trust is a smart move if you wish to ambush them, because I imagine that's what he did." "Well, you see, are you telling me that you allowed yourself to be outwitted, Goldschroot? How far did he get?" Hannes felt some sympathy with the prison officer, who ran his forefinger over a sweaty upper lip. He always empathized with those whose case was weak. He could easily imagine being in their shoes. "As far as the lock. But there was never any real danger that he would get past the guards, even if he had got outside. The security booth has bulletproof glass and gun slits, and thanks for telling me, but I practically designed this prison, Goldschroot. And I think you have a soft spot for this guy you've been fraternizing with a little too much. I'll refrain from saying anything further until I've read the report, but your entire shift should prepare themselves for some hard questions. As for Johannes, we can't be soft on him. We have a clientele that will exploit every sign of weakness. Understood?" "Understood." The telephone rang. "Dismissed," Frank said, picking up the handset. Hannes was expecting another salute, an about-turn, and march,
But Goldstrut left the room civilian style. The lawyer watched him, but jumped as Arild Frank screamed, "What the hell do you mean, gone?" Frank stared at the made-up bed in cell 317. In front of the bed stood a pair of sandals. On the bedside table lay a Bible, on the desk a disposable syringe still in its plastic wrapper, and on a chair a white shirt. That was all. Even so, the prison officer behind Frank stated the obvious. "He's not here." Frank glanced at his watch. The cell doors wouldn't be opened for another 14 minutes, so the missing prisoner couldn't be in any of the common rooms. "He must have left his cell when Johannes opened all the doors from the control room last night." Goldstrut was standing in the doorway. "Dear Lord," Johannes whispered, and out of habit pressed his finger against the bridge of his nose, where his glasses used to sit, until he had paid 15,000 krona cash last year for laser surgery in Thailand. "If he has absconded—" "Shut up!" Frank hissed. "He can't have made it past the guards. He's still in here somewhere. Goldstrut, raise the alarm. Lock every door. No one gets in or out." "But I need to take my kids to—" "Including you." "What about the police?" one of the prison officers said. "Shouldn't they be informed?" "No!" Frank yelled. "Lotus is still inside Staten, I tell you. Not a word to anyone." Arild Frank glowered at the old man. He had locked the door behind him and made sure there were no prison officers standing outside it. "Where is Sonny?" Johannes lay in his bed, rubbing sleep out of his eyes. "Isn't he in his cell?" "You know damn well he isn't." "Then he must have escaped." Frank bent down, grabbed the old man's T-shirt by the neck and pulled him towards him. "Wipe that grin off your face, Johannes. I know that the security guards outside haven't seen anything, so he has to be in here. And if you don't tell me where he is, you can wave goodbye to your cancer treatment." Frank saw the look of astonishment on the old man's face. "Oh, you can forget about doctor-patient confidentiality. I've eyes and ears everywhere, so what's it to be?" He released his hold on Johannes, whose head fell back on the pillow. The old man smoothed his thinning hair and folded his hands behind his head. He cleared his throat. "Do you know something, Governor? I think I've lived long enough. There's no one waiting for me on the outside, and my sins have been forgiven. So for the first time, I might just have a chance to get in upstairs. Perhaps I should take that chance while I still have it. What do you think?" Arild Frank clenched his teeth so hard it felt as if his fillings might crack. "What I think will happen, Johannes, is that you'll discover that not a single one of your sins has been forgiven, because in here I am God, and I can guarantee you a slow and painful death from cancer. I'll make sure that you stay here in your cell while the cancer eats you up, without ever seeing as much as a glimpse of pain relief. And you wouldn't be the first, let me tell you. Rather that than whatever hell you're going to, Governor." Frank wasn't sure if the gurgling noises coming from the old man's throat were death throes or laughter. On his way back to cell 317, Frank checked his walkie-talkie again. Still no trace of Sonny Lofthus. He knew they would soon be forced to issue a wanted bulletin. He went into cell 317, landed heavily on the bed and scanned the floor, walls and ceiling with his eyes. He couldn't bloody believe it. He grabbed the Bible on the bedside table and hurled it against the wall. It fell open on the floor. He knew that Vollan had used the Bible to smuggle in heroin, and he glanced at the mangled pages, damaged creeds and broken sentences with no meaning. He swore and threw the pillow against the wall. He watched it land on the floor, stared at the hair that spilled out. Reddish hair that looked like tufts of beard and some long strands. He kicked the pillow. More matted, dirty blonde hair drifted out. Short-haired, newly shaven. And it was at that moment it finally dawned on him. "Night shift!" he screamed into the walkie-talkie. "Check all the officers who left at the end of the night shift." Frank looked at his watch. 8:10 a.m. He knew what had happened now, and he knew that it was too late to do anything about it. He got up and kicked the chair, which smashed into the shatterproof mirror by the door. The bus driver looked at the prison officer, who was staring nonplussed at the ticket and the 50 kroner he had been given as change for his 100 kroner note. He could tell that the man was a prison officer because he was wearing a uniform under his long coat and had an ID card saying Sørensen with a photo that looked nothing like him. "Been a while since you last caught the bus, has it?" the driver asked. The man with the bad haircut nodded. "It's only 26 kroner if you buy a travel card in advance," the driver said, but he could tell from the passenger's expression that he thought even this price was a rip-off. It was a common reaction in anyone who hadn't travelled by bus in Oslo for a few years. "Thanks for your help," the man said. The bus driver pulled out from the curb while he followed the back of the prison officer in his rearview mirror. He didn't really know why. Perhaps it was because of his voice, so warm and sincere, as if he really thanked him with all his heart. He saw him sit down and gaze in wonder out of the window, like one of those foreign tourists who strayed onto the bus from time to time. Saw him pull a set of keys out of his coat pocket and study them as if he hadn't seen them before. Take a packet of chewing gum from his other coat pocket. Then he had to concentrate on the traffic in front of him. Part 2. Chapter 12. Arild Frank was standing at the window in his office. He looked at his watch. Most escaped prisoners were brought back in the first 12 hours. He had told the press it was the first 24 hours, so that he could call it a fast result, should it take longer than 12. But it was coming up for 25 hours now, and they still had no leads to go on. He had just been to the prison governor's large office, the one with no view, and there the man with no view had demanded an explanation. The prison governor was in a foul mood because he had been forced to return early from the annual Nordic Prison Conference in Reykjavik. On the telephone from Iceland yesterday, he had said that he would contact the press. He liked talking to the media, did his boss. Frank had asked for 24 hours media blackout to find Lofthus, but his boss had dismissed this out of hand and said that this wasn't something they could keep under wraps. Firstly, Sonny Lofthus was a killer, so the public was entitled to be warned. Secondly, they needed to circulate his picture to the media to help find him. And thirdly, you want your own picture in the papers, Frank thought, so your political cronies can see that you're working rather than floating around a blue lagoon drinking Svartador deer schnapps. Frank had tried explaining to the governor that circulating pictures was unlikely to be very effective. Any photos they had of Sonny Lofthus were from when he was jailed 12 years ago, and even then he had had long hair and a beard. And the images from the CCTV cameras after he had cut off his hair were so grainy as to be unusable. And still the governor had insisted on dragging the name of Staten through the mud. "The police are looking for him, Arild, so surely you know it's only a matter of time before I get a phone call from a reporter wondering why the breakout hasn't been made public and asking if Staten has covered up breakouts before. I prefer to control the story, Arild." The prison governor had gone on to ask which procedures Frank thought needed tightening up, and Frank knew why, so that the governor could go to his government friends and pass off the assistant prison governor's ideas as his own. Ideas from a man with a view. And yet he had shared his thoughts with the idiot. Voice recognition to replace fingerprints and electronic tagging with indestructible GPS chips. Ultimately, there were things Frank valued higher than himself, and Staten Prison was one of them. Arild Frank looked at Ekebergåsen as it lay bathed in morning sunshine. Once it had been the sunny side of a working-class neighbourhood. Once he had dreamed of buying himself a little house there. Now he owned a bigger house in a more expensive part of Oslo. But he still dreamed about the little house. Though Nestor appeared to have reacted to the news of the breakout with equanimity, it wasn't the loss of composure in Nestor and his ilk that worried Frank. On the contrary, he suspected they were at their most unruffled when making decisions which were so horrifying they made his blood run cold. On the other hand, they operated with a simple, clear, and practical logic,
that Arild Frank couldn't help but admire. "Find him," Nestor had said, "or make sure that no one does." If they found Loftus, they could persuade him to confess to the murder of Mrs. Morson before anyone else got to him. They had their methods. If they killed Loftus, they could stop him from explaining away the technical evidence against him at the Morson crime scene, but then they wouldn't be able to use him in future cases. That was how it was, pros and cons. Ultimately, though, it was a matter of hard logic. "There's a Simon Kifas on the phone for you." It was Ina's voice on the intercom. Arild Frank snorted automatically. Simon Kifas. Talk about a man who always looked out for number one, a spineless loser who had walked over more than one dead body in his gambling addiction. They said he had changed since he met the woman he was with now, but no one knew better than an assistant prison governor that people don't change. Frank had all the insight he needed into Simon Kifas. "Tell him I'm not here." "He wants to meet with you later today. It's about Per Vollan." "Vollan?" Frank thought the police had declared Vollan's death to be a suicide. He heaved a sigh and looked down at the newspaper on his desk. The breakout was reported further in, but at least it wasn't on the front page, presumably because the news desk didn't have a good photograph of the escaped prisoner. The vultures probably preferred to wait until they got an e-fit drawing of the killer, where, ideally, he would look like a fiend, in which case they would be disappointed. "Arild?" They had an unspoken agreement that she could address him by his first name when no one else was present. "Find some space in my diary, Ina. Don't give him more than 30 minutes. Frank peered at the mosque. Soon it would be 25 hours. Lars Gilberg moved a step closer. The boy was lying on a flattened piece of cardboard and had covered himself with a long coat. He had arrived the day before and had found a spot to hide behind the bushes that grew along the path and the buildings behind. He had sat there, silent and motionless, as if playing hide-and-seek. 2 uniformed police officers had stopped by, looked alternately at Gilberg and a photo they held up before moving on. Gilberg had said nothing. Later that evening, when it started to rain, the boy had emerged and lain down under the bridge, without asking for permission. It wasn't that permission wouldn't be granted, but he hadn't even asked to begin with. And then there was the other thing. He was wearing a uniform. Lars Gilberg wasn't sure what kind of uniform. He had been rejected by the army before he had time to see anything other than the recruiting officer's green one. Unsuitable had been the somewhat vague reason given. From time to time, Lars Gilberg wondered if there was anything he was suitable for. And if so, would he ever find out what that was? Perhaps it was this, getting money for drugs and living under a bridge. Like now. The boy was asleep, and his breathing was steady. Lars Gilberg took another step. There was something about the way the boy had moved, and his skin colour, that told Gilberg that he was a junkie. In which case, he might still have some drugs on him. Gilberg was now so close that he could see the boy's eyelids twitch as if the eyeballs underneath were spinning and moving. He squatted down on his haunches and carefully lifted the coat, extended his fingers towards the breast pocket of the uniform jacket. It happened so fast that Lars didn't even see it. The boy's hand locked around his wrist, and Lars found himself on his knees with his face pressed into the wet soil and his arm twisted behind his back. A voice whispered into his ear, "What do you want?" The voice didn't sound angry or aggressive, not even scared. More polite, rather, as if the boy genuinely wanted to know how he could help him. Lars Gilberg did what he always did when he realized he had been defeated. Cut his losses. "Steal your stash. Or if you haven't got any, then your money." The boy had got him in the standard hold, his wrist bent into his forearm and with pressure applied to the back of his elbow. Police hold. But Gilberg knew how cops walked, talked, looked and smelled, and this boy wasn't one of them. "What's your poison?" "Morphine," Gilberg groaned. "How much can you get for 50 kroner? "A little, not much."
The hold was eased, and Gilbert quickly snatched back his arm. He looked up at the boy, blinked at the banknote he was holding up to him. "Sorry, it's all I've got." "I haven't got anything to sell, mate." "The money is for you. I've quit." Gilbert narrowed one eye. What was it they said? When something sounded too good to be true, it usually was. But then again, the guy might just be a regular nut job. He snatched the 50-kroner note and stuffed it into his pocket. "That's rent for letting you sleep here." "I saw the police walk by yesterday," the boy said. "Do they come round here a lot?" "Now and then, but recently we've been overrun with them." "Do you happen to know a place they don't overrun?" Gilbert tilted his head and studied the boy. "If you want to avoid the cops altogether, you need to get yourself a room in a hostel. Try the Eula Centre. They don't let cops in there." The boy looked pensively at the river. Then he nodded slowly. "Thanks for your help, my friend." "Don't mention it," muttered an astonished Gilbert. "Definitely a nut job." And as if to confirm his suspicions, the boy started to undress. To be on the safe side, Gilbert moved back a couple of steps. When the boy was wearing just his underpants, he wrapped the uniform around the shoes. Gilbert handed him a plastic bag, which the boy asked if he could have, and into which he put the bundled-up clothes and shoes. He placed the bag under a rock between the bushes where he had spent yesterday. "I'll make sure no one finds it," Gilbert said. "Thank you. I trust you." Smiling, the boy buttoned his coat all the way up so that his bare chest couldn't be seen. Then he started walking down the path. Gilbert looked after him, saw the naked soles of his feet splash water from the puddles onto the tarmac. "I trust you? Stark, staring, raving mad." Marta stood in reception, looking at the computer screen with CCTV images from the Eula Centre. More specifically, at a man who was staring into the camera outside the entrance door. He hadn't rung the bell yet, hadn't discovered the little hole in the plexiglass that covered the bell. They had had to install the plexiglass, as bashing in the bell was a common reaction when someone was denied access. Marta pressed the microphone button. "Can I help you?" The boy didn't reply. Marta had already established that he wasn't one of their 76 current residents. Though the centre had had a turnover of 100 residents in the last 4 months, she remembered every single face. But she had concluded that he belonged to Eula's target client group, as it was known, drug addicts. Not that he looked high, because he didn't. It was his gaunt face, the lines around his mouth, the dreadful haircut. She sighed. "Do you need a room?" The boy nodded, and she turned the key in the switch which opened the door lock downstairs. She called out to Stina, who was in the kitchen making sandwiches for one of the residents, to watch reception in her absence. Then she jogged down the stairs and past the iron gate used to bar access to the reception in case intruders forced their way through the entrance door. The boy was standing inside the door, looking around. His coat was buttoned all the way up to his neck and reached down almost to his ankles. He was barefoot, and she could see blood in one wet footprint by the entrance door. But Marta had seen most things by now, so what caught her attention was first and foremost his eyes, the way he looked at her. She couldn't explain it any other way. His eyes were focused on her, and in them she could see that he was processing the visual impression which she made. It might not be much, but it was more than she was used to at the Eula Centre. And, for a brief moment, it crossed her mind that he might not be using after all, but she dismissed the thought just as quickly. "Hello, come with me." He followed her up to the first floor and into the meeting room via reception. As usual, she left the door open so Stina and the others could see them, asked him to take a seat, and took out the forms for the obligatory introduction interview. "Name?" she asked. He hesitated. "I need to put a name on this form," she said, giving him the opening which many of the people who came here needed. "Stieg," he said tentatively. "Stieg is fine," she said.
Anything else? Berger? Then that's what we'll write here. Date of birth? He stated a date and a year, and she calculated that he had turned 30. He looked much younger. That was the strange thing with addicts. It was easy to misjudge their age in either direction. Did anyone refer you here? He shook his head. Where did you sleep last night? Under a bridge. So I presume you're of no fixed abode and don't know which social services office you come under. Therefore I'll pick the number 11, which is your birthday, and that gives us... She checked her list. Ulnar Social Services, which, in its infinite mercy, will hopefully decide to fund you. What kind of drugs are you on? Her pen was hovering, but he made no reply. Just mention your favourite poison. I've quit. She put down her pen. The Ela Centre is a place for active drug users. I can make a call to the centre in Sporweisgata and see if they have a room for you. It's much nicer than here. Are you saying... Yes, I'm saying you need to get high on a regular basis to qualify. She flashed him a tired smile. And if I were to say that I lied, because I thought it would be easier to get a room here if I said I was clean? Then you have also answered that question correctly, but you've no more lifelines left, my friend. Heroin, he said. And? Just heroin. She ticked the box on the form, but doubted if it was true. There was hardly a single pure heroin user left in Oslo. Everyone was a mixed substance user these days, for the simple reason that if you combined the already mixed heroin with a benzodiazepine, such as Rohypnol, for example, you got a bigger bang for your buck in terms of both the intensity and length of the fix. Why have you come here? He shrugged. To get a roof over my head. Any illnesses or essential medication? No. Do you have any plans for the future? He looked at her. Marta's father used to say that a person's past was written in their eyes, and it was worth learning how to read it, but that their future couldn't be found there. The future was unknown. Even so, Marta would later look back at this moment and ask herself if she could, if she should have been able to read anything about the future plans of the man who called himself Stig Berger. He shook his head and gave the same reaction to her questions about work, education, previous overdoses, somatic illnesses, blood infections, and mental health issues. At the end, she explained that the centre had a policy of total confidentiality, and they wouldn't tell anyone that he was a resident, but should he wish to, he could complete a consent form naming anyone who could be given information should they contact the centre. So that your parents, friends, or girlfriend can get in touch with you, for example. He smiled wistfully. I've none of those. Marta Lian had heard this reply many times before. So many times it no longer made an impression on her. Her therapist called it compassion fatigue, and had explained that it affected most people in her profession at some point. What worried Marta was that it didn't seem to get any better. Of course she understood that there is a limit to how cynical a person who worries about their own cynicism can be, but she had always been fueled by empathy, compassion, love, and she was close to running on empty. So she was startled when she heard the words, I've none of those, touch something, like a needle causing an atrophied muscle to twitch. She gathered up the papers and put them in a folder, which she left at reception, and took the new resident down to a small storeroom on the ground floor. I hope you're not the paranoid type who can't handle wearing second-hand clothing, she said, and turned her back while he took off his coat and put on the clothes and trainers she had selected for him. She waited till he coughed. She turned round. Somehow he looked taller and straighter in the pale blue jumper and the jeans. Nor was he as skinny as he had looked in the coat. He glanced down at his plain blue trainers. Yes, she said, the shoe of choice for the homeless. Large quantities of blue trainers had been donated to various deserving organizations in the 1980s by the Norwegian Army's surplus depot, and they had become synonymous with drug addicts and the homeless. Thank you, he said quietly. Marta had initially started seeing her therapist because of a resident who failed to thank her. It had only been one more non-thank you in a long line of other non-thank yous from the self-destructive individuals who still enjoyed some sort of existence, thanks to the welfare state and the various social organizations the same junkies spent the majority of their waking hours ranting at. She had lost her temper. Told him to go to hell if he didn't like the size of the disposable syringe he got for free, so he could go to his room, for which social services paid 6,000 kroner a month, to get high on drugs he had financed by stealing bicycles in the neighborhood. Along with his complaint, the resident had filed a 4-page-long hard luck story. She had been forced to apologize. "Let me take you to your room," she said. On the way up to the second floor, she showed him where the bathrooms and lavatories were. Men walked past them with brisk footsteps and stoned eyes. "Welcome to Oslo's best drugs shopping centre," Martha said. "In here?" the boy asked. "You allow dealing?" "Not according to the rules, but if you're using, you'll obviously have drugs in your possession. And I'm telling you this because it's useful for you to know. We don't check if that's 1 gram or 1 kilo. We've no control over what's being bought and sold in the rooms. We'll only enter if we suspect you of keeping weapons." "People do that?" She gave him a sideways glance. "Why do you ask?" "I just want to know how dangerous staying here is going to be." "All the dealers here have runners who act as enforcers, and they use everything from baseball bats to regular firearms to collect debts from the other residents. Last week I raided a room and found a harpoon gun under the bed." "A harpoon gun?" "Yep, a loaded Sting 65. She surprised herself by laughing, and he smiled back. He had a nice smile. So many of them did. She knocked before unlocking the door to room 323. "We've had to close off several rooms due to fire damage, so people are having to share until the damage has been made good. Your roommate is called Johnny. The others call him Johnny Puma. He has ME and spends most of the day in bed. But he's a nice, quiet guy, so I don't expect you'll have any trouble with him." She opened the door. The curtains were closed, and it was dark inside. She turned on the light. The fluorescent tubes in the ceiling flashed a couple of times before they came on. "How nice," the boy said. Martha looked around the room. She had never heard anyone describe the rooms at the Ila Center as nice, unless they were being sarcastic. But somehow he was right. Yes, the lino was worn and the sky-blue walls full of dents and graffiti which not even lye could wash off, but it was clean and light. The furniture consisted of a bunk bed, a chest of drawers, and a scratched low table with peeling paint, but it was all intact and in working order. The air smelled of the man asleep in the bottom bunk. The boy had stated he had never overdosed, so she had allocated him the top bunk. They prioritized bottom bunks to residents most likely to overdose, since it was much easier to move them from a bottom bunk and onto a stretcher. "Here you are," Martha said, handing him the key ring with the key. "I'll be your primary contact, which means you come to me if there's anything you need, okay?" "Thank you," he said, taking the blue plastic tag and looking at it. "Thank you so much." Chapter 13. "He's on his way down," the receptionist called out to Simon and Kari, who were sitting on a leather sofa beneath a gigantic painting of something which might be a sunrise. "That's what she said 10 minutes ago," Kari whispered. "In heaven, God decides what time it is," Simon said, and slipped a piece of snus under his upper lip. "What do you think a painting like that costs? And why pick that one?" "The acquisition of public art, as it's known, is nothing but a hidden subsidy for our country's mediocre artists," Kari said. "The buyers couldn't care less about what's on their walls, as long as it matches the furniture and their budget." Simon glanced at her sideways. "Has anyone ever told you that you sometimes sound as if you're reeling off quotes you've learned by rote?" Kari smiled wryly. "And snus is a poor substitute for smoking, bad for your health. I presume your wife made you switch because the smell of cigarettes lingered on her clothes?" Simon chuckled and shook his head. "It must be what passed for humour among the young these days. Nice try, but you're wrong. She asked me to stop because she wants me around for as long as possible.
And she doesn't know I suck tobacco. I keep it at the office."
"Let them in, Anne,"
a voice bellowed. Simon looked at the lock, where a man in uniform and a cap that would have found favour with a Belarus president drummed his fingers on the metal bars. Simon rose.
"We'll decide if we're going to let them out again later," Arild Frank said.
Simon could tell from the receptionist's almost imperceptible rolling of the eyes that the joke was a very old one.
"So, what's it like to be back in the gutter?" Frank asked, as he escorted them through the lock and over to the staircase. "You're in the serious fraud office now, I believe." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going senile. I completely forgot that they kicked you out."
Simon made no attempt to laugh at the deliberate insult. "We're here because of Père Volan."
"I heard. I thought the case had been closed."
"We don't close a case until it's solved."
"Is that a new thing?"
Simon mimed a smile by pressing his lips against his teeth. "Père Volan came here to visit inmates on the day he died, is that right?"
Frank opened the door to his office. "Volan was a prison chaplain, so I assume he was doing his job. I can check the visitor's log if you like."
"Yes, please. And if you could give us a list of anyone he spoke to as well."
"I'm afraid I wouldn't know the names of everybody he came into contact with while he was here."
"We know of at least one person he saw that day," Kari said.
"Oh?"
Frank said, taking a seat behind the desk which had followed him his entire career.
"Young lady, if you're planning on staying, please fetch the coffee cups from the cupboard over there while I check the visitor's log."
"Thanks, but I don't drink caffeine," Kari said. "His name is Sonny Lofthus." Frank looked at her with a blank expression.
"We were wondering if it might be possible to visit him," Simon said.
He had taken a seat without being offered one. He looked up at Frank's already reddening face. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going senile. He's just escaped." Simon could see Frank composing an answer, but beat him to it. "We're interested in him because the coincidence between Volan's visit and Lofthus's escape makes Volan's death even more suspicious." Frank tugged at his shirt collar.
"How do you know that they met?"
"All police interviews are stored in a shared database," said Kari, who had remained standing. "When I looked up Père Volan, I saw that his name was mentioned in an interview in connection with Lofthus's escape, by an inmate named Gustav Rover."
"Rover has just been released. He was interviewed because he spoke to Sonny Lofthus shortly before he absconded. We wanted to know if Lofthus had said anything which might give us an idea of what he was up to."
"We? Us?" Simon raised a grey eyebrow. "Strictly speaking, it's the police's job, and only ours, to catch escaped prisoners, not yours."
"Lofthus is my prisoner, Kefas."
"Rover doesn't appear to have been able to help you," Simon said, "but he mentioned, when questioned, that just as he was leaving the cell, Père Volan arrived to talk to Lofthus."
Frank shrugged his shoulders. "What about it?"
"So we're wondering what the two of them talked about, and why one of them is killed shortly afterwards and the other one breaks out."
"Might be a coincidence?"
"Of course. Do you know a man called Hugo Nestor, Frank? Also known as the Ukrainian?"
"I've heard the name."
"So that's a yes. Is there anything to suggest that Nestor might be involved with the breakout?"
"How do you mean?"
"Did he help Lofthus escape, or did he threaten Lofthus in prison, thus precipitating the escape?" Frank drummed a pen against the desk. He looked as if he was deep in thought. Out of the corner of his eye, Simon saw Kari check her text messages.
"I know how badly you need a result, but you're not going to catch any big fish here," Frank said. "Sonny Lofthus absconded entirely on his own initiative."
"Wow," Simon said, leaning back in his chair and pressing his fingertips together. "A young drug addict, a mere amateur, absconds from Staten, of all prisons, entirely unaided?"
Frank smiled. "Do you want to bet on the amateur bit, Kefas?"
And his grin spread when Simon failed to respond.
"So senile of me. You're no longer a betting man. So let me show you your amateur." "These are the recordings from the surveillance cameras," Frank said, gesturing towards the 24-inch computer screen. At this point, all the officers in the control room are lying face down on the floor, and Johannes has unlocked all the doors in the prison." The screen was split into 16 windows, one for each camera, showing various sections of the prison. At the bottom of the screen was a clock. "Here he comes," Frank said, pointing to a window showing one of the prison corridors. Simon and Kari saw a young man coming out of a cell and running stiffly towards the camera. He was dressed in a white shirt that reached almost to his knees, and Simon concluded that the man's barber must be even worse than his own. His hair looked as if it had been kicked off his head. The young man disappeared out of the picture and reappeared in one of the others. "This is Loftus going through the lock," Frank said. "And while he's there, Johannes is busy giving a speech about what he's going to do to the officers' families if anyone tries to stop him. The interesting part is what happens in the staff changing room." They saw Loftus run into a room with lockers, but instead of continuing straight to the exit, he turned left and disappeared out of the picture behind the last row of lockers. Frank hit one of the keys angrily with his index finger, and the clock at the bottom of the screen stopped running. Frank moved the cursor over the clock and entered the time 7:20. Then he started playing the recording at 4 times the normal speed. Uniformed men appeared in a window on the screen. They walked in and out of the changing room, and the door was constantly opening and closing. It was impossible to tell them apart until Frank froze the screen with another keystroke. "There he is," Kari said. "He's wearing a uniform and a coat now." "Sørenson's uniform and coat," Frank said. "He must have switched clothes and waited in the changing room. Sat on the bench, kept his head down, pretending to be tying his shoelaces or something, while the others came and went. We have such a high staff turnover here that no one would look twice at a new guy who was a bit slow getting changed. He waited until the morning rush peaked and left with the others. No one recognized Sonny without his beard and long hair, which he had cut off in his cell and stuffed into his pillow. Not even me." With another keystroke, he restarted playback, this time at normal speed. The screen showed a young man in a coat and uniform leaving through the back entrance, while Arild Frank and a man with swept-back hair and a grey suit were on their way in. "And the guards outside never stopped him?" Frank pointed to the image in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. "This is taken from the security booth. As you can see, we let cars and people leave without checking their ID. It would create a bottleneck if we had to go through full security procedures at every shift change. But from now on, we will also check them out at shift changes."
"Yes, I don't suppose anyone is queuing up to get in," Simon joked. In the silence that followed, they could hear Kari suppress a yawn at Simon's spin on Frank's welcoming joke. "So there's your amateur," Frank said. Simon Kefas made no reply. He just studied the back of the figure strolling past the security guards. For some reason he started to smile. He realized it was the way Lofthus walked. He recognized that walk. Marta was standing with her arms folded across her chest, sizing up the 2 men in front of her. They couldn't be drug squad. She thought she knew most of the officers on the drug squad, and she had never seen these 2 before. "We're looking for—" one of them began, but the rest of his sentence was drowned out by the howling siren of an ambulance passing behind them in Valdemar-Tranåsgata. "What?" Marta shouted. She wondered where she had seen black suits like that. In an advert? "Sonny Loftus," the smaller of them repeated. He had blonde hair and looked as if his nose had been broken several times. Marta saw noses like that every day, but she thought this one was the result of contact sport. "We never give out the names of our residents," she informed them. The other, a tall yet compact man with black curls arranged in a strange semicircle around his head, showed her a photograph. "He's escaped from Staten prison and is considered dangerous." Another ambulance approached, and he leaned over her, shouting into her face, "So if he's a resident here and you fail to tell us, it's on your head if anything happens. Do you understand?" So not the drug squad. At least that explained why she hadn't seen them before. She nodded while she studied the photograph, looked up at them again, opened her mouth to say something when a gust of wind blew her dark fringe into her face.
She was about to try again when she heard shouting behind her. It was Toy on the stairs. "Oi, Martha! Burra's gone and cut himself. I don't know what to do. He's back in the cafe." "People come and go in the summer," she said. "It's a time when many of our residents prefer to sleep rough in the parks, and this in turn makes room for new arrivals. It's hard to remember every single face." "Like I said, his name is Sonny Loftus." "And not everybody wants to register under their real name. We don't expect our clients to have a passport or other forms of ID, so we accept whatever name they give us." "But don't social services need to know who they are?" the blonde one asked. Martha bit her lower lip. "Hey, Martha, Burra's like literally bleeding all over the place." The man with the curly halo placed a large, hairy hand on Martha's bare upper arm. "Why don't you just let us have a look around, and we'll see if we can find him." He noticed the look in her eyes and withdrew his hand. "Talking about ID," she said, "perhaps I should ask to see yours." She saw something darken in the eyes of the blonde man, and there was the hand of the curly-haired man again, not on her upper arm this time, but around it. "Burra's almost out of blood!" Toy had come over to where they were. He swayed and fixed the two men with his swimming eyes. "What's going on here?" Martha wriggled to free herself and put her hand on Toy's shoulder. "Then we had better go and save his life. Gentlemen, if you would care to wait." Martha and Toy walked across to the cafe. Another ambulance rushed past. 3 ambulances. She shuddered involuntarily. When she reached the door to the cafe, she turned round. The 2 men were gone. "So you and Harness saw Sonny close up?" Simon asked as Frank escorted him and Kari back down to the ground floor. Frank glanced at his watch. "What we saw was a young, clean-shaven man with short hair in a uniform. The Sonny we knew wore a filthy shirt, had matted long hair and a beard." "So you're saying it'll be difficult to find him, given how he now looks?" Kari asked. "The pictures from the surveillance cameras are of poor quality, as you'd expect." Ariel Frank turned round and fixed her with his eyes. "But we'll find him." "It's a shame it wasn't possible for us to talk to this Holden," Simon remarked. "Yes, as I said, his illness has taken a turn for the worse," Frank replied as he led them back to reception. "I'll let you know when he's well enough for visitors." "And you've no idea what Loftus might have been talking to Per Volan about?" Frank shook his head. "The usual unburdening and spiritual guidance, I presume, though Sonny Loftus was himself a confidant." "Was he?" "Loftus kept himself apart from the other inmates. He was neutral, didn't belong to any of the factions you find in every prison, and he never talked. That's the definition of a good listener, isn't it? He'd become a kind of confessor to the other inmates, someone they could trust with anything. Who would he tell? He had no allies, and he was going to stay in prison for the foreseeable future." "What kind of murders was he in for?" Kari asked. "Human murders," Frank remarked dryly. "I mean murders of the most brutal kind. He shot an Asian girl and strangled a Kosovo Albanian." Frank held the exit door open for them. "And to think that such a dangerous criminal is now at large," Simon said, knowing he was twisting the knife now. Not that he was a sadist, but he was prepared to make an exception when it came to Ariel Frank. Not because Frank was someone who was hard to like. In fact, his personality was a mitigating circumstance. Nor because the man didn't do his job. Everyone at Police HQ knew that Frank was the real boss at Staten, rather than the man who held the title of prison governor. No, it was the other matter. These apparent coincidences which combined to create a suspicion that had been gnawing away at Simon and was approaching the most frustrating kind of knowledge, the one you can't prove, that Ariel Frank was on the take. "I give him 48 hours, Chief Inspector," Frank said. "He has no money, no relatives or friends. He's a loner who has been in prison since he was 18 years old. That's 12 years ago. He knows nothing about the world outside. He has nowhere to go, no places to hide." While Kari hurried to keep up with Simon on their way to the car, Simon thought about the 48 hours and was tempted by the bet, because he had recognized something about the boy. He didn't know quite what it was. Perhaps it was just the way he moved. Or perhaps he had inherited more than that. Chapter 14. Johnny Puma turned over in his bed and sized up his new roommate. He didn't know who had invented the term roommate, only that at the Ela Centre it was about as much of a misnomer as you could get. Room enemy would have been more appropriate. He had yet to share a room with anyone who didn't try to rob him blind, or someone he hadn't tried to rob blind himself. So he kept all his valuables, which comprised a waterproof wallet containing 3,000 kroner and a double plastic bag with 3 grams of amphetamine, taped to a thigh so hairy that any attempt to remove it would rouse him, even from the deepest sleep. This was what Johnny Puma's life had been about these last 20 years. Amphetamines and sleep. He had been given most of the diagnoses they handed out in the 70s and onwards to explain why a young man would rather party than work, would rather fight and screw around than buy a house and start a family, get high rather than get clean, and live a deadly, boring life. But the last diagnosis had stuck. ME, myalgic encephalomyelitis, chronic exhaustion. Johnny Puma? Exhausted? Anyone who heard it simply laughed. Johnny Puma, the weightlifter, the life and soul of the party, Lillesande's most popular removal man, who could shift a piano single-handed. It had started with a painful hip, painkillers that didn't work, followed by painkillers that worked only too well, and he was hooked. Now his life consisted of long days resting in bed, interspersed by intense periods of activity where he had to channel all his energy into getting drugs, or find money to pay off his already alarmingly large debt to the centre's drug baron, a Lithuanian transsexual halfway through a sex change, who called herself Coco. Johnny could tell at a glance that the young man standing by the window needed to score. The constant frantic search, the compulsion, the struggle. "Please, would you close the curtains, mate?" The other obeyed, and the room became pleasantly dark once more. "What are you using, mate?" "Heroin." "Heroin?" Here at the centre, people said dope when they meant heroin. Shit, skag, horse or dust, or boy, or superboy when it came to the new wonder drug you could buy down at Nibruer from a guy who looked like Sleepy from Snow White. Heroin was what people called it in prison. Or if they were rookies, of course. Though if you were a proper rookie, you could use expressions such as China White, Mexican Mud, or any of the other nonsense terms you picked up from the movies. "I can get you good, cheap heroin. You don't need to go out." Johnny saw something happen to the figure in the darkness. He had seen how junkies who were really desperate could get high at the mere promise of drugs. He believed tests had registered changes in the brain's pleasure center in the several seconds before the fix. With a 40% gross margin on the drugs he could buy from Hovdingen in room 36, Johnny could buy 3 or 4 bags of speed for himself. It was preferable to robbing the neighborhood again. "No thanks. I can leave if you want to sleep." The voice coming from the window was so soft and low that Johnny couldn't understand how it managed to cut through Ela's constant noise of partying, screaming, music, arguing, and traffic. So the guy wanted to know if Johnny was about to go to sleep, eh? So he could search him, maybe find the rap that Johnny had taped to his thigh. "I never sleep. I just shut my eyes. You get me, mate?" The young man nodded. "I'm going out now." When the door had closed behind his new room enemy, Johnny Puma got out of bed. It took him only 2 minutes to search the guy's wardrobe and the top bunk. Nothing. Then nada. His room enemy couldn't be as green as he looked. He carried everything with him. Markus Engset was frightened. "Are you scared now?" said the bigger of the 2 boys, blocking his path. Markus shook his head and gulped. "Yes, you're so scared you're sweating, you fat pig. Hey, can you smell that?" "Look, he's going to cry." The other boy laughed. They were 15 years old, possibly 16, or even 17. Markus didn't know. He knew only that they were much bigger and older than him. "We just want to borrow it," said the bigger boy, and grabbed hold of the handlebars of Marcus's bicycle. "We'll give it back to you." "Eventually," the other laughed again. Marcus looked up at the windows of the houses in the quiet street. Black, blind glass surfaces. Normally he didn't like people watching him. He liked being invisible so that he could sneak past the garden gate and up to the abandoned yellow house. But right now he hoped that a window would open up somewhere, that a grown-up voice would shout at the big boys to clear off, back to Torsen or Nidalen or some other neighborhood where thugs like them belonged. But it remained completely silent. Summer silence. It was the holidays, and the other children in the street had gone off to cabins, beaches, or foreign cities. It made no difference as far as playing was concerned. Marcus always played on his own. But being small was riskier when you weren't one in a crowd. The big boy yanked the bicycle out of Marcus's hands, and he realized that he didn't have the strength to blink away the tears anymore. The bicycle his mum had bought him with money they could otherwise have spent going away somewhere this summer. "My dad is home," he said, pointing across the street towards their red house that lay opposite the empty yellow one he had just been inside. "So why haven't you called for him?" The boy sat on Marcus's bicycle to try it out. It wobbled, and he seemed cross that there wasn't enough air in the tires. "Dad?" Marcus called out, but could instantly hear how half-hearted and false it sounded. The older boys howled with laughter. The other one had sat down on the parcel rack, and Marcus saw how the rubber tires began twisting off the rim. "I don't think you have a dad," said the boy, and spat on the ground. "Come on, Herman, ride." "I'm trying, but you're stopping me." "No, I'm not." The three boys turned round. A man was standing behind the bicycle, holding onto the rack. He lifted the back of the bicycle so it started freewheeling, and both boys fell forward. They stumbled off and glared at the man. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" the older boy snarled. The man made no reply. He just looked at him. Marcus noticed his strange haircut, the Salvation Army logo on his T-shirt, and the scars on his forearms. It was so quiet that Marcus thought he could hear every bird in Berg singing. And now it looked like the two older boys had also noticed the man's scars. "We were only going to borrow it." The bigger boy's voice had taken on a different tone. It was croaky and small. "But you can have it if you want," the other one added quickly. The man just carried on, staring at them. He gestured to Marcus to take the bicycle. The two boys started to back away. "Where do you live?" "Torsen. Are you his dad?" "Might be." "Next stop, Torsen. Okay." The boys nodded in unison. They turned round as if on command and marched off. Marcus looked up at the man, who was smiling down at him. Behind them, he heard one of the boys say to the other, "His dad's a druggie. Did you see his arms?" "What's your name?" the man said. "Marcus," he replied. "Have a nice summer, Marcus," the man said, gave him back his bicycle, and walked across to the gate, to the yellow house. Marcus held his breath. It was a house like every other house in the street, square like a box, not particularly large, and surrounded by a small garden. But this house and its garden were in need of a lick of paint and a session with the lawnmower. Still, it was the house. The man headed straight for the basement stairs. Not the front door, like Marcus had seen salesmen or Jehovah's Witnesses do. Did he know about the key which was hidden on the beam above the basement door, and which Marcus was careful always to put back? He got his answer when he heard the basement door open and close again. Marcus's jaw dropped. No one had been inside that house for as long as he could remember. Admittedly, he could only remember back as far as when he was 5, which was 7 years ago, but somehow it seemed right that the house was empty. Who would want to live in a house where someone had killed themselves? Well, there was one person who turned up at least twice a year. Marcus had only seen him once, and guessed that he must be the one who turned the heating on low before the winter and turned it off again in the spring. He must be paying the bills. His mum had said that without power the house would have been so damaged by now that it would have been uninhabitable, but she didn't know who the man was either. But he had looked nothing like the man who was inside the house now. Marcus was convinced of it. Marcus could see the face of the new arrival in the kitchen window. There were no curtains in the house, so whenever Marcus went inside, he would stay well clear of the windows to avoid being seen.
The man didn't look like he was there to turn on the heating. So what was he doing in there? How could Marcus... Then he remembered the telescope. Marcus pushed his bicycle through the gate to the red house and ran upstairs to his bedroom. His telescope, which was really just an ordinary pair of binoculars on a stand, was the only thing his dad hadn't taken with him when he left. Or so his mum said. Marcus pointed the binoculars towards the yellow house and zoomed in. The man had gone. He moved the circular field of view across the wall of the house from window to window, and there he was, in the boy's bedroom, where the druggie had lived. Marcus had explored the house and knew every nook and cranny, including the secret hiding place under the loose floorboard in the master bedroom. But even if no one had killed themselves there, he would never want to live in the yellow house. Before it was abandoned for good, the son of the dead man had lived there. The son was a drug addict, and he had made a terrible mess and never cleaned up. He hadn't carried out any repairs either, so the water leaked through the roof whenever it rained. The son had disappeared shortly after Marcus was born. He went to prison, Marcus's mum had said, for killing someone, and Marcus had wondered if the house put an evil spell on those who lived in it so that they killed themselves or others. Marcus shuddered. Even though it was his favourite thing about the house, that it was a bit sinister, that he could make up stories about what went on inside it. Only today he didn't have to make anything up. Today something was going on inside it, all by itself. The man had opened the bedroom window. No wonder the place needed airing. Even so, Marcus liked this room best, though the bed linen was filthy and there were needles on the floor. The man was standing with his back to the window, looking at the pictures that Marcus liked so much. The family photo where all three of them were smiling and looking happy. The one with the boy in the wrestling suit next to his father in a tracksuit holding up a sports trophy together. The picture of the father in his police uniform. The man opened the wardrobe, took out the grey hoodie and the red sports bag with Oslo Wrestling Club in white letters. He put a couple of things into the bag, but Marcus couldn't see what. Then he left the bedroom and disappeared, and reappeared again in the study, a small room with a desk pushed up against the window. His mum said that was where they had found the dead body. The man was looking for something near the window. Marcus knew what he was looking for, but unless he knew his way around he would never find it. Then the man appeared to be opening the desk drawer, but he had set down the sports bag on top of the desk, so Marcus could no longer see properly. The man must have either found what he was looking for or given up, because he took the sports bag and left. Then he went to the master bedroom before going downstairs, and Marcus lost sight of him. 10 minutes later the basement door opened and the man came up the steps. He had put on the hoodie, pulled the hood up over his head, and thrown the bag over his shoulder. He walked out of the gate and down the road the way he had come. Marcus jumped down and ran outside. He saw the back of the hoodie, jumped over the fence to the yellow house, raced across the lawn and down the basement steps. Trembling and out of breath, he felt with his fingers along the beam. The key had been put back. He breathed a sigh of relief and let himself in. He wasn't scared. Not really. In a way, this was his house. It was the stranger who was the intruder. Unless... He ran up to the study, headed straight for the well-stacked bookshelves. Second shelf between Lord of the Flies and They Burn the Thistles. Stuck his fingers in. The key to the desk drawer was there. But had it been found and used? He looked at the desk while he inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it. There was a dark stain on the wood. It might be a greasy spot caused by years of use, but in Marcus's mind there was no doubt that it was the imprint of the head which had lain in that very spot, in a pool of blood, and with the blood spattered across the wall, just like he had seen in the movies. Marcus stared into the drawer. He gasped. It had gone. It must have been him. The son. He had come back. No one else could possibly know where the key to the desk drawer was kept. And he had had needle marks on his arms. Marcus went into the boy's bedroom. His room. He glanced around and immediately realized what was missing. The photo of the father in his police uniform. the Discman, and one of the 4 CDs. He looked at the other 3. The one which wasn't there was Depeche Mode, Violator. Marcus had listened to it, but hadn't thought much of it. He sat down in the middle of the room to be sure he couldn't be seen from the street. He listened to the summer silence outside. The sun had returned. Marcus had invented a whole life for the boy in the photo. But he had forgotten that people age, and now he had come back to fetch the thing in the desk drawer. Then Marcus heard a car engine break the silence. "Are you sure the numbering doesn't go the other way?" Kari asked as she peered out at the modest wooden houses, hoping to spot a house number for guidance. "Perhaps we should ask that guy over there." She nodded towards the curb, where a guy in a hoodie with the hood up, his head down and a red bag over his shoulder was walking towards them. "The house is just over the hill," Simon said, and accelerated. "Trust me." "So you knew his father?" "Yes. What did you find out about the boy?" "Anyone at Starton who was prepared to talk to me said that he was quiet and didn't say much, but that he was well liked. He had no real friends and kept mainly to himself. I haven't been able to track down any relatives. This is his last known address." "Do you have keys to the house?" "They were with his belongings that were being stored in the prison. I didn't need a new warrant. A search warrant had already been issued in connection with his escape." "So an officer has already visited?" "Only to check if Sonny had gone home, though no one really thought he would be that stupid." "No friends, no relatives, no money? That doesn't leave him with a lot of options. You'll soon learn that prisoners, as a rule, are remarkably stupid." "I know, but that breakout wasn't the work of an idiot." "Perhaps not," Simon admitted. "No," Kari said firmly. "Sonny Loftus was an A-grade student. He was one of Norway's best wrestlers in his age group, not because he was the strongest, but because he was a clever tactician." "You've done your homework?" "No," she said. "I just Googled his name, looked at PDFs of old newspapers, made a few phone calls. It's not rocket science." "There's the house," he said. Simon parked the car. They got out, and Kari opened the garden gate. "How dilapidated it looks now," he remarked. Simon took out his police-issue revolver and checked the safety catch was off before Kari unlocked the front door. Simon entered first with his weapon raised. He stopped in the hallway and listened. He flicked on the light switch. A wall lamp lit up. "Whoops," he whispered. "Unusual for an uninhabited house to have power. Looks like someone has recently—" "No," Kari said. "I've checked it. Ever since Loftus went to prison, the utility bills have been paid from a Cayman Islands account that's impossible to trace back to an individual. The amounts aren't huge, but it's mysterious," Simon said. "That's all good. We detectives just love a good mystery, don't we?" He led the way down the hallway and into the kitchen. He opened the fridge. He discovered that it wasn't plugged in, even though there was a solitary carton of milk inside it. He nodded to Kari, who gave him a puzzled look before she understood. She sniffed the open milk carton. No smell. Then she shook the carton, and they heard the rattling of lumps that had once been milk. She followed Simon through the living room, up the stairs to the first floor. They checked all the rooms and ended up in what was clearly the boy's bedroom. Simon sniffed the air. "His family," Kari said, pointing to one of the photographs on the wall. "Yes," Simon said. "His mother. She looks like a singer or an actress, doesn't she?" Simon made no reply. He was looking at the other photograph, the one that was missing. More precisely, he looked at the faded rectangle on the wallpaper where the photograph used to be. He sniffed the air again. "I managed to speak to one of Sonny's old teachers," Kari said. "He said that Sonny wanted to be a police officer like his father, but that he went off the rails when his father died, got into trouble at school, pushed people away, deliberately isolated himself, and became self-destructive. His mother, too, fell apart after the suicide. Hélène," Simon said. "Pardon?" "Her name was Hélène. An overdose of sleeping pills." Simon scanned the room. His gaze stopped at the dusty bedside table,
while Kari's voice intoned in the background. When Sonny was 18 years old, he confessed to 2 murders and was sent to prison. There was a line in the dust. Up until then, the police investigations had pointed in completely different directions. Simon took 2 brisk steps towards the window. The afternoon sunshine fell on the bicycle that was lying on the ground in front of the red house. He looked down the road they had come up. There was no one there now. "Things aren't always how they appear," he said. "What do you mean?" Simon closed his eyes. Did he have the energy? All over again. He took a deep breath. Everyone in the police thought that Ab Loftus must have been the mole. When Ab died, the mole's activities ceased. No more strangely failed raids, or evidence, witnesses, or suspects suddenly disappearing. They took that as proof. But? Simon shrugged. Ab was a man who was proud of his work and the police force. He didn't care about getting rich. All he cared about was his family. There is no doubt that there was a mole. So? So someone still has to find out who that mole was. Simon sniffed again. Sweat. He could smell sweat. Someone had been here recently. "And who might that be?" she asked. "Someone young and resourceful." Simon looked at Kari. Over her shoulder, at the wardrobe door. Sweat. Fear. "There's no one here," Simon said loudly. "All good. Let's go downstairs." Simon stopped halfway down the stairs and signalled to Kari to carry on walking. He remained where he was and waited. He listened out as he gripped the handle of his pistol tightly. Silence. Then he followed Kari. He returned to the kitchen, found a pen and wrote something on a pad of yellow post-it notes. Kari cleared her throat. "What exactly did Frank mean when he said you were kicked out of the serious fraud office?" "I'd rather not talk about it," Simon said, tore off the post-it note and stuck it on the fridge door. "Did it have anything to do with gambling?" Simon looked at her sharply. Then he left. She read the note. "I knew your father. He was a good man, and I think he would have said the same about me. Contact me, and I promise you that I'll bring you in a safe and proper manner. Simon Kefas, telephone 550106573, simon.kefas@oslopol.no." Then she rushed after him. Marcus Engstedt heard the car start and breathed a sigh of relief. He was squatting under the clothes on the hangers, with his back pressed against the back of the wardrobe. He had never been so scared in his whole life. He could smell his T-shirt, which was so wet with sweat that it was sticking to his body. And yet it had also been exhilarating, like when he was in free fall from the 10-meter board at Frogner Bardet's diving pool, thinking that the worst that could happen was that he might die, and that it wouldn't be that terrible, really. Chapter 15. "And how may I help Sir today?" Tor Jonason said. It was how he usually addressed his customers. Tor was 20 years old, the average age of his customers 25, and the goods in the shop less than 5. And that was why the archaic form of address was funny, in Tor Jonason's opinion. However, it looked like his humour had gone way over his customer's head, though it was hard to tell since the guy's hood was pulled so far down that his face was basically in the shade. Words emerged from the land of shadows. "I want one of those mobiles where you can't trace the caller." "A drug dealer, of course. They were the only customers who ever asked for such a phone." "On this iPhone you can block the sender details," Tor said, and picked up a white phone from a shelf in the small shop. "Your number won't show up on the display of the person you're calling. It's a great contract." The potential customer shifted his weight, adjusted the strap of the red sports bag on his shoulder. Tor decided not to take his eyes off him until he was well outside the shop. "No, I don't want a contract phone," the guy said. "I want one that can't be traced, not even by the provider." Or the police, Tor Jonason thought. "You're thinking of a burner phone, like they use in The Wire," he said out loud. "Sorry? The Wire? The TV series? So the drug squad can't trace the phone back to its owner?" Tor realised that his customer had no idea what he was talking about. God almighty. A drug dealer who said sorry and who had never seen The Wire? "That's in the US. We don't have those in Norway. Since 2005, you need to show ID even if you buy a phone with a prepaid SIM card. It needs to be registered to someone." "Someone?" "Yes, it needs to be registered in your name. Or your parents' name, if, say, you're getting them a phone." "OK," the man said. "Give me the cheapest phone you have, with a prepaid SIM card." "Certainly," the shop assistant said, leaving out the sir, putting the iPhone back and taking down a smaller mobile. "This isn't the very, very cheapest, but it has internet access. It's 1,200 kroner with the SIM card." "Internet access?" Tor looked at the man again. He couldn't be much older than him, but he seemed genuinely confused. With 2 fingers, Tor pushed his shoulder-length hair behind his ear. It was a mannerism he had adopted after watching Season 1 of Sons of Anarchy. "The SIM card lets you surf the net on your mobile." "Can't I do that in an internet cafe?" Tor Jonassen laughed. Perhaps they did share a sense of humour after all. "My boss was just telling me that this shop used to be an internet cafe a few years ago. Probably the last one in Oslo." The man appeared to be in 2 minds. Then he nodded. "I'll take it." He put a pile of banknotes on the counter. Tor picked them up. The banknotes were stiff and dusty, as if they had been stored somewhere for a long time. "Like I said, I need to see some ID." The man produced an ID card from his pocket and handed it over. Tor looked at it and realised that he had been wrong. Completely wrong. There was no way this man was a drug dealer, quite the opposite. He entered the name into his computer, Helga Sørensen, found the address, returned the card with the change to the man he now knew was a prison officer. "Do you sell batteries for this?" the man said, holding up a silver-coloured device. "What is it?" Tor asked. "It's a Discman," the man replied. "I can see that you sell headphones for it." Tor stared blankly at the display of headsets and earphones above the iPods. "Do I?" Tor opened the back of the museum piece and took out the old batteries. He found 2 rechargeable Sanyo AA batteries, which he inserted and pressed play. A shrill hum could be heard coming from the headphones. "These batteries are rechargeable." "So they won't die like the old ones?" "Oh, yes, but they'll rise again from the dead." Tor thought he saw a smile in the shadows. Then the man pushed back his hood and put on the earphones. "Depeche Mode," he said with a broad smile, and paid for the batteries. Then he turned round and left the shop. It struck Tor Jonassen that he was surprised by the appealing face under the hood. He walked up to a new customer and asked how he could help Sir today. It wasn't until his lunch break that Tor realised why the face had struck a chord with him. It wasn't because it was appealing. It was because it looked nothing like the photo on the ID card. Just what made a face appealing, Marta asked herself as she looked at the young man behind the reception hatch. Perhaps it was simply the words he had uttered. Most people came to reception for a sandwich, a cup of coffee, or a chat about their real or imagined problems. And if it wasn't that, then they would turn up with a container full of used syringes, which they had to hand over in exchange for sterile ones. But this new resident had just told her that he had been pondering her question from their introductory talk. Did he have any plans for the future? And, yes, now he did. He was going to look for a job, but in order to do that, he needed a professional appearance, a suit, and he had seen some in the clothing storeroom. Could he possibly borrow? Of course, Marta said, getting up and leading the way. Her footsteps felt lighter than they had for a long time. True, it might be just a whim, a project he would abandon at the first hurdle, but at least it was something. It was hope, a temporary break from the relentless one-way traffic to rock bottom. She sat on a chair by the door to the narrow storeroom and watched as he put on the suit trousers in front of a mirror leaning against the wall. This was the 3rd suit he was trying on. Once a group of politicians from the city council had visited the centre. They were there to reassure themselves that living standards in Oslo's residential facilities were more than just adequate. In the storeroom, one of them had questioned why the centre had so many suits in stock, suggesting that this type of garment was surely inappropriate for its clientele. The politicians had exercised themselves about this, until a smiling Marta replied, "Because our residents attend many more funerals than you do." The young man was skinny, but not as frail as she had first thought. She saw muscles ripple under his skin when he raised his arms to put on one of the shirts she had found. He had no tattoos, but his pale skin was riddled with needle marks. On the back of his knees, his inner thighs, on his lower legs, on the side of his neck. He put on the jacket and looked at himself before turning to her. It was a pinstriped suit whose previous owner had barely worn it before fashion changed, and he, out of the kindness of his heart and good taste, had donated it to the centre together with the rest of last year's wardrobe. It was only slightly too big for the young man. "Perfect!" she laughed and clapped her hands. He smiled, and when the smile reached his eyes, it was as if an electric heater had been turned on. It was the kind of smile that softened stiff muscles and soothed hurt feelings, a smile someone suffering from compassion fatigue was sorely in need of, but, and the thought hadn't occurred to her until now, could not allow herself. She broke away from his gaze and looked him up and down. "It's a shame I haven't got any smart shoes for you. These are fine." He tapped the floor with the heel of his blue trainer. She smiled, but without looking up this time. "And you need a haircut. Come on." She followed him up the stairs and back to reception, sat him down on a chair, covered him with 2 towels, and found a pair of kitchen scissors. She wet his hair with water from the kitchen tap and combed his hair with her own comb. And while the other girls at reception commented and offered suggestions, tufts of hair fell to the floor. A couple of residents stopped outside the reception hatch and complained that they had never been offered a haircut, so why was the newcomer getting special treatment? Marta waved them away and concentrated on the job in hand. "Where will you try to get work?" she said, and looked at the fine white hairs at the back of his neck. She needed an electric shaver for them, or a disposable razor. "I have some contacts, but I don't know where they live, so I thought I would look them up in the phone book." "The phone book?" one of the girls snorted. "You can just look them up on the net." "I can do that," the young man said. "Are you for real?" She laughed, a little too loud, and her eyes sparkled, Marta noticed. "I've bought a mobile with internet," he said, "but I don't know how you—" "I'll show you." The girl walked up to him and held out her hand. He took out his mobile and handed it to her. She pressed the keys with easy familiarity. "You just Google them. What's the name?" "The name? Yes, their name. My name is Maria, for example." Marta sent her a gentle, warning look. The girl was young and had just started working with them. She had studied social science, but had little practical experience. The kind of experience that means you know exactly where the invisible line between professional concern and socializing with the residents is drawn. "Iverson," he said. "That's going to result in too many hits. Do you know their first name?" "Just show me how to search and I'll do the rest myself," the young man said. "Okay." Maria pressed some buttons and handed him the mobile. "Just type in their name there." "Thank you so much." Marta had finished. Only the fine hairs on his neck remained, and she had just remembered that she had found a razor blade stuck to a window in a room she had cleared out earlier today. She had put the razor blade, which had undoubtedly been used to chop coke for sniffing, on the kitchen counter in order to dispose of it safely in the next syringe container that came in. She lit a match and held the razor blade over the flame for a few seconds. Then she rinsed it under the tap and pinched it between her thumb and index finger. "You need to sit very still now," she said. "Mm-hmm," said the young man, who was busy pressing buttons on his mobile. She shuddered as she watched the thin steel blade glide across the soft skin on his neck. She watched as the hairs were cut and fell. The thought announced itself spontaneously. How little it took. How little separated life from death, happiness from tragedy, the meaningful from the meaningless. She finished and looked over his shoulder. Saw the name he had entered.
the white tails of the searching symbols spinning. "Done," she said. He leaned his head backwards and looked up at her. "Thank you." She took the towels and walked quickly to the laundry room, so as not to scatter loose hairs everywhere. Johnny Puma was lying in the darkness with his face to the wall when he heard his room enemy come in and close the door silently behind him. Tiptoe across the floor, but Johnny was on his guard. The guy would get a taste of Puma's iron fist if he tried to nick his stash. His room enemy, however, made no attempt to approach him. Instead, Johnny heard the wardrobe door open. He turned over in his bed. It was his room enemy's wardrobe. That was all right. Johnny assumed that the guy must already have searched Johnny's own wardrobe while he was asleep and discovered that nothing of value was stored there. A beam of sunlight fell in between the curtains and on the young man. Puma flinched. The boy had taken something out of a red sports bag, and now Johnny could see what it was. The boy slipped the object into the empty box from the trainers, which was then placed on the top shelf. When he closed the wardrobe and turned round, Johnny quickly shut his eyes. "Bloody hell," he thought, and made sure to keep his eyes shut. But he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep. Marcus yawned. He pressed his eyes against the binoculars and studied the moon that hung above the yellow house. Then he aimed the binoculars at the house itself. It was completely still now. Nothing more had happened. But would the sun return? Marcus hoped so. Perhaps he would find out what he wanted to do with it, the old thing that had been lying in the drawer, gleaming, smelling of oil and metal, and might be the one that the father had used when he... Marcus yawned again. It had been an eventful day. He knew he would sleep like a log tonight.
Chapter 16. Agneta Iversen was 49 years old, but if you judged her by her smooth skin, bright eyes, and slim figure, she looked 35. Most people, however, took her to be older than she was due to her greying hair, the conservative, classic, and timeless way she dressed, and her educated speech, which bordered on the dated. And, of course, the life the Iversen family lived high up on Holmenkollosen. They seemed to belong to a different, an older generation, which Agneta, as the stay-at-home wife with 2 domestics who helped her manage the house and garden, as well as service every need of Agneta herself, her husband Ivar, and their son Ivar Jr. Even compared to the other imposing houses in the neighbourhood, the Iversen home was impressive. Nevertheless, the domestic tasks were still suitably manageable, so that the help, or the staff, as Ivar Jr. liked to refer to them with a hint of sarcasm, since he had finished his final school exams and developed a new and more social democratic frame of reference, didn't start work until 12 noon. This meant that Agneta Iversen could be the first person to rise, go for a little early morning walk in the forest which bordered their property, and pick a bouquet of ox-eyed daisies before making breakfast for her 2 men. She sat with her teacup as she watched them consume the healthy and nutritious meal she had prepared for them as the start to a long and demanding day at the office. When they had finished eating, and Ivar Jr. had thanked her for the meal with a handshake, as had been the tradition in the Iversen household for several generations, she wiped the table and dried her hands on a white apron she would shortly drop into the laundry basket. Then she followed them out onto the front steps, gave them each a peck on the cheek, and watched them get into the elderly, well-maintained Mercedes in the double garage and drive out into the bright sunshine. Ivar Jr. had spent his school holidays at the family's property company in the hope that it would teach him the meaning of hard work, that nothing is for free, and to appreciate that controlling a family fortune entails as many obligations as privileges. The gravel on the drive crunched as father and son drove up to the road, while she waved to them from the steps. And if anyone had told her that the whole scene looked like a 1950s commercial, she would have laughed, agreed with them, and then given the matter very little thought. Because Agneta Iversen lived the life she wanted. She spent her days taking care of the 2 men she loved, so they in turn could manage assets in the best interests of the family and society. What could possibly be more rewarding? From the radio in the kitchen, she could just about make out the newsreader's voice say something about a spike in the number of fatal drugs overdoses in Oslo, a rise in prostitution, and an escaped prisoner who had been at large for the last 2 days. There was so much unpleasantness in the world down below her, so many things which didn't work, which lacked the balance and the order one should always strive for. And while she stood there, contemplating the perfect harmony of her own life, her family, her household this day, she became aware that the side gate in the neatly trimmed 2-metre-tall hedge, which was used mostly by the domestic staff, had opened. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun. The boy, walking down the narrow flagstone path, looked like he might be the same age as Eva Jr., and her initial thought was that he must be a friend of his. She smoothed her apron. But as he came closer, she realized that he was probably some years older than her son, and wearing clothes that neither Eva Jr. nor any of his friends would ever wear. An unfashionable brown pinstriped suit and a pair of blue trainers. He had a red sports bag slung over his shoulder, and Agneta Iversen wondered if he was from the Jehovah's Witnesses before she remembered that they always came in pairs. Nor did he look like a door-to-door salesman. He had reached the foot of the steps. "How can I help you?" she said obligingly. "Is this where the Iversen family lives?" "It is. But if you want to talk to Eva Jr. or my husband, then you've just missed them." She pointed across the garden in the direction of the road. The boy nodded, stuck his left hand into the sports bag and pulled something out. He aimed it at her while he took a small step to the left. Agneta had never experienced anything like it. Not in real life. But there was nothing wrong with her eyesight, never had been. All the family had perfect sight. So she didn't doubt her eyes for one moment, just gasped for air and automatically retreated one step to the open door behind her. It was a handgun. She continued her retreat while she looked at the boy, but she couldn't catch his eye behind the weapon. There was a bang, and she felt as if someone had punched her, shoved her hard in the chest, and she continued to move, stumbling backwards through the door, numb and with no control of her limbs, and yet she stayed on her feet through the hallway. She flung out her arms in an attempt to regain her balance and felt her hand strike one of the pictures on the wall. She didn't fall until she crashed through the doorway to the kitchen and barely noticed that she banged her head against the kitchen counter and took with her a glass vase which was standing there. But when she lay on the floor with her head pressed up against the bottom drawer and her neck bowed so that she was looking down at herself, she saw the flowers, the ox-eye daisies lying amid the broken glass, and something that looked like a red rose growing on her white apron. She looked towards the front door, saw the silhouette of the boy's head outside, saw him turn towards the maples to the left of the flagstone path. Then he bent down and was gone. And she prayed to God that he was. She tried to get up, but she couldn't move. It was as if her body had been disconnected from her brain. She closed her eyes and felt the pain, a kind of pain she hadn't felt before. It flooded all of her body as if she was about to be torn in half, but at the same time it was numb, almost distant. The news had ended. They played classical music again. Schubert, Abends unter der Linde. She heard the sound of soft footsteps. Trainers on the stone floor. She opened her eyes. The boy was coming towards her, but his gaze was focused on something pinched between his fingers. A cartridge shell. She had seen them when the family went hunting in the autumn at their cabin in Hardangervidda. He dropped it into the red bag, took out a pair of yellow washing-up gloves and a face cloth. He sat down on his haunches, put on the gloves, and wiped something off the floor. Blood. Her blood. Then he rubbed the soles of his shoes with the cloth. Agneta realized that he was removing his footprints and cleaning his trainers, like a professional killer would have done, someone who didn't want to leave behind any evidence, or any witnesses. She should feel afraid, but she didn't. She felt nothing. Or she was capable only of observing, registering, reasoning. He stepped over her and went back to the hallway, to the bathroom and bedrooms.
He left the door open. Agneta managed to turn her head. The boy had opened her handbag, which she had left on the bed. She was planning on going into town to buy a skirt from Ferner Jakobsen. He opened her purse, took out her money, and discarded everything else. He went over to the chest of drawers, pulled out first the top drawer and then the second, where she knew he would find her jewellery box. The beautiful and priceless pearl earrings she had inherited from her grandmother. Well, strictly speaking, they weren't priceless. Her husband had had them valued at 280,000 kroner. She heard the jewellery rattle into the sports bag. He disappeared into the family bathroom. He emerged again, holding their toothbrushes, hers, Eva's, and Eva Junior's. He must be either terribly poor or terribly disturbed, or both. He came over to her and bent down. He put his hand on her shoulder. "Does it hurt?" She managed to shake her head. She wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. He moved his hand, and she felt the rubber glove on her neck. His thumb and index finger pressed against her artery. Was he about to strangle her? No, he didn't press very hard. "Your heart will stop beating shortly," he said. Then he got up and walked back to the front door. He wiped down the door handle with the facecloth, closed the door behind him. Next she heard the garden gate close. Then Agneta Iversen felt it coming. The chill. It started in her feet and her hands. It spread to her head, the top of her scalp, ate its way towards her heart from all sides. And darkness followed. Sarah looked at the man who had got on the metro at Holmenkollen station. He sat down in the other carriage, the one she had just moved from, when three youths with back-to-front baseball caps had got on at Vauxhall. During the summer holidays, there were few people on the trains immediately following the morning rush hour, so she had been the only passenger. And now they were starting to harass him, too. She heard the smallest of them, who was clearly the leader, call the man a loser, laugh at his trainers, tell him to get out of their carriage, saw him spit on the floor in front of him. Stupid gangster wannabes. Now one of them, a handsome blonde lad, probably a neglected posh boy, pulled out a flick knife. Dear God, were they really going to... He jerked his hand in front of the man. Sarah almost screamed. Howling laughter erupted in the other carriage. He had plunged the knife into the seat between the man's knees. The leader said something, gave the man 5 seconds to get out. The man rose. For a moment it looked as if he was thinking about fighting back. Yes, it actually did. But then he pulled the red sports bag closer to his body and moved to her carriage. "Fucking coward!" they shouted out after him in their MTV Norwegian. Then they roared with laughter. There was just her and him and the three youths on the train. In the door which connected the two carriages, the man stopped and balanced for a few seconds, and their eyes met. And though she couldn't exactly see the fear in his eyes, she knew it was there. The fear of the weak and the degenerate who always defer, slink away and yield territory to anyone who bares their teeth and threatens physical violence. Sarah despised him. She despised his weakness, and the well-intentioned goodness he undoubtedly surrounded himself with. In some way, she wished they had beaten him up, taught him to hate a little, and she hoped that he saw the contempt in her eyes, and that he would squirm, wriggle on the hook. But instead he smiled to her, muttered a modest hello, sat down 2 rows away, and looked dreamily out of the window, as if nothing had happened. Good God, what kind of people have we become? A bunch of pathetic old women who don't even have the decency to be ashamed of ourselves. She was sorely tempted to spit on the floor herself. Chapter 17. "And they say Norway doesn't have an upper class," Simon Kefas remarked as he held up the white and orange police tape so that Kari Ardal could duck underneath it. A panting, uniformed police officer whose forehead glistened with sweat stopped them in front of the double garage. They showed them their warrant cards. He checked the photographs and asked Simon to remove his sunglasses. "Who find her?" Simon asked, squinting against the sharp sunlight. "The cleaners," the policeman said.
They turned up for work at 12 noon and called the emergency services. Any witnesses who saw or heard anything? No one saw anything, the policeman said. But we've spoken to a neighbour who says that she heard a loud bang. At first she thought it might have been an exploding tyre. They wouldn't recognise gunshots in a neighbourhood like this. Thank you, Simon said, put his sunglasses back on and walked up the steps ahead of Kari to where a CSO in white overalls was examining the front door old-school style with a small black-haired brush. Little flags marked the path the CSOs had already cleared, and it led right to the body, which was lying on the kitchen floor. A ray of sunlight fell through the window across the stone floor and sparkled in the puddles of water and the broken glass around the ox-eye daisies. A man dressed in a suit was squatting beside the body and conferring with a medical examiner whom Simon recognized. "Excuse me," Simon said, and the man in the suit looked up. His hair, glistening with several different products, and his carefully combed narrow sideburns, made Simon wonder if he was Italian. "Who are you?" "I could ask you the same question," the man said, making no attempt to get up. Simon guessed him to be in his early 30s. "Chief Inspector Kefas, homicide." "Pleased to meet you. Osmond Bjornstad. I'm a DI with Kripos. You don't look like you've been told that we're taking over this case." "Says who?" "Your own boss, as it happens. The chief superintendent." The suit shook his head and pointed at the ceiling. Simon noticed Bjornstad's nails. They had to be manicured, surely. "The commissioner?" Bjornstad nodded. "He contacted Kripos and told us we might as well come over right away." "Why?" "I guess he thought you'd end up asking us for assistance sooner or later." "When you would have waltzed in like you have now and taken charge?" Osmond Bjornstad smiled briefly. "Listen, it wasn't my decision. But whenever Kripos is asked to assist in a murder inquiry, we always make it a condition that we're given overall responsibility for the investigation, tactical as well as technical." Simon nodded. He was well aware of it. It wasn't the first time that Oslo Police's Homicide Squad and the National Criminal Investigation Service, Kripos, were stepping on each other's toes. And he knew that what he ought to do was say thank you and be grateful for one less case to deal with, go back to his office and focus on the Vollan investigation instead. "Well, as we're here, we might as well take a look around," Simon said. "Why?" Bjornstad made no attempt to hide his irritation. "I'm sure you have everything under control, Bjornstad, but I have a newly qualified investigator with me. She would benefit from seeing how we examine a real-life crime scene. How about it?" The Kripos investigator looked reluctantly at Kari. Then he shrugged. "Great," Simon said, and squatted down. It wasn't until now that he looked at the body. He had deliberately avoided it and waited until he could give it his full attention. You only get one chance at first impressions. The almost symmetrical circle of blood in the middle of the white apron briefly reminded him of the national flag of Japan, apart from the fact that the sun had gone down and not up for the woman who stared at the ceiling with that dead look he had never grown used to. Simon had concluded the look was a combination of a human body and the totally dehumanized expression, the absence of vitality, a human being reduced to an object. He had been told that the victim's name was Agneta Iversen. What he knew for sure was that she had been shot in the chest, a single shot, or so it would appear. He looked at her hands. None of her nails were broken, and her hands showed no sign of a struggle. The nail polish on the middle finger of her left hand was chipped, but that could have happened when she fell. "Any sign of a break-in?" Simon asked, and signalled to the medical examiner to turn over the body. Bjornstad shook his head. "The door might have been left unlocked. The victim's husband and son had just left for work. We didn't find any fingerprints on the door handle either." "Not one?" Simon let his gaze glide along the edge of the worktop. "No. As you can see, she's very house-proud." Simon studied the exit wound on the victim's back. "Straight through. The bullet appears to have gone through soft tissue only." The medical examiner pressed his lips together and pushed them out while he shrugged, a gesture that told Simon his conjecture wasn't unreasonable. "And the bullet?" Simon asked, glancing up at the wall above the worktop. Reluctantly, Osmond Bjornstad pointed higher up. "Thank you," Simon said. "And the shell?" "Not found yet. the investigator said, and took out a mobile with a gold-coloured casing. I see. And what is Kripos' preliminary theory as to what happened here? Theory? Bjørnstad smiled, pressing the mobile to his ear. Surely that's obvious. The burglar entered, shot the victim in here, took whatever valuables he could find, and fled the scene. A planned robbery that ended up with an unplanned killing, I think. Perhaps she put up a fight or started to scream. And how do you think Bjørnstad held up a hand to indicate his call had been answered? Hello, it's me. Can you get me a list of anyone currently around with convictions for violent robbery? Do a quick check to see if there's anyone in Oslo. Prioritise those who used guns. Thank you. He dropped the mobile into his jacket pocket. Listen, old boy, we've quite a lot of work to do here, so I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to— All good, Simon said, proffering his broadest smile. But if we promise not to get in your way, perhaps we could take a look around first? The Kripos investigator looked at his older colleague with suspicion. And we promise not to step inside the flags. Bjørnstad granted his request with gracious benevolence. He found what he was looking for, Kari observed when they stood in front of the bed on the thick wall-to-wall carpet in the master bedroom. On the bedspread lay a handbag, an open, emptied purse, and a jewellery box lined with red velvet, also empty. Perhaps, Simon said, ignoring the flag and squatting down beside the bed. He would have been standing roughly here when he tipped out the handbag and the jewellery box, don't you agree? Yes, as everything is lying on the bed. Simon studied the carpet. He was about to get up again when he stopped mid-motion and bent down. What is it? Blood, Simon said. He bled on the carpet. Unlikely. It's a rectangular mark, so it's probably a shoe print. Imagine you're burgling a house in a wealthy area like this. Where do you think the safe is? Kari pointed to the wardrobe. Exactly, Simon said, got up and opened the wardrobe door. The safe was located in the middle of the wall and was the size of a microwave oven. Simon pressed the handle down. Locked. Unless the burglar took time to lock the safe afterwards, something which would seem odd given that he discarded the jewellery box and the purse, he didn't touch it, Simon said. Let's see if they've finished with the body. On the way back to the kitchen, Simon went into the bathroom. He reappeared, frowning. What is it? Kari asked. Did you know that in France they have one toothbrush per 40 inhabitants? That's a myth, and those statistics are old, she said. But then I'm an old man, Simon said. Either way, the Iversen family doesn't have a single toothbrush between them. They returned to the kitchen, where the body of Agneta Iversen had been temporarily abandoned, and Simon could examine her unhindered. He looked at her hands, studying closely the angle of the entry and exit wounds. He got up and asked Kari to stand right in front of the victim's feet, with her back to the worktop. I apologize in advance, he said, walked up beside her, pressed one finger between her small breasts in the same spot as the bullet had entered Agneta Iversen, and another in between her shoulder blades, in a place which corresponded to the victim's exit wound. He studied the angle between the 2 points before he let his gaze travel up to the bullet hole on the wall. Then he bent down and picked up one of the ox-eye daisies, rested one knee on the worktop, stretched up and popped the flower into the bullet hole. Come on, he said, sliding off the worktop and walking down the hallway towards the front door. He stopped at a picture which was hanging crooked, leaned closer and pointed at something red on the edge of the picture frame. Blood? Kari asked. Nail polish, Simon said, and placed the back of his left hand against the picture and looked over his shoulder at the body. Then he continued towards the door, stopped and squatted down by the threshold, crouched over a lump of soil which had been marked with a flag. Don't you dare touch that, said a voice behind them. They looked up. Oh, it's you, Simon, said the man in white, and ran a finger over his wet lips in the depths of his ginger beard. Hi, Niels. Long time no see. Are they treating you properly in Kripos? The man shrugged. Oh, they are. That's probably because I'm so old and over the hill that they feel sorry for me. And are you? Oh, yes.
the crime scene technician sighed. "It's all about DNA these days, Simon. DNA and computer models people like us don't understand. It's not like back in our day." "I don't think we're quite over the hill yet," Simon said, studying the catch lock in the front door. "Give my best to your wife, Niels." The bearded man remained standing. "I still don't have her. To your dog, then." "My dog's dead, Simon." "Then we'll have to skip the pleasantries, Niels," Simon said, and went outside. "Kari, count to 3 and then scream as loud as you can. Afterwards come outside on the steps and stay there, okay?" She nodded, and he closed the door. Kari looked at Niels, who shook his head before he walked away. Then she screamed at the top of her lungs. She yelled the word "for," which was what she had been taught to shout to warn anyone on the rare occasions she hooked or sliced a golf stroke. Then she opened the door. Simon was aiming his index finger at her from the foot of the steps. "Now move," he said. She did as she was told, and saw him shift slightly to the left and narrow one eye. "He must have been standing here," Simon said, still aiming his index finger at her. She turned and saw the white ox-eye daisy on the kitchen wall. Simon looked to the right, went over to the maples, spread them. Kari realized what he was looking for. The shell. "Aha," he muttered to himself, took out his mobile, held it up to his eye, and she heard the digitally simulated sound of a camera shutter. He pinched some soil from the ground between his thumb and forefinger and scattered it. Then he returned to the steps to show her the picture he had taken. "A shoe print," she said. "The killer's," he said. "Oh?" "Right, I think school's out, Cephas." They turned round. It was Björnstad. He looked angry. 3 CSOs were standing alongside him, including Niels with the ginger beard. "Almost done," Simon said, and tried to get back inside. "I thought we would just—" "I think we're done," Björnstad said, legs akimbo and blocking the path as he folded his arms across his chest. "I found a flower in my bullet hole, and that's a step too far. That'll be all for today." Simon shrugged. "Fine, we've seen enough anyway to draw our own conclusions. Good luck finding your assassin, folks." Björnstad scoffed. "So you're trying to impress your young student here by calling it an assassination?" He turned to Kari. "I'm sorry that real life isn't quite as exciting as the old boy here would like it to be. It's just a bog-standard murder." "You're wrong," Simon said. Björnstad rested his hand on his hip. "My parents taught me to respect my elders. I'm giving you 10 seconds of respect, and then I want you gone." One of the CSOs tittered. "What nice parents," Simon said. 9 seconds. "The neighbour said she heard a shot. What about it? The properties here are large and there's plenty of room between them, and the houses are well insulated. The neighbour wouldn't have been able to hear anything she could identify as a bang coming from inside the house. Outside, however—" Björnstad leaned his head back as if to study Simon from another angle. "What's your point?" "Mrs. Everson was about as tall as Kari here, and the only angle that fits with her standing up when she was shot and her entry wound being here," he pointed to Kari's chest, "and her exit wound being on her back here, while the bullet ends up in the wall where I put the ox-eye daisy, is that the shooter was on a lower level than her, but that they both stood quite a long way from the kitchen wall. In other words, the victim was standing where we're standing now, while the shooter was standing at the bottom of the steps on the flagstones. That was how the neighbour heard the shot. However, the neighbour didn't hear any screaming or noises preceding the shot, nothing to indicate commotion or resistance, so my guess is it happened quickly." Björnstad couldn't help glancing back at his colleagues. He shifted his weight. "And then he dragged her inside, is that what you're saying?" Simon shook his head. "No, I think she stumbled backwards." "And what makes you think that?" "You're right that Mrs. Everson was house-proud. The only thing in this house hanging crooked is that picture there." The others turned to look where Simon was pointing. "Besides, there's nail polish on the side of the picture frame closest to the door. It means she struck it as she staggered back inside. It fits with the chipped nail polish on her left middle finger." Björnstad shook his head. "If she was shot in the doorway and walked backwards, there would have been bloodstains from the exit wound along the hallway. And there were.
Simon said, but the killer cleaned them up. Like you said yourself, there were no fingerprints on the door handle, not even the family's. Not because Agneta Iverson started spring cleaning seconds after her husband and son had touched the handle on their way out, but because the killer didn't want to leave us any evidence. And I'm quite sure that the reason he mopped up the blood on the floor was that he had stepped in it and didn't want to leave shoe prints. So he also wiped down the soles of his shoes. Is that right? Bjørnstad said, still leaning his head backwards, but no longer grinning quite so broadly. And you surmise all this out of thin air? When you dry the soles of your shoes, you don't remove the blood in between the ridges in the pattern of the sole, Simon said, looking at his watch. But that blood will come out if, for example, you stand on a thick rug whose fibres get into the sole pattern and soak up the blood. In the bedroom, you'll find a rectangular bloodstain in the carpet. I think your blood technician will agree with me, Bjørnstad? In the silence that followed, Kari heard the sound of a car being stopped by police officers further up the road. There were agitated voices, one of them belonging to a young man, the victim's husband and son. Whatever, Bjørnstad said with forced indifference. Ultimately, it doesn't matter where the victim was shot. This is a burglary gone wrong, not an assassination. And it sounds as if someone will be here shortly who can confirm that jewellery is missing from the jewellery box. Jewellery is all well and good, Simon said, but if I'd been the burglar, I would have taken Agneta Iverson inside and forced her to show me where the real valuables are kept. Made her give me the combination to the safe, which every idiot burglar knows a house like this will have. But instead, he shoots her right here where the neighbours can hear. Not because he panics. The way he removed evidence shows how callous he is. No, he does it because he knows he won't be spending very long in the house, that he'll be long gone by the time the police arrive. Because he's not there to steal very much, is he? Just enough so that an inexperienced investigator with nice parents will swiftly conclude that it's a burglary gone wrong and not look too closely for the real motive. Simon had to admit that he enjoyed the silence and the sudden colour in Bjørnstad's face. Deep down, Simon Kefas was a simple soul, but he wasn't vindictive. Though he was sorely tempted, he spared his young colleague his parting shot. School's out, Bjørnstad. Given time and experience, it was always possible that Osmund Bjørnstad might one day make a good investigator. Humility was also something good investigators had to learn. Very enjoyable theory, Kefas, Bjørnstad said. I'll keep it in mind. But time is passing and... Short smile. Perhaps you should be on your way. Why didn't you tell him everything? Kari asked, while Simon carefully manoeuvred the car around the sharp bends coming down from Holmenkollåsen. Everything? Simon said, feigning innocence. Kari had to laugh. Simon was doing his eccentric old man act. You knew that the shell had landed somewhere in that flower bed. You didn't find a shell, but you did find a shoe print, which you photographed, and the soil there matched the soil in the hallway? Yes. So why not give him that information? Because he's an ambitious investigator whose ego is bigger than his team spirit, so it's better if he discovers it himself. He'll be more motivated if he feels that it's his evidence and not mine they're following up when they start looking for a man who takes size 8.5 shoes and who picked up an empty shell in that rose bed. They stopped for a red light at Stationsveien. Kari strangled a yawn. And how did you gain such insight into how an investigator like Bjørnstad thinks? Simon laughed. Easy. I was young and ambitious once. But ambition fades in time. Some of it does, yes. Simon smiled. A wistful smile, Kari thought. Is that why you stopped working for the Serious Fraud Office? What makes you say that? You were management, chief inspector in charge of a large team. They've let you keep your title in homicide, but the only person you're in charge of is me. Yep, Simon said, crossing the junction and continuing towards Smithstad. Overpaid, overqualified, left over. Or just over. So what happened? You don't want it? Yes, I do. They drove on in a silence which Kari deemed to be to her advantage, so she kept her mouth shut. Even so, they had almost reached Majerstua before Simon began. I had uncovered a money laundering operation. We're talking serious money, people in high places. My fellow senior officers thought that my investigation and I represented a big risk, that I didn't have enough evidence, that we would be hung out to dry if we pursued the inquiry but failed to secure a conviction. We're not talking your usual common criminal. The suspects were powerful people who'll fight back using the very same system the police use. My colleagues were afraid that even if we won, we would pay for it later. There would be a backlash. Another silence, which lasted until they reached Frogner Park, where Kari finally lost patience. So they kicked you out just because you'd lodged a controversial inquiry? Simon shook his head. I had a problem. Gambling, or to use the technical expression, ludomania. I bought and sold shares, not many, but when you work for the Serious Fraud Office, then you have access to inside information. I never traded in shares I had information about, but I still broke the rules, and they worked that for all it was worth. Kari nodded. They weaved their way towards the city centre and the Ibsen Tunnel. And then? I no longer gamble, nor do I bother anyone. Again this sad, resigned smile. Kari thought about her plans for this evening. Go to the gym, dinner with her in-laws, a viewing in Fagerborg. And heard herself ask the question which must have come from another, almost subconscious part of her brain. Why did the killer take the shell with him? Every shell has a serial number, but it rarely leads us to the killer, Simon said. He might have been scared that the shell would have his prints on it, but I think that this killer would have already thought of that he would have worn gloves when he loaded the gun. I think we can conclude that his gun is relatively recent, produced in the last few years. Oh? For 10 years now, it has been mandatory for handgun manufacturers to engrave a serial number on the weapon's firing pin so that it leaves a kind of unique fingerprint when it hits the cap on the shell. It means all we need to identify the owner is an empty shell and the firearms register. Kari stuck out her lower lip and nodded slowly. Okay, I get that. What I don't get is why he wanted it to look like a robbery. Just like he's scared of the evidence on the shell, he's scared that if we know the real motive, it would lead us to him. Well, then it's straightforward, Kari said, but she was really thinking about the Fagerborg property ad. It had stated that the flat had 2 balconies, one east-facing, one west-facing. Oh? Simon said. The husband, Kari said. Every husband knows that he'll be the prime suspect, unless he can make it look as if his wife was killed for another reason. A burglary, for instance. Another reason apart from jealousy, love, hate. Is there anything else? No, Simon said. There isn't. Chapter 18. Early that afternoon, a shower of rain washed over Oslo without noticeably cooling down the city, and when the sun scorched its way through the layer of clouds, it was as if it wanted to make up for lost time by baking the capital in a white light which caused steam to rise from the roofs and streets. Louis woke up when the sun was so low in the sky that the beams hit his eyes. He peered at the world, at the people and the cars going to and fro in front of him and his begging bowl. It had been a reasonably lucrative business until some years ago when Romanian gypsies started coming to Norway. A few had turned into many, which in turn had become a swarm, a stealing, begging and swindling swarm of locusts. And like all vermin, they must be fought with every possible means. It was Louis's simple opinion on the matter that Norwegian beggars, just like Norwegian shipping companies, were entitled to government protection against foreign competition. As things were now, he was having to rely on stealing, something which was not only exhausting but frankly beneath his dignity. He heaved a sigh and prodded his begging bowl with a filthy finger. Heard there was something in the bowl, not coins, banknotes, in which case he had better pocket them before one of the gypsies nicked them. He looked down in the bowl, blinked twice. Then he picked it up. It was a watch, a lady's watch, it would seem. A Rolex. It was fake, obviously, but heavy, very heavy.
Did people really enjoy wearing such heavy objects around their wrists? He'd heard that watches like that were water-resistant to a depth of 50 metres, something which was sure to come in handy if you went swimming while wearing a watch like this. Could it be? There were some weirdos around, no doubt about it. Lewis looked up and down the street. He knew the watchmaker on the corner of Stortingsgata. They had been at school together. Perhaps he should... Lewis staggered to his feet. Kina was standing next to her shopping trolley, smoking a cigarette. But when the green man lit up and the other pedestrians around her started walking, she stayed put. She had changed her mind. She wasn't going to cross the street today. She stayed where she was, finishing her cigarette. She had nicked the trolley from IKEA a long, long time ago. Simply rolled it out of the store and into the van in the car park. Driven that and a Hemnes bed, a Hemnes table and some Billy bookcases to a place she thought was their future. Her future. He had fixed the furniture before preparing a fix for both of them. He was dead now, she wasn't. And she was no longer a junkie, she was all right. But it was a long time since she last slept in the Hemnes bed. She trod on the cigarette and grabbed the handle of the IKEA trolley. She noticed that someone, probably one of the other pedestrians, had left a plastic bag on top of the filthy woolen blanket in her trolley. Irritated, she snatched the bag. It wasn't the first time people had mistaken the trolley with all her earthly possessions for a common bin. She turned round. She could tell the location of every rubbish bin in Oslo with her eyes shut, and knew there was one right behind her. But then she stopped. The weight of the plastic bag stirred her curiosity. She opened it, plunged her hand in, and brought its contents up into the afternoon sunshine. It glittered and sparkled. Jewellery, necklaces, and a ring. The pendants were diamonds, and the ring was solid gold. Real gold, real diamonds. Kina was almost certain. She had seen gold and diamonds before. After all, the furniture in her childhood home hadn't been self-assembly. Johnny Puma widened his eyes, felt the terror creep up on him, and turned over in the bed. He hadn't heard anyone come in, but now he could hear heavy breathing and moaning. Was Coco in the room? No. This panting sounded more like someone screwing than someone collecting a debt. A couple had been allowed to stay at the centre once. The management must have thought that the two of them needed each other so much that they had made an exception to the men-only rule. It was certainly true that the man had needed the woman. She had financed their heroin addiction by screwing her way from room to room until the management said enough was enough and threw her out. It was the new arrival. He was lying on the floor, facing away from Johnny, and Johnny could faintly hear a synthetic, rhythmic track and a robotic, monotonous voice coming from the earphones he was wearing. The boy was doing push-ups. In his heyday, Johnny could have done 100, using just the one arm. The boy was strong, no doubt about it, but he was struggling with stamina. His back was sagging already. In the light that seeped in between the curtains and hit the wall, he saw a photo which the boy must have pinned up. A man in a police uniform. And he saw something else on the windowsill. A pair of earrings. They looked expensive. He wondered where the boy had stolen them. If they were as expensive as they looked, they might just solve Johnny's problem. Rumour had it Coco was moving out of the hostel tomorrow and that his runners were busy collecting any debts he was owed. It left Johnny with only a few hours to scrape some money together. He had considered burgling one of the apartments in Bislett, as many people were away on holiday. Ring the doorbell and see where there was no answer. He just had to summon up the energy first. But this was simpler and safer. He wondered if he could sneak out of bed and snap up the earrings without getting noticed, but dropped the idea. Stamina or no stamina, he risked a beating. The very idea was laughable. But he could always try to distract the newcomer, make up an excuse to get him out of the room, and then strike. Suddenly Johnny found himself looking into the boy's eyes. He had turned round and was doing sit-ups. He smiled.
Johnny gestured that he wanted to say something, and the boy pulled the earphones out. Johnny heard the lyrics, "Now I'm clean," before he started to talk. "Would you help me down to the cafe, mate? You need something to eat yourself after that workout. If the body can't burn fat or carbohydrates, it'll start eating muscle, you know. And all your hard work will have been for nothing." "Thanks for the tip, Johnny. I just need to shower first, but you get yourself ready." The boy stood up, slipped the earrings into his pocket, and headed out of the door in the direction of the communal showers. "Damn!" Johnny closed his eyes. Did he have the energy? Yes, he had to. Only 2 minutes. He counted the seconds. Then he sat up on the edge of the bed. Pushed off, stood up, grabbed his trousers from the chair. He was putting them on when there was a knock on the door. The boy must have forgotten his keys. Johnny limped over to the door and opened it. "How many times do I have to—" A clenched fist wearing knuckle-dusters landed right in Johnny Puma's forehead, and he fell backwards. The door opened fully, and Coco and 2 of his boys entered. The boys grabbed his arms, and Coco head-butted Johnny so the back of his head slammed into the top bunk. When he looked up again, he was staring right into Coco's ugly, heavily mascaraed eyes and the gleaming point of a stiletto. "I'm busy man, Johnny," Coco said in broken Norwegian. "The others have money, but still they don't pay. You have no money, I know that, so you will be example." Example? I'm a reasonable man, Johnny. You keep one eye. But please, Coco, don't move or I will be damaged when I take it out. I show it to the other scumbags, so they know it's real eye. Okay? Johnny started screaming, but was quickly stopped by a hand placed over his mouth. Yes, Johnny. Not many nerves in eye, little pain, I promise. Johnny knew that his fear was supposed to give him the strength to fight back, but it felt as if it had withered away. Johnny Puma, who had once lifted cars, stared apathetically at the point of the stiletto as it moved closer. "How much?" The voice sounded soft, almost like a whisper. They turned to the door. No one had heard him come in. His hair was wet and he was dressed only in his jeans. "Get out!" Coco hissed. The boy stayed put. "How much does he owe?" "Now? You want to taste my knife?" The new arrival still didn't move. The gopher who was covering Johnny's mouth let go and walked up to him. He nicked my earrings," Johnny said. "It's true. They're in his pocket. I was going to pay you with them, Coco. Search him and you'll see. Please, Coco." Johnny heard the sobbing in his own voice, but he didn't care. Besides, Coco didn't appear to hear him. He was staring at the boy. Probably liked what he saw, the sick pig. Coco called off the gopher with a gesture and chuckled to himself. "Is Johnny boy telling the truth? Handsome?" "You could try finding out," the boy said. "But if I were you, I would say how much he owes you and there'll be less trouble. And less mess." 12,000, Coco said. "Why—" He broke off when the boy stuffed his hand in his pocket, produced a small wad of notes, and started counting out loud from the top. When he reached 12, he handed them to Coco and stuffed the remaining notes back in his pocket. Coco hesitated, as if there had to be something wrong with the money. Then he laughed, opened his mouth and revealed the gold teeth he had had fitted to replace perfectly healthy white ones. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Then he counted the notes again, looked up. "So are we done?" the boy asked, and not with the stony face of a young drug dealer who had seen too many movies. On the contrary, he smiled, like waiters used to smile at Johnny back in the days when he dined in fine restaurants, and they would ask him if everything was okay with the meal. "We're good," Coco grinned. Johnny lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He could hear Coco laughing long after he and his gophers had closed the door and disappeared down the corridor. "Don't worry about it," the boy said.
Johnny could hear him, even though he tried to shut out his voice. "I'd have done the same if I'd been you." "But you're not me," Johnny thought, and felt how the tears were still there, somewhere between his throat and chest. "You haven't been Johnny Bumer." And then stopped being him. "Why don't we go down to the cafe, Johnny?"
The glare from the computer screen was the only light in the study. Any noise came from outside the door, which Simon had left ajar. It was the sound of a radio at low volume in the kitchen downstairs, and of Elsa pottering about. She came from farming stock. There was always something that needed clearing up, washing, sorting, moving, planting, sowing, baking. The work was never-ending. No matter how much you did today, tomorrow would be another full day. It meant working at a steady pace and not rushing so that you broke your back doing it. It was the soothing hum of someone who finds joy and purpose in their chores, the sound of a steady pulse and contentment. To some extent he envied her, but he was also listening out for other sounds, stumbling footsteps or things falling to the floor. If it happened, he would wait to hear if she had things under control. And if he could hear that she was okay, he wouldn't ask about it later, but let her think that he hadn't noticed. He had logged on to the Homicide Squad's intranet and read the reports on Pervolan. Kari had written an impressive amount. She was a hard worker. And yet when he read them, they seemed to be lacking something. Even the most bureaucratic procedural police report couldn't hide the passion of an enthusiastic investigator. Kari's reports were a textbook example of how a police report should sound, objective and factual, no tendentious assertions or prejudices on behalf of the author. Lifeless and cold. He read the witness statements to see if any interesting names cropped up among the people Follen had been in contact with. Nothing. He stared at the wall, thought about 2 words. Nestor. Shelved. Then he Googled Agneta Iversen. Headlines about the murder popped up. Well-known property investor brutally slain. Shot and robbed in her own home. He clicked on one of the headlines. Inspector Osmond Björnstad was quoted from the Kripos press conference in Bryn. Kripos's investigation team has discovered that even though Agneta Iversen was found in the kitchen, she was probably shot on the doorstep. And further down, several pieces of evidence suggest that this is a robbery, but we can't rule out other motives for the time being. Simon scrolled down to some older newspaper articles. They came almost exclusively from the financial papers. Agneta Iversen was the daughter of one of Oslo's biggest property owners. She had an MBA in economics from Wharton in Philadelphia and had, at a relatively young age, taken over the management of the family's property portfolio. However, after marrying Ivar Iversen, a fellow economist, she had retired. One of the financial journalists had described her as the administrator, the refiner, someone who had managed the portfolio in an effective and profitable manner. Her husband, by contrast, had pursued a more aggressive strategy, frequently buying and selling, which involved greater risk, but also greater gain. Another article, 2 years old, had a photo of their son Ivar Jr. under the headline, "Millionaire heir lives jet-set life on Ibiza." Tanned, laughing, flashing a dazzling smile and red-eyed from the camera flash, sweaty after dancing with a champagne bottle in one hand and an equally sweaty blonde in the other. 3 years ago, a page from the financial section, Ivar Sr. shaking hands with Oslo City Council's head of finance when it was announced that Iversen Property had spent 1 billion kroner buying up council properties. Simon heard the door to his study being pushed open. A cup of steaming tea was set down in front of him. "Don't you need some more light in here?" Elsa said, putting her hands on his shoulders, to massage him, or to support herself. "I'm still waiting for the next installment," Simon said. "The next installment of what?" "Of what the doctor said." "But I called to tell you. Are you getting forgetful, darling?" She chuckled and pressed her lips against his head, her soft lips on his scalp. He suspected that she loved him.
You said there wasn't much he could do, Simon replied. Yes. But? But what? I know you, Elsie. That wasn't all he said. She pulled away, leaving only one hand on his shoulder. He waited. He said there's a new kind of surgery in the US. It'll help those who come after me. After? When the surgery and the equipment become standard procedure. But that could take years. Right now it's a complicated operation that costs a fortune. Simon spun round so quickly on the swivel chair that she had to take a step back. He clasped her hands. But that's brilliant news! How much? More than a woman on disability benefit and a man on a police salary can afford. Elsa, listen. We've no children, we own the house, we don't spend money on anything else, we're frugal. Stop it, Simon. You know very well we haven't got any money, and the house is mortgaged to the hilt. Simon swallowed. She hadn't called it by its true name. His gambling debt. As always, she had been too tactful to remind him that they were still paying off his past sins. He squeezed her hands. I'll think of something. I have friends who will lend us the money. Trust me. How much? You had friends, Simon, but you never speak to them these days. I keep telling you, you need to keep in touch or you'll drift apart. Simon sighed. He shrugged his shoulders. I have you. She shook her head. I'm not enough, Simon. Yes, you are. I don't want to be enough. She bent down and kissed him on the forehead. I'm tired. I'll go and lie down. Okay, but how much does it cost? She had already left. Simon looked after her. Then he switched off the computer and took out his mobile. Scrolled down his contacts list. Old friends, old enemies, some of them useful, most of them not. He pressed the number of one of the latter, an enemy, but useful. Friedrich Ansgar was surprised to hear from him, as Simon knew he would be, but feigned delight and agreed to meet. He didn't even pretend to be busy. When he had ended the call, Simon sat in the darkness, staring at his phone. Thought about his dream. His sight. He would give her his eyes. Then he realized what he was looking at on the mobile. It was the photo of the shoe print in the rosebed. Grub, Johnny said, wiping his mouth. Aren't you going to eat something? The boy smiled and shook his head. Johnny looked around. The cafe was a room with an open kitchen, serving counters, a self-service section, and tables which were all fully occupied. The cafe usually closed after lunch, but since the meeting place, Missionens Cafe for Drug Addicts in Schippergata, was being renovated, they had extended their opening hours, which meant that not everyone here was a resident. But most people had been, at some time or other, so Johnny recognized every face. He took another slurp of his coffee as he watched the scowling addicts. It was the usual constant paranoia and prowling, heads whirring. The place was like a waterhole on the savannah where people took turns being prey and predator. Except for the boy. He had looked relaxed. Right until now. Johnny followed his gaze to the door at the back of the kitchen, where Marta was emerging from the staff room. She had put on her coat and was clearly on her way home. And Johnny saw the boy's pupils dilate. Studying other people's pupils was something an addict did almost automatically. Are they using? Are they high? Are they dangerous? In the same way he would watch what other people did with their hands that might steal from you or reach for a knife, or, in threatening situations, instinctively cover and protect the place where someone kept their drugs or their money. And right now, the boy's hands were in his pockets, the same pocket he had put the earrings. Johnny wasn't stupid. Or, yes, he was, but not in every respect. Marta enters, boy's pupils dilate. The earrings. The chair scraped against the floor as the boy got up with a feverish look that was fixed on her. Johnny cleared his throat. Stig, but it was too late. He had already turned his back on Johnny and started walking towards her. At the same moment, the front door opened, and in came a man who immediately stood out. Short black leather jacket, close-cropped dark hair, broad shoulders and a determined expression. With an irritated movement,
He pushed aside a resident, frozen in a crouching, junkie position, who was in his way. He gestured to Marta, who waved back, and Johnny saw now that the boy had noticed. How he stopped, as if he'd lost his momentum, while Marta continued towards the door. He saw the man stick his hand in the pocket of his leather jacket and turn out his elbow so that she could slip her hand under his arm, which she did. It was the practiced movement of two people who have been together for a while. Then they disappeared outside in the windy and suddenly chilly evening. The boy stood in the middle of the floor, stunned, as if he needed time to digest the information. Johnny saw every head in the room turn to size the boy up. He knew what they were thinking. Prey. Johnny was woken by the sound of crying, and for a moment he thought about the ghost, the baby, that it was here. But then he realized that the sound was coming from the top bunk. He turned over on his side. The bed started shaking. The crying turned into sobbing. Johnny got up and stood in front of the bunk bed. He put his hand on the shoulder of the boy, who was trembling like a leaf. Johnny switched on the reading lamp on the wall above him. The first thing he saw were bared teeth biting into the pillow. "Does it hurt?" Johnny said it as a statement, rather than a question. A deathly pale, sweaty face with sunken eyes stared back at him. "Heroin?" Johnny asked. The face nodded. "Do you want me to see if I can get you some?" A shaking of the head. "You know you're in the wrong place if you're trying to quit, don't you?" Johnny said, nodding. "So what can I do for you?" The boy moistened his lips with a white tongue. He whispered something. "Hey?" Johnny said, leaning in. He could smell the boy's heavy, rotten breath. He could barely decipher the words. He straightened up and nodded. "As you wish." Johnny went back to bed, where he stared up at the underside of the mattress above him. It was covered with plastic to protect it against the resident's bodily fluids. He listened to the constant noise from the center, the sound of the endlessly hunted, running footsteps in the corridor, swearing, thumping music, laughter, knocking on doors, desperate screams and agitated dealing taking place right outside their door. But none of it could drown out the quiet sobbing and the words the boy had whispered. "Stop me if I tried to get out." Chapter 19. "So you're with Homicide now," Friedrich said, smiling behind his sunglasses. The designer logo on the sidebar was so small that you needed Simon's eagle eyes to see it, but someone with greater brand awareness than Simon to know just how exclusive it was. Still, Simon presumed that the sunglasses must be expensive, in line with Friedrich's shirt, tie, manicure, and haircut. But really, a light grey suit with brown shoes? Or maybe that passed for trendy these days. "Yes," Simon said, and squinted. He had sat down with the wind and the sun to his back, but the sunbeams bounced off the glass surfaces of the newly constructed building across the canal. They were meeting at Simon's request, but it was Friedrich who had suggested the Japanese restaurant on Tjufholmen. Tjufholmen meant Isle of Thieves, and Simon wondered if it was pertinent to all the investment companies which were located there, including Friedrich's. "And you're investing money for people who are so rich they no longer care what happens to it?" Friedrich laughed. "Something like that." The waiter had placed a small plate in front of each of them with what looked like a tiny jellyfish. Simon suspected that it might actually be a tiny jellyfish. It was probably everyday fare on Tjufholmen. Sushi had become the pizza of the upper middle class. "Do you ever miss the serious fraud office?" Simon said, sipping water from his glass. It purported to be glacial water from Voss that had been sent to the US and then imported back to Norway, stripped of essential minerals that the body needed, and which you could get for free in clean and tasty Norwegian tap water. It cost 60 kroner per bottle. Simon had given up trying to understand market forces, their psychology, and the jostling for power. But Friedrich hadn't. He understood. He played the game. Simon suspected he always had done. He had much in common with Kari, too well-educated, too ambitious, and all too aware of his own value for the police to be able to keep him. "I miss my colleagues and the excitement," Friedrich said, "but not the slow pace and the bureaucracy. Perhaps you quit for the same reason?" He raised his glass too quickly to his lips for Simon to read his face to determine if he genuinely didn't know or was just pretending. After all, it was shortly after Friedrich had announced his departure to what many regarded as the dark side that the row over the money laundering case had erupted. Friedrich had even been one of the people working on the case, but perhaps he no longer had any police contacts. "Something like that," Simon muttered. "Murder is more up your street," Friedrich said, and glanced with feigned discretion at his watch. "Talking about my street," Simon said, "I wanted to meet because I need a loan. It's for my wife. She needs an eye operation. Elsa, do you remember her?" Friedrich chewed his jellyfish and made a sound that could mean both yes and no. Simon waited until he had finished. "I'm sorry, Simon. We only invest our clients' money in blue-chip companies or in government-backed bonds. We never lend to the private market." "I'm aware of that, but I'm asking you because I can't go down the usual routes." Friedrich carefully dabbed the corners of his mouth and put the napkin on his plate. "I'm sorry I can't help you. An eye operation? That sounds serious." The waiter arrived, took Friedrich's plate, saw that Simon's was untouched, and looked quizzically at him. Simon gestured for him to take it away. "You didn't like it?" Friedrich said, and asked for the bill in a few words, which might be Japanese. "I don't know, but I'm generally sceptical when it comes to invertebrates. They slip down too easily, if you know what I mean. I don't like waste, but that particular animal looked as if it was still alive, so I'm hoping it might get a second chance in the aquarium." Friedrich laughed unnecessarily heartily at his joke. Relieved that the second part of their conversation appeared to be over, he grabbed the bill the moment it arrived. "Let me," Simon began, but Friedrich had already slipped his credit card into the payment terminal the waiter had brought and was pressing the keypad. "It was good to see you again, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you," Friedrich said when the waiter had disappeared, and Simon could sense that the pressure on the seat of Friedrich's chair had already eased. "Did you read about the Everson killing yesterday?" "Oh, God, I did, yes." Friedrich shook his head, took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. "Eva Everson is one of our clients. A tragedy. He was already a client of yours when you worked for the Serious Fraud Office, I believe." "Excuse me?" "A suspect, I mean. It's a great shame that everyone with your qualifications quit. With people like you on the team, we might have been able to bring the case to trial. The property business needs overhauling. We used to agree about that, don't you remember, Friedrich?" Friedrich put on his sunglasses again. "You always did gamble with high stakes, Simon." Simon nodded. So Friedrich did know why Simon had suddenly changed departments. "Talking of gambling," Simon said, "I'm only a stupid cop without a degree in finance, but whenever I read Everson's accounts, I always wondered how that company managed to stay afloat. It was hopeless at buying and selling property. Most of the time it suffered considerable losses. Yes, but it was always good at managing property. Blessed be losses you can carry forward. Because of them, Everson has hardly paid any tax on his operating profits in the last few years. Good heavens, you sound as if you're back with the Serious Fraud Office. My password still gets me access to the old files. I stayed up last night reading them on my computer." "Did you? But there's nothing illegal about that. Those are the tax rules." "Yes," Simon said, resting his chin on his hand and looking up at the blue sky. "And you would know. After all, you investigated Everson. Perhaps Agneta Everson was killed by an embittered tax collector." "What?" Simon laughed briefly and got up. "Just an old man winding you up. Thanks for lunch." "Simon." "Yes?" "I don't want you to get your hopes up, but I'll ask around about your loan." "I appreciate that," Simon said, and buttoned up his jacket. Bye. He didn't need to turn round. He knew that Frederick was watching him pensively as he walked away. Lars Gilberg put down the newspaper he had found in the rubbish bin outside 7-Eleven that would serve as tonight's pillow. He saw that page after page was about the murder of this rich woman from the west side of Oslo. If the victim had been some poor sot who had died from a contaminated overdose down by the river or in Skippergata, he would barely have warranted a few lines. A hotshot from Kripos, a man called Björnstad, announced that every available resource would be deployed in the investigation. Oh, really? How about first catching the mass murderers who mixed arsenic and rat poison in the drugs they sold? Gilberg peered out from his shadowland. The figure approaching him wore a hoodie and looked like one of the regular joggers who included the path along the river in their running route. But he had spotted Gilberg, was slowing down, and Lars Gilberg presumed him to be either a cop or a posh boy looking for speed. It wasn't until he was under the bridge and had pulled back his hood that Gilberg recognized the boy. He was sweaty and out of breath. Gilberg got up from his ground sheet, eager, happy almost. "Hello, lad. I've looked after your stuff, you know. It's still there." He nodded towards the bushes. "Thank you," the boy said, squatting down and checking his pulse. "But I was wondering if you could do me another favour." "Of course, anything." "Thank you. Which dealers sell Superboy?" Lars Gilberg closed his eyes. "Damn it." "Don't do it, lad. Not Superboy." "Why not?" "Because I can name 3 people killed by that shit this summer alone." "Who sells the purest goods?" "Oh, I don't know about purity. It's not my poison. But the dealer is easy. Only one outlet in this town sells Superboy. The dealers always work in pairs. One has the drugs, and the other takes the money. They hang out under Nybro." "What do they look like?" "It varies, but usually the money man is a stocky, acne-scarred guy with short hair. He's the boss, but he likes being on the street and handling the money himself. He's a suspicious bastard, doesn't trust his dealers." "Stocky and acne-scarred?" "Yes, it's easy to recognise from his eyelids. It's like they hang down over his eyes and make him look sleepy. You get me?" "Do you mean colour?" "You know him?" The boy nodded slowly. "Then you know what happened to his eyelids?" "What are his opening hours, do you know?" the boy asked. "They're there from 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock. I know this because the first customers start queuing half an hour before, and the last ones come racing just before 9 like rats up a drain pipe in case they miss him." The boy put his hood back up. "Thanks, mate." "Lars. My name is Lars." "Thanks, Lars. Do you need anything? Money?" Lars always needed money. He shook his head. "What's your name?" The boy shrugged. The "what do you want me to be called" shrug. Then he continued his run. Marta was sitting in reception when he came up the stairs and continued straight past her. "Stig," she called out. It took a moment too long before he stopped. Now that could be down to his generally impaired reflexes, or that his name wasn't Stig. He was sweating. It looked as if he had been running. She hoped it wasn't away from trouble. "I've got something for you," she said. "Wait." She picked up the box, told Maria she would be back in a couple of minutes, and hurried after him. She touched his elbow lightly with her hand. "Come on, we'll go up to yours and Johnny's." When they entered the room, they were met by an unexpected sight. The curtains were drawn so that the room lay bathed in light. There was no Johnny, and the air was fresh because one of the windows had been opened, as much as the window lock permitted. The council had told them to install window locks in every room after several incidents where pedestrians on the pavement below had come close to being hit by large, heavy objects which were regularly hurled from the centre's windows: radios, speakers, stereos, and the occasional television. The centre's residents got through a lot of electrical goods, but it was organic material which had triggered the order. Due to the extensive social phobia rampant among the residents, they were often reluctant to use the communal toilets. So a few had been given permission to keep a bucket in their room, which they emptied at regular, though sadly sometimes irregular, intervals. One of the irregulars had kept his bucket on the windowsill so that he could open the window and get rid of the worst smells. One day a staff member had opened the door to the room and the draught had blown over the bucket. It was during the renovation of the new patisserie, and as fate would have it, a painter was on a ladder directly below the window. The painter had escaped without permanent injury, but Marta, who had been the first person to arrive at the scene and come to the assistance of the shocked man, knew that the incident had left him mentally scarred. "Sit down," she said, pointing to the chair, "and take off your shoes." He did as he was told. She opened the box. "I didn't want the others to see them," she said, and took out a pair of soft, black leather shoes. "They were my father's," she said, handing them to him. "You take about the same size." He looked so surprised that she felt herself blushing. "We can't send you to a job interview in trainers," she added hastily. She looked around the room while he put them on. She wasn't sure, but thought she could smell detergent. The cleaners hadn't been here today, as far as she knew. She walked up to a photograph attached to the wall with a drawing pin. "Who is that?" "My father," he said. "Really? A police officer?" "Yes." "Look." She turned to him. He had got up and pressed first his right foot and then his left foot on the floor. "And?" "They're a perfect fit," he smiled. "Thank you so much, Marta." She jumped when he said her name. It wasn't that she wasn't used to hearing it. The residents used their first names all the time. Surnames, home addresses, and the names of family members were, however, confidential. After all, the staff witnessed drug dealing every day. But there was something about the way he said it, like a touch, careful and innocent, but just as tangible. She realized it was inappropriate for her to be alone with him in the room. Her initial assumption had been that Johnny would be here as well. She wondered where he could be. The only things that could make Johnny get out of bed were drugs, the toilet, or food, in that order. And yet she stayed where she was. "What kind of job are you looking for?" she asked. She was aware she sounded slightly breathless. "Something in the judicial system," he said gravely. There was something very sweet about this earnestness, almost precocious. "A bit like your father." "No, police officers work for the executive power. I want to work for the judicial power." She smiled. He was so different. Perhaps that was the reason she had been thinking about him, because he was nothing like the other addicts. And he was so very different from Anna's as well. Where Anna's always had steely control, this guy seemed open and vulnerable. Where Anna's was suspicious and dismissive of people he had yet to know, and possibly give his seal of approval to, Stieg seemed friendly, kind, naive almost. "I've got to go now," she said. "Yes," he said, leaning against the wall. He had unzipped his hoodie. The T-shirt underneath was soaked in sweat and stuck to his body. He was about to say something when her walkie-talkie crackled. She raised it to her ear. She had a visitor. "What were you going to say?" she asked when she had acknowledged the message. "It can wait," the boy said, and smiled. It was the older police officer again. He was waiting for her at reception. "They let me in," he said apologetically. Marta looked reproachfully at Maria, who held up her hands in a what's-the-big-deal gesture. "Do you have somewhere we can—" Marta took him into the meeting room, but didn't offer him coffee. "Do you know what this is?" he asked, holding up his mobile phone so that she could see the screen. "A picture of some soil?" "It's a shoe print. That probably doesn't mean very much to you, but I've been wondering why I thought that shoe print seemed so familiar. And then I realized it's because I've seen it at so many potential crime scenes. You know, places where we find dead bodies. Mostly as tracks in the snow at a container port, in a drug den, near a drug dealer, in a backyard, in a World War II bunker doubling up as a shooting gallery. In short, places frequented by the type of people who live here." Marta sighed. "Exactly.
Death is usually self-inflicted, but whatever the cause, this shoe print keeps reappearing. Those blue army trainers have become the most common footwear for drug addicts and homeless people across all of Norway, because the Salvation Army and Missionen hand them out. And therefore they are completely useless as evidence. There are too many of them on the feet of people with criminal records. So what are you doing here, Chief Inspector Kefas? They no longer make these trainers, and those in use wear out. But if you look carefully at the picture, you'll see that the shoe print has a clear pattern, meaning these trainers are new. I checked with the Salvation Army, and they told me that they sent their last batch of blue trainers to you in March of this year. So my question is simply, have you handed out any shoes like this since the spring? Size 8.5. The answer is yes, of course. Who? Lots. Size 8.5 is the most common shoe size for men in the Western world. Also among drug users, as it happens. I'm not able or prepared to tell you anything more than that. Marta looked at him with tightened lips. Now the police officer sighed. I respect your loyalty to the residents, but we're not talking about a gram of speed here. This is a murder inquiry. I found this shoe print where that woman up at Holmenkollåsen was shot and killed yesterday, Agneta Iversen. Iversen? Marta suddenly felt breathless again. How odd. But then again the therapist who had given her the diagnosis, compassion fatigue, had told her to look out for signs of stress. Chief Inspector Kefas tilted his head slightly to one side. Yes, Iversen. It's had a lot of press coverage. Shot on the doorstep of her home. Yes, I saw some headlines. But I never read such stories. We have enough upset in this job, if you know what I mean. I do. Her name was Agneta Iversen, 49 years old, previously in business, now a housewife. Married with a 20-year-old son, chair of the local Women's Institute, a generous donor to the Norwegian Tourist Association. So she probably qualifies as a pillar of the community. Marta coughed. How can you be sure that the shoe print belongs to the killer? We can't. But we found a partial shoe print with the victim's blood in the bedroom, and that shoe print could match this one. Marta coughed again. She ought to get it checked out by a doctor. But suppose I could remember the name of anyone given size 8.5 trainers. How can you know which ones are from the crime scene? I'm not sure that we could, but it looks as if the killer stepped in the victim's blood and it got into the sole pattern. And if it's coagulated, there could still be blood traces left in the grooves. I understand, Marta said. Chief Inspector Kefas waited. She got up. But I'm afraid I'm no use to you. Of course I can check with the other staff members, see if they remember a size 8.5. The police officer stayed where he was, as if to give her a chance to change her mind, and tell him something. Then he too got up and handed her his card. Thank you. I appreciate that. Call me, day or night. Marta stayed in the meeting room after Chief Inspector Kefas had left. She bit her lower lip. She had told him the truth. 8.5. It was the most common shoe size for men. Closing time, Carla announced. It was 9 o'clock, and the sun was starting to set behind the buildings on the riverbank. He took the last 100-kroner notes and put them in his money belt. He had heard that in St. Petersburg, drug dealers carrying cash were robbed so often that the mafia had given them steel money belts that were welded around their waists. The belt had a thin slit into which you inserted the money, and a code known only to the guy in the back office, so the dealers couldn't be tortured into revealing it to any robbers or be tempted to steal the cash themselves. The dealer had to sleep, eat, crap, and screw with the money belt in place. But even so, Carla had given the option serious consideration. He was bored out of his wits, standing here evening after evening. Please? It was one of those emaciated junkie bitches, all skin and bone, skin stretched across her skull, Holocaust style. Tomorrow, Carla said, and started to walk away. I have to have some. We're all out, he lied, and signalled to Pelvis, his dealer, to walk on. She started crying.
Carla felt no compassion. These people just had to learn that the shop shut at 9 o'clock and that it was no good turning up at 2 minutes past. Of course he could have hung around till 10 past, quarter past even, to sell to those who managed to scrape together the money at the last minute. But ultimately it was about getting the work-life balance right, knowing when he could go home. Nor would staying open for longer improve his profit margin, as they had the monopoly on Superboy. She would be back when they opened tomorrow. She grabbed his arm, but Carla shrugged her off. She stumbled onto the grass and fell to her knees. "It's been a good day," Purvis remarked as they walked briskly down the path. "How much do you think?" "What do you think?" Carla snapped at him. Even multiplying the number of bags by the price was beyond this moron. You just couldn't get the staff these days. Before they crossed the bridge, he looked over his shoulder to check they weren't being followed. It was a habit he had acquired long ago, the result of his dearly bought experience of being a drug dealer carrying too much cash, a robbery victim who would never report anything to the police. Dearly bought experience acquired on a summer's day by the river, when he hadn't been able to keep his eyes open and had nodded off on a bench with 300,000 kroner's worth of heroin he was going to sell for Nesta. When he woke up, the drugs were gone, obviously. Nesta had sought him out the next day and explained that the boss had been kind enough to give Carla a choice. Both thumbs, because he had been so clumsy, or both eyelids, because he had fallen asleep on the job. Carla had chosen the eyelids. 2 men dressed in suits, one dark-haired and one blonde, had pinned him down, while Nesta pulled out his eyelids and sliced them off with his hideous, curved Arabic knife. Afterwards Nesta had, also on the boss's instructions, given Carla money for a taxi to the hospital. Surgeons had explained that in order to give him new eyelids, they would need to graft skin from another area of his body, and that he was lucky he wasn't Jewish and hadn't been circumcised. It turned out that the foreskin was the type of skin whose properties most closely resembled those of eyelids. All things considered, the operation had been a success, and Carla's standard answer to anyone who asked how he'd lost his eyelids was that he'd had an accident with some acid and that the new skin had been grafted from his thigh. Someone else's thigh, he explained, if the person asking was a woman in his bed who demanded to see the scar, and that he was a quarter Jewish, in case she was wondering about that as well. For a long time he had believed that his secret was safe, right until the guy who had taken over his job with Nesta had come over to him in a bar and asked in a loud voice if he didn't think it stank of dick curd when he rubbed his eyes in the morning. The guy and his friends had roared with laughter. Carla had smashed a beer bottle against the bar and glassed him, pulling the bottle out and glassing him again and again until he was quite sure the guy had no eyes left to rub. The next day Nesta visited Carla and told him that the boss had heard the news and that Carla could have his old job back, seeing as it was now available, and that he approved of his resourcefulness. Since that day, Carla never closed his eyes until he was absolutely certain that everything was under control. But all he could see now was the pleading woman on the grass and a solitary jogger with a hoodie. 200 grand? Purvis guessed. Moron. After walking through Oslo's eastern centre and the more dubious but character-building streets of Gamlebyen for 15 minutes, they entered an abandoned factory area through an open gate. Tallying up shouldn't take them more than an hour. Apart from them, there were only Enoch and Sif, who sold speed by Elgin and Tolbugata, respectively. Afterwards, they had to cut, mix and wrap new bags for tomorrow. Then he could finally go home to Vera. She had been sulking recently. The Barcelona trip he had promised her hadn't happened because he had been busy dealing all spring, so he had promised her a trip to Los Angeles this August instead. Unfortunately, his criminal record had led to his visa application being turned down. Carla knew that women like Vera weren't patient, and they had options, so he had to screw her regularly and dangle trinkets in front of her greedy almond eyes to keep her. And that took time and energy, but also money, which meant more work. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. They crossed an open area with oil-stained gravel, tall grass, and 2 lorries with no tires permanently parked on liquor blocks, and jumped up onto a loading ramp in front of a red brick building. Carla entered the 4-digit code on the panel, heard the lock buzz, and they opened the door. Drum and bass sounds pounded towards them. The council had converted the ground floor of the two-story factory into rehearsal rooms for young bands. Carla had hired a room on the first floor for a peppercorn rent, under the pretext of running a band management and booking agency. They had yet to secure any band a single booking, but everyone knew these were difficult times for the arts. Carla and Pelvis walked down the corridor towards the lift, while the front door slowly closed on stiff springs behind them. Through the noise, Carla thought for a moment that he could hear running footsteps on the gravel outside.
300,
Pelvis volunteered. Carla shook his head and pressed the button for the lift. Knut Schroeder laid down his guitar on top of the amplifier. "Fag break," he said, and headed for the door. He knew that his fellow band members were rolling their eyes at each other. Another fag break. They had a gig at the youth club in 3 days, and it was a sad fact that they had to rehearse like maniacs so as not to sound completely crap. Knut thought the other band members were a bunch of choir boys. They didn't smoke, rarely drank alcohol, and had never seen a joint, let alone touched one. How could that ever be rock and roll? He closed the door behind him and heard them start the song from the top without him. It didn't sound too bad, but was totally lacking in soul. Unlike him. He smiled at the thought while he passed the lift and the 2 empty rehearsal rooms along the corridor on his way to the exit. It was exactly like the best bit in the Eagles DVD Hell Freezes Over, Knut's secret guilty pleasure, when the band rehearses with the Burbank Philharmonic Orchestra and the orchestra plays New York Minute, frowning with concentration, and Don Henley turns to the camera, wrinkles up his nose and whispers, "But they don't have the blues." Knut passed the rehearsal room, whose door was always open because the lock was damaged and the hinges bent so that it was impossible to close it. He stopped. There was a man inside with his back to him. In the past, vagrants looking for instruments or equipment that could readily be converted into cash constantly broke into the building, but that had stopped once the booking agency on the first floor had moved in and spent money on a new, solid front door with an entry code lock. "Hey, you," Knut said. The guy turned round. It was difficult to work out what he was. A jogger? No. Yes, he was wearing a hoodie and tracksuit bottoms, but he wore smart black leather shoes. Only vagrants dressed that badly. But Knut wasn't scared. Why should he be? He was as tall as Joey Ramone and wore the same leather jacket. "What are you doing here, man?" The guy smiled, which meant he couldn't be a member of a biker gang. "Just a bit of clearing up." That sounded plausible. It was what happened to the communal rehearsal rooms. Everything was trashed or stolen, and no one ever took responsibility for keeping them clean. The window was still covered by sound-insulating sheets, but the only remaining instrument was a shabby bass drum where someone had painted "The Young Hopeless" in Gothic lettering on the drumhead. On the floor, among cigarette butts, broken guitar strings, a solitary drumstick, and some duct tape, was a desk fan which the drummer had presumably used to stop himself from overheating, plus a long jack cable which Knut could have checked to see if it was working, but which was bound to be faulty. Fair enough, jack cables were unreliable consumables. The future was wireless, and his mother had promised Knut that she would sponsor a wireless system for his guitar. If he quit smoking, an incident which had inspired him to write the song, "She Sure Drives a Hard Bargain." "Isn't it a bit late for a council worker to be still at it?" Knut said. "We're thinking of rehearsing again." "We?" "The Young Hopeless." "Oh, you were them?" "I used to be their drummer. I thought I saw the back of the other 2 guys when I came in, but they disappeared up in the lift." "No, they were the band management and booking agency." "Oh? Could they be useful to us?" "I don't think they're taking new clients. We knocked on their door and were told to fuck off." Knut grinned, took a cigarette from the packet and stuck it between his lips. Perhaps the guy was a smoker and would have a fag outside with him. They could chat about music, or kit. "I'll go and check anyway," the drummer said.
The guy looked more like a vocalist than a drummer. And it struck Canute that it might be a good idea if this guy were to talk to the booking people. He seemed to have something about him, some charisma. And if they opened the door to him, perhaps Canute himself could stop by later. "I'll come with you to show you where it is." The guy looked reluctant. Then he nodded. "Thank you." The big goods lift moved so slowly that Canute had enough time to explain in detail why the Mesa Boogie amplifier was awesome and delivered a proper rock sound. They stepped out of the lift. Canute turned left and pointed to the blue metal door, the only door on the floor. The guy knocked. A few seconds later, a small hatch at head height opened, and a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared, just like the time Canute had tried it. "What do you want?" The guy leaned closer to the hatch, probably in an attempt to see what was behind the man in the door. "Would you consider booking gigs for the Young Hopeless? We're one of the bands that rehearse downstairs. Fuck off and don't show your face here again. Capiche?" The guy, however, remained close to the hatch, and Canute could see his eyes dart from side to side. "We're quite good. Do you like Depeche Mode?" A voice rang out from somewhere behind the bloodshot eyes. "Who is it, Pelvis?" "Some band." "Get rid of them for fuck's sake and get back to work. I want to be home by 11. "You heard the boss." The hatch slammed shut. Canute walked the 4 steps back to the lift and pressed the button. The doors opened reluctantly and he entered. But the guy had stayed put. He looked at the mirror the booking agency had put up at the top of the wall to the right when you exited the lift. It reflected their metal door, God only knew why. True, this wasn't Oslo's nicest neighborhood, but for a booking agency they were remarkably paranoid. Perhaps they stored a lot of cash from gigs in their office. He had heard that well-known Norwegian bands were paid $500,000 for the biggest festival jobs. Another reason to keep rehearsing. If only he could get that wireless system. And a new band, with soul. Perhaps he and the new guy could join forces. The guy had finally returned to the lift, but it was holding a hand in front of the sensors so the doors could not close. Then he withdrew his hand and studied the fluorescent lighting in the lift's ceiling. On second thoughts, no. Canute had spent enough time working with psychos. He went outside to smoke his cigarette while the guy returned to the rehearsal room to clear up. Canute was sitting on the flatbed of one of the rusted trucks when the guy came out. "I reckon the others are late, but I can't get hold of them because my phone battery is dead," he said, holding up a mobile that looked very new. "So I'm off to get some cigarettes." "Have one of mine," Canute said, holding out the packet. "What kind of drums have you got? No, let me guess. You look old school. Ludwig?" The guy smiled. "Thank you, that's kind of you. But I only smoke Marlboro." Canute shrugged. He respected people who were loyal to their brand, be it drums or cigarettes. But Marlboro? That was like saying you would only ever drive a Toyota. "Peace, man," Canute said. "Laters." "Thanks for your help." He watched the guy walk across the gravel towards the gate before he turned round and came back. "I've just remembered the code to the door is on my mobile," he said with a slightly embarrassed smile. "And it's gone dead. 666S. I thought of it myself. Do you know what it means?" The guy nodded. "It's the Arizona police code for suicide." Canute blinked several times. "Is it?" "Yep. The S stands for suicide. My dad taught me that." Canute saw the guy disappear out of the gate and into the light summer evening as a gust of wind caught the tall grass over by the gate and made its way back and forth like a concert audience in response to some sentimental ballad. Suicide? Bloody hell, that was so much cooler than 666 Satan. Pella looked in the rearview mirror and rubbed his bad foot. Everything was bad. Business, his mood, and the address which the customer in the back had just given him, the Ela Center. So, for now, they were stationary in what was practically Pella's regular spot in the cab rank in Gamlebien.
You mean the hostel?
Bella asked. Yes, but now it's called... Yes, the hostel. I don't drive anyone to the hostel without being paid up front. Sorry, but I've had some bad experiences. Of course. I hadn't thought of that.
Bella watched as his customer, or more accurately, potential customer, rummaged around his pocket. Bella had been in his cab for 13 hours straight, but it would be a few more hours before he would drive home to his flat in Schweigortsgata, park the cab, stagger up the stairs on the folding crutches he kept under the seat, collapse on his bed and fall asleep, hopefully without dreaming. Though that depended on the dream. It could be heaven or hell, you never knew. The customer handed him a 50-krona note and a handful of change. This is just over 100. It's not enough.
100 isn't enough,
said the now not-so-potential customer, apparently with genuine surprise. Long time since you last took a cab?
You could say that. It's all I've got. But perhaps you could drive as far as that gets me?
Sure, Bella said, put the money in the glove compartment, since the guy didn't look like he would want a receipt, and hit the accelerator. Marta was alone in room 323. She had sat in reception and watched first Stig, then Johnny go out. Stig had been wearing the black shoes she had given him. The centre's regulations allowed them to search a resident's room without warning or permission if they suspected them of keeping weapons, but the rules also stated that searches should normally be carried out by 2 staff members. Normally. How do you define normal? Marta looked at the chest of drawers, and then at the wardrobe. She started with the chest of drawers. It contained clothes. Just Johnny's clothes. She knew what clothes Stig owned. She opened the door to the wardrobe. The underwear she had given Stig lay neatly folded on one shelf. His coat was on a hanger. On the top shelf was the red sports bag she had seen him arrive with. She was reaching up to lift it down when she spotted the blue trainers at the bottom of the wardrobe. She let go of the bag, bent down and picked up the shoes. Took a deep breath. Held it. She was looking for coagulated blood. Then she turned them over. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt her heart skip a beat. The shoes were completely clean. The pattern wasn't even stained. "What are you doing?" Marta spun round as her heart began beating wildly. She pressed her hand to her chest. "Hannes!" She bent double and laughed. "You scared me half to death. I've been waiting for you." He pouted and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his leather jacket. "It's almost 9:30. "I'm sorry, I lost track of time. Someone said one of the residents might be keeping weapons in his room, and it's our duty to check." Marta was so flustered that the lie came effortlessly. "Duty?" Anna snorted. "Perhaps it's time you started thinking about what duty really means. Most people think of their family and home when they talk about duty, not working in a place like this." Marta sighed. "Annas, please don't start." But she already knew that he wasn't going to give in. As usual, it had taken him only seconds to get wound up. "There's a job for you at my mother's gallery whenever you want it, and I agree with her. It would be much better for your personal development to mix with more stimulating people there than the losers in this place." "Annas?" Marta raised her voice, but knew that she was too tired. She didn't have the energy. So she walked up to him and put her hand on his arm. "Don't call them losers. And I've told you before, your mother and her customers don't need me." Anna snatched back his arm. "What people in this place need isn't you, but for the state to stop bailing them out. Those bloody junkies are Norway's pet project." "I'm not prepared to have this discussion again. Why don't you drive on without me and I'll take a taxi when I'm done?" But Annas folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the doorframe. "So, which discussion are you prepared to have, Marta? I've been trying to get you to set a date." "Not now." "Yes, now. My mother wants to plan her summer, and not now," I said. She tried to push him aside, but he refused to budge. He stuck out his arm to block her path. "What kind of answer is that? If they're paying for—" Marta ducked under his arm out into the corridor and started walking away. "Hey!" She heard the door of the room slam shut and Anna's footsteps behind her. He grabbed her arm, spun her round and pulled her close. She recognized the expensive aftershave his mother had given him for Christmas, but which Marta couldn't stand. Her heart almost stopped when she saw the black emptiness in his eyes. "Don't you dare walk away from me," he snarled. She had automatically raised a hand to shield her face, and now she saw the shock in his face. "What's this?" he whispered with steel in his voice. "You think I'm going to hit you? Twice," he hissed, and she felt his hot breath on her face. "Twice in 9 years, Marta. And you treat me as if I were some bloody wife-beater." Anna's let go. She heard a cough behind her. Anna's released his hold on her arm, stared furiously over her shoulder, and spat out the words, "So, junkie, you want to get past or not?" She turned round. It was him, Stieg. He just stood there, waiting. He moved his calm gaze from Anna's to her. It asked a question, which she answered with a nod. Everything was fine. He nodded and stepped past them. The two men glowered at each other as he passed. They were the same height, but Anna's was broader, more muscular. Marta watched Stieg as he continued down the corridor. Then her gaze returned to Anna's. He had tilted his head and was glaring at her with this hostile expression which he exhibited more and more often, but which she had decided was caused by the frustration he experienced at not getting the recognition he felt he deserved at work. "What the fuck was that?" he said. He didn't used to swear, either. "What?" "It was like the two of you communicated. Who is that guy?" She exhaled, relieved almost. At least this was familiar territory. Jealousy. It hadn't changed since they were teenage sweethearts, and she knew how to handle it. She put her hand on his shoulder. "Hannes, don't be so silly. Now come with me. We'll go and get my jacket, and then we're going home. And we're not going to argue tonight. We're going to cook dinner." "Marta, shh," she said, but knew she already had the upper hand. "You cook dinner while I take a shower. Okay? And we're going to talk about the wedding tomorrow. Is that all right?" She could see that he wanted to protest, but she placed her finger on his lips, the full lips which she had fallen for. She traced her finger downwards, stroking the dark, carefully trimmed stubble. Or was it his jealousy that first attracted her? She could no longer remember. By the time they got into his car, he had calmed down. It was a BMW. He had bought the car against her will, thinking she would grow to like it once she had experienced how comfortable it was, especially for long drives, and how reliable it was. When he started the car, she caught a glimpse of Stieg again. He came out of the entrance, quickly crossed the street, and headed eastwards. The red sports bag was slung over his shoulder. Chapter 20. Simon drove past the playing fields and turned into the street where they lived. He could see that his neighbour was barbecuing again. The loud, sun-baked and beer-soaked outbursts of laughter emphasized the summer silence in the neighbourhood. Most houses were empty, and only a single car was parked along the road. "And we're home," Simon said, and pulled up in front of their garage. He didn't know why he said it. Elsa could surely see where they were. "Thank you for taking me to the movies," Elsa said, and put her hand on his on top of the gear stick, as if he had walked her to her front door and was about to say good night and leave her there. I could never do that, Simon thought, and smiled at her. He wondered how much of the film she had been able to see. Going to the cinema had been her idea. He had glanced furtively at her several times during the movie, and seen that at least she had laughed in all the right places. But then again, Woody Allen's humour lay more in the dialogue than in slapstick. Never mind. They had had a lovely evening. Another lovely evening. "But I bet you missed Mia Farrow," she teased him. He laughed. It was a private joke. The first film he had taken her to see had been Rosemary's Baby, Roman Polanski's disgustingly brilliant movie, with Mia Farrow, who gives birth to a child who turns out to be the devil's son. Elsa had been horrified, and for a long time she had believed that it was Simon's way of letting her know that he didn't want children, especially when he insisted that they see it again. Not until later, after a fourth Woody Allen film with Mia Farrow, did she click that it was Farrow and not the spawn of the devil who so fascinated him. As they walked from the car towards their front door, Simon saw a brief flash of light from the street, like a revolving lighthouse beam. It was coming from the parked car. "What was that?" Elsa asked. "I don't know," Simon said, and unlocked the front door. "Would you mind putting on some coffee? I'll be with you in a moment." Simon left her and crossed the street. He knew the car didn't belong to any of their neighbours, or anyone living nearby. In Oslo, limousines were associated mainly with embassies, the royal family, or government ministers. He knew only one other person who drove around with tinted windows, plenty of legroom, and his own driver. A driver who had just got out and was holding open the door to the back for Simon. Simon bent down, but remained outside. The small man sitting inside had a pointy nose in his round, ruddy face, of the type people described as jovial. The blue blazer with the gold buttons, a favourite with 1980s Norwegian bankers, ship owners, and crooners, had always made Simon wonder if it disguised a deeply anchored fantasy among Norwegian men to be the captain of a ship. "Good evening, Chief Inspector Kefas," said the small man in a bright, cheerful voice. "What are you doing in my street, Nestor? Nobody here wants to buy your crap." Now. Always the dogged crime fighter, eh? Give me a reason to arrest you and I will. Unless it's against the law to help people in trouble. I don't think that will be necessary. Why don't you get in so we can talk without being disturbed, Kefas? I fail to see why I'd want to do that. So your eyesight is bad as well? Simon stared at Nestor. Short arms and a small, thick upper body. And yet the sleeves on his blazer were still so short that the golden cufflinks in the shape of the initials HN peeked out. Hugo Nestor claimed to be Ukrainian, but according to the file they had on him, he was born and bred in Florø, came from a fishing family, and his surname had originally been Hansen before he changed it. He had never spent time abroad, apart from a brief and unfinished economics course in Lund, Sweden. God only knew where he had picked up that strange accent, but it certainly wasn't the Ukraine. I wonder if your young wife could see which actors were playing in the movie, Kefas. But then I guess she'd heard that Alan wasn't in it himself. That Jew has such a disgusting, chattering voice. Not that I have anything against Jews as individuals. I just think that Hitler was right about them as a race. The Slavs are the same. Even though I am an East European, I have to admit that he had a point when he said that the Slavs can't lead themselves. On a racial level, I mean. And this Alan, isn't he a pedophile as well? The file also said that Hugo Nestor was Oslo's most important drugs and human trafficking operator. Never convicted, never charged, always suspected. He was too smart and too careful, the slippery eel. I don't know, Nestor. What I do know is that there's a rumour that your guys expedited the prison chaplain. Did he owe you money? Nestor smiled overbearingly. Isn't it beneath your dignity to listen to rumours, Kefas? You usually have a bit of class, in contrast to your colleagues. If you'd had more than rumours, such as a reliable witness willing to come to court and point the finger, for example, you'd already have made an arrest. Isn't that right? A slippery eel. Anyway, I want to offer you and your wife money. Enough money, say, for a very expensive eye operation. Simon gulped. He heard his voice croak when he replied,
Did Frederick tell you? Your former colleague at the Serious Fraud Office. Let me put it this way. I've heard about your predicament. I presume that you went to him with your request in the hope it would reach ears such as mine. Isn't that right, Cephas? He smiled. Anyway, I have a solution which I think would suit us both. So why don't you get in?
Simon took hold of the door handle and saw Nestor automatically shuffle across the seat to make room for him. He concentrated on breathing calmly so that rage wouldn't make his voice quiver. Carry on talking, Nestor. Give me an excuse for arresting you, please. Nestor raised a questioning eyebrow. What excuse would that be, Chief Inspector Cephas? Attempted bribery of a public servant? Bribery? Nestor laughed a brief, squealing laughter. Let's call it a business proposal, Cephas. You'll see that we can... Simon never heard the rest of the sentence, as the limousine was clearly soundproof. He walked away without looking back, wishing he had slammed the car door even harder. He heard the car start and the tires crunch against the gravel on the tarmac.
You seem upset, darling, Elsa said, when he had sat down at the kitchen table next to his coffee cup. Who was it?
Someone who was lost, Simon said. I told him where to go.
Elsa shuffled over to him with the coffee pot. Simon stared out of the window. The street was deserted now. Suddenly a burning pain spread across the top of his thighs. Damn! He knocked the coffee pot out of her hands, and it landed on the floor with a bang while he shouted, Bloody hell, woman, you've just poured boiling coffee all over me. Are you...
One part of his brain knew what was coming and was trying to block the word, but it was like slamming the back door of Nestor's car. He didn't want to be there. He refused. He wanted to destroy. He would rather plunge the knife into himself and into her.
Blind...
The kitchen fell silent. All he could hear was the coffee pot lid rolling across the linoleum floor and the bubbling of coffee seeping out of the pot.
No, he hadn't meant it. He hadn't. I'm sorry, Elsa.
He got up to embrace her, but she was already on her way to the sink. She turned on the cold tap and held a tea towel under it.
Pull down your trousers, Simon. Let me...
He put his arms around her from behind. He pressed his forehead against her neck. He whispered,
I'm sorry. So sorry. Please, forgive me. I just don't know what to do. I should be able to help you, but I can't. I don't know.
He couldn't hear her crying yet, only feel that her body was trembling and how it spread to his. His throat thickened. He suppressed his own sobs and didn't know if he had managed it, only that they were both shaking.
I'm the one who should say sorry, she sobbed. You could be with someone better, someone who doesn't scold you. But there is no one better, he whispered. All right? So you just go ahead and pour boiling coffee all over me. I won't ever let go. Okay?
And he knew that she knew that it was true, that he would do anything, suffer anything, sacrifice everything. It would reach ears such as mine. But he hadn't been able to bring himself to do it. He heard the neighbors' distant, ecstatic howls of laughter in the darkness while her tears flowed. Carla looked at the time. 20 to 11. It had been a good day. They had shifted more Superboy than they normally did over a whole weekend, so the cashing up and preparation of new wraps had taken longer than usual. He took off the gauze mask they wore when they cut and mixed the drugs on the worktop in the plain 20-meter square room which served as office, drug factory, and bank. Obviously the drug was cut before it reached him, but even so, Superboy was still the purest drug he had come across in his career as a dealer. So pure that if they didn't don gauze masks, they would not only be high but also dead from inhaling the particles which whirled up in the air when they cut and handled the pale brown powder. He put the masks in the safe in front of the piles of banknotes and bags of drugs. Should he call Vera and tell her he would be late? Or was it time he put his foot down, told her who was boss, who brought home the dough, and who should be able to come and go without accounting for his movements all the bloody time? Carla told Pelvis to check the corridor. From the iron door to their office, the lift was just a few meters away on the right. At the far end of the corridor was a door leading to a stairwell, but that door they had, against fire regulations, sealed with a chain so that it was permanently locked. "Cassius, check the car park," Carla called out in English while he locked up the safe. It was a quiet office with no noise other than anything that travelled from the rehearsal rooms, but he liked shouting. Cassius was the biggest and fattest African in Oslo. His shapeless body was so huge it was impossible to know what was what, but if just 10% of him was muscle, it would be enough to stop most people. "No cars, no people in the car park," Cassius said as he peered out between the iron bars in the window. "Corridor all clear," said Pelvis, who was looking out of the hatch in the door. Carla turned the combination wheel. He savoured the smooth, oiled resistance, the soft clicking. He kept the combination in his head, and only there. It wasn't written down anywhere, and there was no logic to it, no combination of birthdays or similar. "Let's go," he said, and straightened up. "Have your guns ready, both of you." They gave him a puzzled look. Carla hadn't said anything to them, but there had been something about the eyes he had seen staring through the hatch earlier. He knew that they had seen Carla sitting at the table. Okay, so it was just some guy from a crappy band looking for management, but there had been enough money and drugs on the table for any idiot who wanted to have a go. Hopefully, the guy had also noticed the 2 guns on the table, which belonged to Cassius and Pelvis. Carla went over to the door. It could be locked from the inside, and only his key unlocked it. It meant that Carla could lock in anyone who worked here if he himself had to go out. The bars in front of the window were solid. In short, no one who worked for Carla could run off with the money or the drugs, or let in uninvited guests. Carla looked through the hatch, not because he'd forgotten that Pelvis had just announced that the coast was clear, but because he automatically assumed that Pelvis would betray his boss by opening the door if someone was prepared to make it worth his while. Damn, Carla would have done the same himself. He had done the same himself. He couldn't see anyone through the hatch. He checked the mirror, which he had mounted on the wall, to make sure that no one could hide by pressing themselves against the door below the hatch. The dimly lit corridor was empty. He turned the key and held the door open for the other 2. Pelvis walked out first, then Cassius, and finally Carla. He turned round to lock the door. "What the—" It was Pelvis. Carla turned back, and it wasn't until now that he could see what he had been unable to from the hatch due to the angle, that the lift doors were open. But he still couldn't see what was inside the lift, as the light inside it was off. All he could see in the dim corridor light was something metallic on one side of the lift door, duct tape covering the sensors, and broken glass on the floor. "Watch out!" But Pelvis had already taken the 3 steps to the open lift. Carla's brain registered the flame from the muzzle in the darkness of the lift before it received the signal about the bang. Pelvis whirled around as if someone had slapped him. He stared at Carla with a stunned expression. It looked as if he had been given a third eye in his cheekbone. Then his life left him and his body fell to the ground like a coat shrugged off by its owner. "Cassius, shoot, for fuck's sake!" In his panic, Carla forgot that Cassius didn't speak Norwegian, but it clearly wasn't an issue. He had already aimed his pistol at the darkness inside the lift and fired. Carla felt something strike his chest. He had never been at the wrong end of a pistol before, but now he knew why the people he had aimed his gun at had frozen in such a comical manner, as if they were filled with cement. The pain in his chest spread. He couldn't breathe. But he had to get away. There was air behind the bulletproof door. Safety, a door he could lock. But his hand refused to obey. It couldn't get the key into the lock. It was like a dream, like moving underwater. Fortunately, he was shielded by Cassius's vast body that kept shooting and shooting.
Finally the key went in, and Carla turned it, flung the door open and hurled himself inside. The next bang had different acoustics, and he reckoned that it must be coming from inside the lift. He spun round to slam the door shut, but it was pressing against Cassius, half of whose shoulder and an arm as thick as a thigh were trapped inside. Damn! He tried to push it away, but more of Cassius was trying to get into the office. Come on in, then, you fat fuck! Carla hissed and opened the door. The African poured in like rising bread dough, spreading his body mass over the threshold and the floor inside. Carla stared down at his glassy expression. The eyes bulged like the eyes of a freshly caught deep-water fish. His mouth opened and closed. Cassius? The only reply he got was a wet smack when a big pink bubble burst on the African's lips. Carla pressed his legs against the wall in an attempt to move the Black Mountain out of the way so he could close the door again. But it was no use, so he bent down and tried to drag him inside instead. Too heavy. The pistol! Cassius had landed on top of his own arm. Carla straddled the body, trying desperately to slip his hand under it, but for every roll of fat he passed, there was another, and still no pistol. He had his arm buried in fat up to his elbow when he heard footsteps outside. He knew what was about to happen, tried to get out of the way, but was too late. The door smacked into his head, and he blacked out. When Carla opened his eyes, he was lying on his back, staring up at a guy in a hoodie, wearing yellow washing-up gloves, and pointing a pistol straight down at him. He turned his head, but saw no one else, only Cassius, who lay with half his body inside the door. From this angle, Carla could see the barrel of Cassius's pistol sticking out from under his stomach. "What do you want?" "I want you to open the safe. You have 7 seconds. 7? I started counting down before you woke up. 6. Carla scrambled to his feet. He was woozy, but he made his way to the safe. 5. He turned the combination wheel. 4. One more digit and the safe would open and the money would be gone. Money he would personally have to replace. Those were the rules. 3. He hesitated. What if he could get hold of Cassius's pistol? 2. Would the guy really shoot, or was he just bluffing? 1. The guy had killed 2 people without batting an eyelid. A third body wouldn't bother him. "Okay," Carla said, stepping aside. He couldn't bear to look at the piles of banknotes and bags of drugs. "Put everything into this," the guy ordered him and handed him a red sports bag. Carla did as he was told. Not slowly or quickly. He simply put the contents into the bag while his brain counted automatically. 200,000 kroner. 200,000. When he had finished, the guy told him to toss the bag on the floor in front of him. Again, Carla did as he was told. At that moment, he realized that if he was going to get shot, it would be now. Here. The guy no longer needed him. Carla took 2 steps towards Cassius. He had to go for the gun. "If you don't do it, then I won't shoot you," the guy said. What the hell? Was he a mind reader? "Put your hands on your head and walk out into the corridor." Carla hesitated. Could this mean that he might let him live? He stepped over Cassius. "Lean against the wall with your hands above your head." Carla did what the guy said. He turned his head, saw that the guy had already picked up Pelvis's pistol and was now squatting on his haunches with his hand under Cassius, but his eyes on Carla. He managed to get hold of Cassius's gun as well. "Take out the bullet in the wall over there, would you please?" said the guy, and pointed, and Carla realized where he had seen him before. By the river. It was the jogger. He must have followed them. Carla looked up and saw the end of a mangled bullet stuck in the mortar. A fine spray of blood led from the wall to where it had come from. Pelvis's head. It hadn't travelled at great speed, so Carla could pick it out with his fingernails. "Give it here," said the guy, taking the bullet with his free hand. "Now I want you to find my other bullet and the 2 empty shells. You have 30 seconds. What if the other bullet is inside Cassius? I don't think so. 29. Look at that mountain of fat, man. 28.
Carter threw himself on his knees and started looking. He cursed himself for not spending more money on stronger light bulbs. At 13, he had found 4 of Cassius's shells and 1 of the other guy's. At 7, he had found the other bullet, which the guy had fired at them. It must have gone straight through Cassius and ricocheted off the metal door because the door had a small dent. When the countdown was over, he still hadn't found the last shell. He closed his eyes, felt how one of the slightly too tight eyelids scraped his cornea, while he prayed to God to live one more day. He heard the shot, but felt no pain. He opened his eyes and realized he was still crouching on all fours on the floor. The guy lifted the barrel of Pelvis's gun from Cassius.
Christ! The guy had shot Cassius again with Pelvis's gun to be sure he was dead. And now he went over to Pelvis, held Cassius's gun in the same place where the first bullet had entered, adjusted the angle, and pulled the trigger. "Fuck!" Carla screamed and heard the terror in his own voice. The guy put the other's 2 guns in the red sports bag and pointed at Carla with his own. "Come on, into the lift." The lift. The broken glass. It had to be in the lift. He had to attack him in the lift. They stepped inside, and in the light from the corridor, Carla could see that there was more broken glass on the lift floor. He selected a longish piece which looked as if it would be perfect for the job. Once the doors shut, it would be completely dark, and all he would have to do was bend down, grab the shard, and swing it in one flowing movement. He had to... The doors closed. The guy stuck his gun into the lining of his trousers. Perfect. It would be like killing a chicken. It grew dark. Carla bent down. His fingers found the shard of glass. He straightened up, then found himself paralyzed. Carla didn't know what kind of hold it was, only that he was immobilized. He couldn't even move a finger. He tried shaking himself loose, but it was like pulling at the wrong end of a knot. The grip tightened further, and his neck and arms hurt like hell. It had to be some kind of martial art technique. The shard of glass slipped out of his hand. The lift started moving. The doors opened again. They heard the never-ending thumping bass, and the hold loosened. Carla opened his mouth and drew breath. The gun was pointed at him again and indicated for him to move down the corridor. Carla was ordered into one of the empty rehearsal rooms, where he was told to sit down on the floor with his back to the radiator. He sat without moving and stared at a bass drum with the name "The Young Hopeless" scrawled across it, while the guy tied him to the radiator with a long black cable. There was no point in fighting back. His attacker didn't intend to kill him, or he would be dead already. And the money and the drugs could be replaced. He would have to pay for them out of his own pocket, of course. But what was foremost in his mind was how to explain to Vera that there was unlikely to be another shopping trip to some cool city in the foreseeable future. The guy took 2 guitar strings from the floor, tied the thicker one around his head over the bridge of his nose and the thinner one around his chin. He must have tied them to the radiator behind him. Carla could feel the metal of the thinner string dig into his skin and press against his lower gum. "Move your head," the guy said. He had to shout over the music coming from further down the corridor. Carla tried to turn his head, but the guitar strings were too tight. "Good." The guy put an electric fan on a chair, switched it on, and aimed it at Carla's face. Carla closed his eyes against the current of air and felt his sweat dry on his skin. When he opened his eyes again, he could see that the guy had placed one of the unmixed kilo bags of Superboy on the chair in front of the fan and had pulled his hoodie up to cover his nose and mouth. What the hell was he doing? Then Carla spotted the shard of glass. He felt as if a cold hand was squeezing his heart. He knew what was about to happen. The guy swiped the sliver of glass. Carla steeled himself. The tip of the glass hit the plastic bag, sliced it open, and in the next second the air filled with white powder. It got into Carla's eyes, mouth, and nose. He closed his mouth,
but he had to cough. He closed his mouth again, felt the bitter taste of the powder stick to his mucous membranes, which started stinging and burning. The drug was already entering his bloodstream. The photograph of Pelle and his wife was stuck to the dashboard on the left side, in between the steering wheel and the door. Pelle ran his finger over the smooth, greasy surface. He was back in his usual spot in Gamla Bien, but it was a waste of time. It was summer quiet, and the trips which flashed up on the display screen departed from other destinations in town. Still, he could always hope. He saw a man leave through the gate to the old factory. He walked with a purpose and speed that indicated he had places to go to, and wanted to flag down the only taxi at the cab rank before the light on the roof went out and it drove off. But then he suddenly stopped and leaned against the wall, doubled up. He was standing right under a streetlight, so Pelle could clearly see the stomach contents splash down on the tarmac. No way he was having him in his cab. The guy remained crouched and vomiting. Pelle had been there many times himself. He could taste bile in his mouth simply by looking. Then the guy wiped his mouth on the sleeve of his hoodie, straightened up, pulled the strap of the bag back up over his shoulder, and continued towards Pelle. It wasn't until he was very close that Pelle realized that it was the same guy he had driven only an hour ago, the guy who hadn't had enough money to get to the hostel. And now he was indicating to Pelle that he wanted another trip. Pelle pressed the central locking button and opened the window a crack, waited until the guy had come up to the side of the car and had tried to open the door in vain. "Sorry, mate. I'm not going to take this fare." "Please?" Pelle looked at him, trails of tears down his cheeks. God only knew what had happened, but it wasn't his problem. True, the guy might have a hard luck story to tell, but you didn't survive as a taxi driver in Oslo for long if you opened your door and let in other people's messes. "Listen, I saw you throw up. If you throw up in the cab, it'll cost you 1,000 kroner and me a lost day's income. Besides, last time you were in this cab, you were skinned. So I'm going to pass, okay?" Pelle rolled up the window and stared right ahead, in the hope that the boy would move on without causing trouble, but got ready to drive away should it become necessary. Christ, how his foot hurt tonight. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the boy open his bag and take out something, which he pressed against the window. Pelle half turned his head. It was a 1,000 kroner note. Pelle shook his head, but the guy stayed where he was, motionless, waiting. Pelle wasn't really worried. The guy hadn't been trouble earlier this evening. On the contrary, rather than hassle Pelle to drive a bit further, as most people short of cash would have done, he had thanked him when Pelle had stopped to let him out, when the meter had reached the amount he had given him. Thanked him so sincerely that Pelle had felt guilty for not driving him all the way to the hostel. It would only have taken him another 2 minutes. Pelle sighed and pressed the button which unlocked the doors. The guy slipped into the back seat. "Thank you. Thank you so much." "Fine. Where to?" "First up to Berg, please. I'm just dropping something off, so I'd be grateful if you could wait. Then to the Ila Center. I'll pay you up front, obviously." "No need," Pelle said, starting the car. His wife was right. He was too good for this world. Part 3. Chapter 21. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sun had been shining on Valdemar Tranåsgata for a long time, when Marta parked her golf convertible. She got out and walked with light footsteps past the patisserie to the entrance of the Ila Center's cafe. She noticed some men, and even some women, glancing at her as she walked by. That in itself wasn't unusual, but today she seemed to attract extra attention. She attributed it to her extraordinarily high spirits, but couldn't think of any specific reason for them. She had argued with her future mother-in-law about the wedding date, with Greta, the manager of the hostel, about the allocations to the rota, and with Anas about practically everything. Perhaps she was in a good mood because it was her day off, because Anas had gone with his mother to their cabin for the weekend, and because she had all this sunshine to herself for 2 whole days. When she entered the cafe, She saw all the paranoid heads look up. All except one. She smiled, waved as people called out to her, and walked up to the two girls behind the counter, handed one of them a key. "You'll be fine. Just get through it. Remember, there are two of you." The girl nodded, but she looked pale. Marta poured herself a cup of coffee. She stood with her back to the room. She knew that she had spoken a little more loudly than necessary. She turned round and smiled as if surprised when she met his gaze. Went over to the table where he sat alone. She held the cup up to her lips, talked over it. "You're up early?" He raised an eyebrow, and she realized the seeming idiocy of her remark. It was past 10 o'clock. "Most people here tend to get up very late," she added quickly. "Yes, they do," he smiled. "Listen, I just wanted to apologize for what happened yesterday." "Yesterday?" "Yes, and it isn't usually like that, but sometimes... Whatever, he had no right to talk to you like that. Call you a junkie, and... well, you know." Stig shook his head. "You don't have to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Nor did your boyfriend. I am a junkie. And I'm a lousy driver. That doesn't mean I let people say so to my face." He laughed. She saw how the laughter softened up his features, made him look even more boyish. "And yet you still drive, I see." He nodded towards the window. "Your car?" "Yes, I know it's a wreck, but I like the independence and freedom it gives me. Don't you?" "I wouldn't know. I've never driven a car." "Never? Really?" He shrugged. "That's so sad," she said. "Sad? Nothing beats driving a convertible with the hood down in the sunshine. Even for a junkie," she laughed. "Best trip you'll ever have, trust me." "Then I hope you'll take me for a drive sometime." "Of course," she said. "How about now?" She saw the mild surprise in his gaze. She had blurted out the offer on impulse. She knew the others were looking at them. So what? She could sit for hours with the other residents talking about their personal problems without anyone thinking anything of it. On the contrary, it was a part of her job. And today was her day off, and she could spend it any way she liked, couldn't she? "Sure," Stig replied. "I only have a few hours," Marta said, aware of a slightly flustered quality to her voice. Was she already having second thoughts? "As long as I can have a go," he said, "at driving. It looks like fun." "I know a place. Come on." As they left, Marta could feel everyone's eyes on her. Stig was concentrating so hard she had to laugh. Crouching and gripping the steering wheel, he drove painfully slowly in large circles around the car park in Ökern, which was deserted at the weekends. "Good," she said. "Now try driving in figures of 8. He did as she said, and revved the engine a little, but when the revs increased he instinctively took his foot off. "The police came by the other day," Marta said. "They wanted to know if we'd handed out any new trainers. It was because of the Everson murder, if you've heard about that." "Yes, I've read about it," he said. She looked at him. She liked that he had been reading. Most of the residents never read a single word, didn't absorb any news, didn't know who the Prime Minister was or what 9/11 meant. But they could tell you to the nearest krona what speed cost anywhere, the purity of heroin and the percentages of active ingredients in any new pharmaceutical product. "And talking of Everson, wasn't that the name of the man who might be able to get you a job?" "Yes. I went there, but he doesn't have anything now." "Oh, what a shame." "Yes, but I'm not going to give up. I have more names on my list." "Great! So you have a list?" "Yes, I do." "Why don't we try changing gears?" 2 hours later, they were racing down Mosseveien. She was driving. To one side, the Oslo fjord glittered in the sunshine. He had proved to be a quick learner. There had been some trying and failing with gear changing and the clutch, but once they had resolved that, It was as if he simply programmed his brain to remember any action that had worked and repeated it, automated it. After 3 attempts at hill starts, he could do it without using the handbrake. And when he had understood the geometry of parallel parking, he mastered it with an almost irritating deftness. "What's that?" "Depeche Mode," he said. "Do you like it?" She listened to the chanting 2-part vocals and the mechanical rhythm. "Yes," she said, turning up the volume of the CD player. "It sounds very English." "True. What else can you hear?" Cheerful dystopia. As if they don't take their own depression all that seriously, if you know what I mean." He laughed. "I know what you mean." After some minutes on the motorway, she turned off towards Nesseltangen Peninsula. The roads grew narrower, the traffic lighter. She pulled over and stopped. "Are you ready for the real thing?" He nodded. "Yes, I'm ready for the real thing." He had replied with a passion that made her suspect he was talking about more than just driving a car. They got out of the car and switched places. She watched him sit close to the steering wheel and look straight ahead, concentrating. He pushed the clutch down and put the car in gear. He pressed the accelerator carefully and tentatively. "Mirror," she said, while checking the rear view herself. "All clear," he said. "Indicator?" He flicked the indicator, muttered an "on," and gently released the clutch. Slowly they moved out onto the road, with the rev slightly too high. "Handbrake," she said, and grabbed the stick between them to release it. She felt his hand come across to do the same, touch hers, and flinch as if he had burned himself. "Thank you," he said. They drove for 10 minutes in total silence. They let a driver who was in a hurry overtake them. A trailer truck came towards them. She held her breath. She knew that on the narrow road she would, even though she knew there was room for both of them, automatically brake and pull to the side. But Stieg wasn't daunted by it. And the strange thing was that she trusted him to make the right call. The male brain's innate understanding of 3 dimensions. She saw his hands resting calmly on the steering wheel, and she concluded that he lacked the very trait which she had in abundance, the tendency to doubt her own judgment. She could see from the fine, thick veins on the top of his hand how calmly his heart was pumping out blood to his fingertips. She saw his hands turn the steering wheel quickly, but not too far to the right when the rush from the truck took hold of the car. "Wow!" He laughed with excitement and looked at her. "Did you feel that?" "Yes," she said. "I felt that." She directed him to the tip of Nessolden, an upper gravel track where they parked behind a row of low houses with small windows at the back and large windows overlooking the sea. "Renovated holiday cottages from the 1950s, Marta explained as she walked in front of him down the path through the tall grass. "I grew up in one of them, and this was our secret sunspot." They had reached a rocky point. Below them lay the sea, and they could hear the gleeful squealing of children splashing. A short distance away lay the quay with the shuttle ferry that sailed north to Oslo, which on a clear day looked as if it was only a few hundred meters away. The actual distance was 5 kilometers, but most people who worked in the capital preferred commuting by ferry rather than make the 45-kilometer trip around the fjord by car. She sat down and inhaled the salty air. "My parents and their friends used to call Nesodden Little Berlin," Marta said, "because of all the artists who settled here. It was cheaper to live in a drafty cottage than in Oslo. If the temperature fell too far below freezing, people would gather in the least cold house, which was ours. They used to stay up and drink red wine until the morning because there weren't enough mattresses for everyone to sleep on. Then we would all have a big communal breakfast." "Sounds nice." Stieg sat down next to her. "Yes, it was. People here looked out for each other." "How idyllic." "I don't know about that. From time to time they would argue about money, criticize each other's art, or sleep with each other's spouses. But the place was alive. It was exciting. My sister and I actually believed we lived in Berlin until my father showed me on the map where the real Berlin was, and explained to me that it was a long way away, more than 1,000 kilometres, but that one day we would drive there, and we would visit the Brandenburg Gate and Charlottenburg Palace, where my sister and I would be princesses. Did you ever go there? To the real Berlin? Martha shook her head. My parents never had very much money, and they didn't live to be very old. I was 18 when they died, and I had to look after my sister. But I've always dreamt about Berlin, so much so that I'm no longer sure if it really exists. Stieg nodded slowly, closed his eyes and lay down on his back in the grass. She looked at him. Why don't we listen to some more of your music? He opened one eye, squinted. Depeche Mode. The CD is in the CD player in the car. Hand me your mobile, she said. He gave it to her, and she started pressing buttons. Soon rhythmic breathing sounds were coming from the small speakers. Then a deadpan voice suggested taking them on a trip. Stieg looked so shocked that she had to laugh. It's called Spotify, she said, putting the mobile between them. You can stream music from the web. Is all this news to you? We weren't allowed mobiles in jail, he said, eagerly picking up the mobile. In jail? Yes, I've done time. You were dealing? Stieg shielded his eyes from the sun. That's right. She nodded and smiled quickly. What had she, of all people, imagined? That he was a heroin addict and a law-abiding citizen? He'd done what he had to do, just like everyone else. She took the phone from him, showed him the GPS function and how it could tell them where on the map they were and how to calculate the shortest driving route to any place in the world. She took a photo of him with the camera function, pressed the record button, held it up, and asked him to say something. Today is a lovely day, he said. She stopped the recording and played it back to him. Is that my voice? He asked, surprised and clearly embarrassed. She pressed stop and played it again. The voice sounded constricted and tinny through the loudspeakers. Is that my voice? And she laughed when she saw the expression on his face. She laughed even harder when he snatched the phone from her, found the record button, and said that now it was her turn, now she had to say something. No, she had to sing. No, she protested. I'd rather you took my picture. He shook his head. Voices are better. Why? He made a motion as if to tuck his hair behind his ear, the habitual gesture of someone who has had long hair for so long that he has forgotten it's been cut off, she thought. People can change the way they look, but voices stay the same. He looked across the sea and she followed his gaze, saw nothing but the shimmering surface, some seagulls, rocks and sails in the distance. Some voices do, she said. She was thinking of the baby, the whimpering on the walkie-talkie. That never changed. You like singing, he said, but not in front of others. What makes you say that? Because you like music. But when I asked you to sing, you looked just as petrified as that girl in the cafe when you gave her the key. She jumped. Had he read her mind? What was she scared of? Nothing, Martha said. She and the other girl are supposed to shred and reorganize the files in the attic. Nobody likes going up there, so the staff take turns whenever a job needs doing. What's wrong with the attic? Martha followed a seagull which hung suspended in the air, high above the sea, shifting only slightly from one side to the other. The wind up there must be much stronger than it was down here. Do you believe in ghosts? She said quietly. No? Me neither. She leaned back on her elbows so that she couldn't see him without turning. The Ehlers Center looks as if it's 19th century, doesn't it? But it was actually built in the 1920s. To begin with, it was just an ordinary boarding house, the cast-iron letters on the front. That's right. That's from back then. But during the war, the Germans turned it into a home for unmarried mothers and their children. There are so many tragic stories from those years, and they left their mark in the walls. One of the women who came to stay there had a baby boy and claimed it was a virgin birth, something girls would occasionally say when they found themselves in trouble in those days. The man everyone suspected was married and, of course, denied being the father.
There were two rumours about him. The first, that he was a member of the Resistance. The second, that he was a German spy who had infiltrated the Resistance, and that was why the Germans had given the woman a place at the home and not arrested the man. Anyway, one morning the suspected father was shot dead on a crowded tram in the centre of Oslo. The killer was never identified. The Resistance claimed they had liquidated a traitor, the Germans that they had caught a member of the Resistance. In order to convince anyone who had doubts, the Germans suspended the body from the top of Kaveringen Lighthouse. She pointed across the sea. Sailors passing the lighthouse in the daytime could see the withered corpse which the seagulls had pecked at, and those who passed at night could see the vast shadow it cast across the water. Until suddenly, one day, the body was gone. Some said that the Resistance had removed it. But from that day, the woman started to lose her mind and claimed that the dead man was haunting her, that he came to her room at night, that he leaned over their baby's cot, and that when she screamed for him to get out, turned to her with black holes where his eyes used to be. Stig raised an eyebrow. This is how the story was told to me by Greta, the manager at the Ila Center, Marta said. Anyway, the legend has it that the baby wouldn't stop crying, but whenever the women in the other rooms complained and told the woman to comfort her child, she replied that the child cried for both of them and would do so forever. Marta paused. Her favourite part of the story was coming up. Rumour had it that the woman didn't know which side her child's father worked for, but to pay him back for denying paternity, she had reported him as a member of the Resistance to the Germans and told the Resistance he was a spy. A sudden cold gust of wind made Marta shudder, and she sat up and hugged her knees. One morning, the woman didn't come down for breakfast. They found her in the attic. She had hanged herself from the big crossbeam in the roof. You can see a pale stripe in the wood where she supposedly tied the rope. And now she haunts the attic? I don't know. All I know is that it's a difficult place to be. I don't believe in ghosts, but no one seems able to spend much time in that attic. It's as if you can sense evil. People get headaches, they feel pushed out of the room, and often there'll be new members of the staff or contractors hired to do maintenance work, people who don't know the story. And no, there isn't asbestos in the insulation or anything like that. She studied him, but he didn't display the sceptical expression or the small smile she had half expected. He just listened. But that's not all, she went on. The baby. Yes, he said. Yes? Have you guessed it? It was gone. She looked at him in amazement. How did you know? He shrugged. You told me to guess. Some people think that the mother gave it to the Resistance the same night she hanged herself. Others that she killed the child and buried it in the back garden so that no one would take it from her. Anyway, Marta took a deep breath. It was never found. And the strange thing is, every now and then we hear a noise on our walkie-talkies, but we can't work out where it comes from. But we think it's... She thought he looked as if he had guessed that as well. A baby crying, she said. A baby crying, he repeated. Many people, especially new staff, get freaked out when they hear it, but Greta tells them that the walkie-talkies sometimes pick up signals from baby monitors in the neighbourhood. But you don't think so? Marta hesitated. She might be right. But another gust of wind. Dark clouds had appeared in the west. Marta was regretting not bringing a coat. I've been working at the Ila Center for 7 years, and when you said that voices never change... Yes? I swear it's the same baby. Stig nodded. He said nothing, didn't try to offer an explanation or a comment. He just nodded. She liked that. Do you know what those clouds mean? He asked at last, and got up. That it's going to rain and it's time we went home? No, he said, that we need to go swimming right now, so we'll have time to dry in the sun. Compassion fatigue, Marta said. She was lying on her back, looking up at the sky. She still had the taste of salt water in her mouth, and she could feel the warm rock against her skin and through her wet underwear. It means that I've lost the ability to care. It's so unthinkable in the Norwegian care sector that we don't even have a Norwegian word for it. He made no reply, and that was fine. She wasn't really talking to him. He was just an excuse to think out loud. I guess it's a way of protecting yourself, detaching when it gets too much. Or maybe the well has run dry. Perhaps I'm all out of love. She thought about it. No, that's not true. I have plenty. Just not... Marta saw a cloud shaped like Great Britain drift across the sky. Just before it passed the treetop above her head, it turned into a mammoth. In many ways it was like lying on her therapist's couch. He was one of those who still used a couch. Anna's was the bravest and the nicest boy at school, she said to the clouds. Captain of the school football team. Please don't ask me if he was head of the student council. She waited. Was he? Yes. They both burst out laughing. Were you in love with him? Very much. Still am. I'm in love with him. He's a good guy. There's more to him than just being nice and fit. I'm lucky to have Annas. What about you? What about me? How many girlfriends have you had? None. She raised herself up on her elbows. Good-looking guy like you? I don't believe it. Stieg had taken off his T-shirt. His skin was so pale in the sunshine that it almost blinded her. She noticed with some surprise that he had no fresh needle marks. She guessed they must be in his thighs or groin. Really? She said. I did kiss some girls. He caressed the old marks with his hand. But this was my only lover. Marta looked at the needle marks. She too wanted to run her fingers across them, make them go away. When I first interviewed you, you said you'd quit, she said. I won't tell Greta, not for a while, but you know that the centre is only for active users. She nodded. Do you think you'll be able to do it? Pass my driving license? They exchanged smiles. I'm clean today, he said. Tomorrow is another day. The clouds were still a long way away, but she could hear a distant rumbling, a warning of what was to come. And it was as if the sun knew it too, and burned a little more brightly. Give me your phone, she said. Marta pressed record. Then she sang the song her father used to play on his guitar to her mother, usually when one of their countless summer parties was starting to wind down. He had sat right where they were sitting now with his battered guitar, strumming so quietly it was barely audible. The Leonard Cohen song about how he had always been her lover, that he would travel with her, follow her blindly, that he knows she trusts him because he has touched her perfect body with his mind. She sang the lyrics in a small, fragile voice. It was always like that when she sang. She sounded much weaker and more vulnerable than she was. From time to time she wondered if she really was like that, and whether it was the other voice, the tougher voice she used to protect herself with, which wasn't her. Thank you, he said when she had finished. That was really beautiful. She didn't wonder why it was embarrassing. She wondered why it wasn't more embarrassing. It's time we drove back, she smiled and handed him the phone. She should have known that trying to take down the old rotting hood was asking for trouble, but she wanted to feel the fresh air as they drove. It took them more than 15 minutes of hard work, alternating practical thinking with brute force, but finally they got it down. And she knew that she would never get it up again, not without spare parts and Anna's help. When she got in the car, Stieg showed her his phone. He had entered Berlin on the GPS. Your father was right, he said. From Little Berlin to Big Berlin,
is 1,030 kilometers. Estimated driving time, 12 hours and 15 minutes. She drove. She drove fast as if there was something urgent they had to do, or were trying to escape. She looked in the mirror. The white towering clouds over the fjord reminded her of a bride marching purposefully and unstoppably towards them, trailing a veil of rain. The first heavy drops hit them when they were in dense traffic on Ring Road 3, and she realized immediately that the battle was lost. "Exit here," Stieg said, pointing. She did as he said, and suddenly they found themselves in a residential area. "Take a right here," Stieg said. The drops were falling more densely. "Where are we?" "Berg. Do you see that yellow house?" "Yes. I know the people who own it. It's empty. Stop outside that garage and I'll open the garage door." 5 minutes later they were sitting in the car, which was now parked between rusting tools, worn-down tires and garden furniture draped in cobwebs, while they watched the rain tip down outside the open garage door. "It doesn't look like it's going to stop for a while," Marta said. "And I think the hood is a write-off." "I agree," Stieg said. "How about a cup of coffee?" "Where?" "In the kitchen. I know where the key is." "But this is my house." She looked at him. She hadn't driven fast enough. She hadn't made it in time. Whatever it was too late. "Okay," she said. Chapter 22. Simon adjusted the gauze mask and studied the body. It reminded him of something. "The council owns and runs this venue," Kari said. "They hire out rehearsal rooms to young bands for next to nothing. Better to sing about being a gangster than drive around the streets and actually be one." Simon remembered what it was. Jack Nicholson frozen to death in The Shining. He had watched it on his own. It was after her, and before Elsa. Perhaps it was the snow. The dead man looked as if he was lying in a snowdrift. A fine layer of heroin covered the body and most of the room. Around the dead man's mouth, nose and eyes, the powder had come into contact with moisture and started to clump. "A band that rehearses further down the corridor found him when they were going home," Kari said. The body had been discovered last night, but Simon hadn't been informed until he came to work earlier that morning that a total of 3 people had been found killed, and that Kripos was handling the case. In other words, the commissioner had asked Kripos for assistance, which was the same as giving them the case, without even consulting his own homicide squad first. The outcome might ultimately have been the same, but even so. "His name is Kalle Farrison," Kari said. She was reading aloud from the preliminary report. Simon had called the commissioner and asked that it be sent to them, and requested immediate access to the crime scene. After all, it was still their turf. "Simon," the commissioner had said, "take a look at it by all means, but don't get involved. You and I are too old for a pissing contest." "You might be too old," Simon had replied. "You heard me, Simon." Simon pondered it from time to time. There was no doubt which of them had had the greatest potential. Where had the road forked? When had it been decided who would occupy which chair? Who would be sitting in the high-backed chair in the commissioner's office, and who would be occupying the battered one in the homicide squad with his wings clipped? And that the best of them would end up in a chair in his study with a bullet from his own gun through his head. "The guitar strings around his head are bottom E and G and manufactured by Ernie Ball. The jack-to-jack cable is made by Fender," Kari read. "And the fan and the radiator?" "What?" "Nothing. Go on." The fan was switched on. The medical examiner's preliminary conclusion is that Kalle Farrison suffocated. Simon studied the knot on the jack cable. "It looks like Kalle was forced to inhale the drug which was blown into his face. Would you agree?" "I would," Kari said. "He managed to hold his breath for a short while, but eventually he had to give in. The guitar strings prevented him from turning his head away. But he tried,
That's why he has injuries from the thinner guitar string. The heroin ends up in his nose, stomach and lungs. It's absorbed into the bloodstream. He starts feeling drugged and carries on breathing, but more faintly now, because the heroin is suppressing his respiration, and finally he stops breathing altogether.
Classic case of death by overdose, Simon said. Same thing happened to several of his customers. He pointed to the cable. And whoever tied this knot is left-handed. We can't go on meeting like this. They turned round. Osmund Björnstad was standing in the doorway with a wry smile and two people behind him who were holding a stretcher. We want to move the body now, so if you're done.
We've seen everything we wanted to, Simon said, getting up laboriously. Would it be all right if we took a look around?
Of course, the Kripos investigator said, still with this half-smile, gallantly showing them the way. Simon rolled his eyes at Kari in surprise, who in return raised her eyebrows, as if to say he's changed his tune. Any witnesses? Simon asked in the lift and looked at the broken glass. No, Björnstad said, but the guitarist from the band who found the body says that there was a guy here earlier in the evening. He claimed to be playing in a band called the Young Hopeless, but we've checked and that band no longer exists. What did he look like? The witness says the guy wore a hoodie that covered his head. Lots of young people do these days. So he was young. The witness thought so. Somewhere between 20 and 25. What colour was his hoodie? Björnstad flipped open his notebook. Grey, I believe. The lift doors opened. They stepped out carefully and straddled cordons and flags set out by the CSOs. There were 4 people on this floor. 2 living and 2 dead. Simon nodded briefly to one of the living. He had a bushy ginger beard and was crouching on all fours over a body, holding a torch the size of a fountain pen in his hand. The deceased had a large wound under one eye. A dark red halo of blood on the floor surrounded his head. At the top of the halo, the blood spatter formed a pattern that resembled a teardrop. Simon had once tried to explain to Elsa how a crime scene could be beautiful. He had tried once, and never again. Another and much bigger victim lay on the threshold with his upper body inside the door. Simon's gaze automatically scanned the walls and found the bullet hole in the wall. He noticed the hatch in the door and the mirror up under the ceiling. Then he took a step backwards into the lift, raised his right arm and took aim. Changed his mind and raised his left arm instead. He had to take one step to the right to make the angle fit with the trajectory of a bullet through the head and, if the skull hadn't caused the bullet to change direction, into the bullet hole in the plaster. He closed his eyes. He had stood in the same position recently, on the steps outside the Everson home. Aimed with his right hand. There he had also had to adjust his position to make the angle fit, move one foot to just outside the flagstones, onto the soft soil, the same soft soil which was around the bushes. But there hadn't been a matching shoe print on the soil next to the flagstones. Shall we carry on the guided tour inside, ladies and gentlemen? Björnstad held the door open and waited until Kari and Simon had stepped over the body and entered. The council rented out this room to what they thought was a band booking and management agency. Simon peered inside the empty safe. What do you think happened? Gang-related incident, Björnstad said. They hit the factory around closing time. The first victim was shot while he lay on the floor. We've recovered the bullet from the floorboards. The second victim was shot as he lay across the threshold. There's a bullet in the floor there as well. They got the third man to open the safe. They took the money and the drugs and then killed him downstairs to send a message to the competition about who's in charge now. I see, Simon said. And the shells? Björnstad laughed quickly. I know. Sherlock Holmes smells a connection with the Everson murder. No empty shells? Osmund Björnstad looked from Simon to Kari and back to Simon. Then, with a magician's hey presto smile, he produced a plastic bag from his jacket pocket. He dangled it in front of Simon's face. It contained 2 empty shells. Sorry to bust your theory, old boy, he said, Besides, the big bullet holes in the victims indicate a far bigger caliber than the one we found in Agneta Everson. That concludes your guided tour. I hope you enjoyed it. I just have 3 questions before we leave. Go on then, Chief Inspector Kefas. Where did you find the empty shells? Next to the bodies. Where were the victims' weapons? They didn't have any. Final question. Did the Commissioner tell you to be cooperative and give us the guided tour? Osmond Bjornstad laughed. Possibly through my boss in Kripos. We always do what our bosses tell us, don't we? Yes, Simon said. If we want to get ahead, then that's what we do. Thanks for the tour. Bjornstad stayed behind in the room, but Kari followed Simon. She stopped behind him when Simon, rather than going straight into the lift, asked the bearded CSO to lend him his torch and went over to the bullet hole in the wall. Pointed the torch at it. Have you already removed the bullet, Niels? That must be an old hole. We didn't find any bullets there, Niels said, while he examined the floor around the body with a simple magnifying glass. Simon squatted down, moistened the tips of his fingers and pressed them against the floor right under the hole. He held up his fingers to Kari. She could see the tiny plaster particles that stuck to his skin. Thanks for the use of your torch, Simon said, and Niels looked up, nodded briefly, and took the torch. What was that about? Kari asked, when the lift doors had closed in front of them. I need a moment to think, then I'll tell you, Simon said. Kari was annoyed, not because she suspected her boss of being coy, but because she couldn't follow him. Not being able to keep up wasn't something she was used to. The doors opened, and she stepped out. She turned round and looked quizzically at Simon, who was still inside the lift. May I borrow your marble, please? He asked. She sighed and stuck her hand into her pocket. Simon placed the small yellow marble in the middle of the lift floor. It rolled, at first slowly, then with increasing speed, to the front of the lift, where it disappeared down the gap between the inner and the outer doors. Oops, Simon said. Let's go down to the basement and look for it. It's not irreplaceable, Kari said. I've got more at home. I'm not talking about the marble. Kari hastened after him again, still 2 steps behind, at least. A thought occurred to her, the thought of another job she could have gone for and could be doing right now. Better pay, more independence, no eccentric bosses and foul-smelling bodies. But that time would come. For now it was a question of arming herself with patience. They found the stairwell, the basement corridor, and the lift door. In contrast to the floors above, this was a simple metal door with a mottled glass pane. Across the door was a sign, Lift Control, Keep Out. Simon shook the door handle. Locked. Run back upstairs to the rehearsal rooms and see if you can find a cable, Simon said. What kind of anything, he said, and leaned against the wall. She swallowed a protest and headed back to the stairs. 2 minutes later she was back with a jack-to-jack cable and watched while Simon unscrewed the plugs and stripped off the plastic around the wires. Then he bent the cable into a U-shape and slipped it in between the lift door and the frame at the height of the door handle. They heard a loud click and a couple of sparks flew. He opened the door. Christ, Kari said. Where did you learn that? I was trouble when I was little, Simon said, levering himself down to the bottom of the lift shaft, which was 1/2 meter lower than the basement floor. He looked up the lift shaft. If I hadn't become a police officer... Isn't this a bit risky? Kari said, feeling a prickling on her scalp. What if the lift comes down? But Simon was already kneeling on all fours and sweeping the concrete floor with his hands. Do you need a little light down there? She asked, hoping that he couldn't hear the tension in her voice. Always, he laughed. A tiny scream escaped Kari when she heard a small bang and saw the thick, oiled wires starting to move. But Simon quickly got to his feet, pressed his palms against the basement floor and pulled himself up into the corridor. Come, he said. She half ran after him up the stairs, through the exit door and across the gravelled area. Wait, she said before he got into the car, which they had parked between the 2 derelict trucks. Simon stopped and looked at her across the roof of the car. "I know," he said.
"What do you know?"
"That it's bloody irritating when your partner goes solo and doesn't tell you what's going on."
"Exactly. So when will you—"
"But I'm not your partner, Partie-1," Simon said. "I'm your boss and your mentor. It'll happen when it happens. Do you understand?" She looked at him, saw the breeze toss his comically thin hair to and fro across the shiny scalp, saw the flint in his otherwise friendly gaze.
"Understood," she said.
"Take these." He opened one hand and threw something across the roof of the car. She cupped hands and caught both items. She looked at them. One was the yellow marble. The other was an empty shell. "You can discover new things by changing your perspective and your location," he said. "You can compensate for any blind spots. Let's go." She got into the passenger seat. He started the car and drove across the gravel to the gate. She kept her mouth shut, waited. He stopped and looked for a long time and very carefully to the right and the left before he pulled out onto the road, like cautious elderly male drivers are wont to do. Kari had always imagined it was because of lower testosterone levels. But it struck her now, almost as a new insight, that all rationality was built on experience. "At least one shot was fired inside the lift," he said, and positioned himself behind a Volvo. She still didn't say anything. "And your objection is?"
"That it doesn't match the evidence," Kari said. "The only bullets were those that killed the victims, and they were found right under them. The victims must have been lying on the floor when they were shot, and that doesn't match the angle if they were shot from the lift."
"No, and besides there was a powder burn to the skin of the guy who was shot in the head, and burned cotton fibres in the shirt around the bullet wound on the other victim, which suggests—"
"That they were shot at close range while they were lying down. It matches the empty shell cases that were found next to them and the bullets in the floor."
"Right. But don't you find it weird that the two men collapse on the floor and then they're shot?"
"Perhaps they got so scared when they saw the gun that they panicked and tripped.
Or they were ordered to lie down before they were executed." "Good thinking. But did you notice something about the blood around the body nearest the lift?"
"That there was a lot of it?"
"Yes." He spoke with a drawl that told her that this wasn't the end of it.
"The blood had flowed from the victim's head and formed a pool," she said. "It means that he wasn't moved after he was shot."
"Yes, but at the edge of the pool the blood was sprayed, as if it had splattered. In other words, the flowing blood covered parts of the area where it had first spattered from his head, and, given the length and the range of the blood spurt, the victim must have been standing straight up when he was shot. That was why Niels was going over it with his magnifying glass. He couldn't get the blood evidence to match."
"But you can?"
"Yes," Simon said simply. "The killer fired the first shot from inside the lift. It went through the victim's head and left the hole you saw in the wall, while the shell landed on the lift floor."
"Rolled along the sloping floor, fell through the crack and down the lift shaft?"
"Yep."
But the bullet in the floorboard."
"The killer shot him again, at close range.
The entry wound."
Our friend from Kripos thought the killer had used a bigger caliber bullet, but if he'd known more about ballistics, he would have noticed that the empty shells are from small caliber bullets. So the big entry wound is really two small overlapping entry wounds, which the killer tried to make look like one. That's why he took away the first bullet, which made the hole in the wall."
"So it wasn't an old bullet hole as the CSO thought," Kari said. "That's why there was fresh plaster dust on the floor right below."
Simon smiled.
She could see that he was pleased with her, and she realized, to her surprise, that it cheered her up.
"Look at the type description and the serial number on the shell case. It's a different kind of ammunition from what we found on the first floor. It means the shot the killer fired from the lift came from a different gun to the one he subsequently used on the victims. I think ballistics will be able to prove that they came from the victims' own guns."
"Their own?"
"This is more your area of expertise, Ardle, but I find it hard to believe there would be 3 unarmed guys in a drug den. The killer took their guns with him, so that we wouldn't discover he'd used them.
You're right.
The question, Simon said, pulling in behind a tram, is of course why it matters so much to him that we don't find the first bullet and the empty shell.
Isn't it obvious? The imprint from the firing pin would give us the gun serial number, and the gun register would soon lead us to
Wrong. Look at the back of the shell. No mark. He was using an older gun.
Okay,
Kari said, reminding herself never to use the word obvious again.
Then I don't know what it is, but I have a strong feeling that you're about to tell me.
I am, Ardle. The empty shell you're holding is the same type of ammo used to shoot Agneta Iversen.
I see. But are you saying...
I believe the killer tried to cover up that he also killed Agneta Iversen, Simon said, and stopped so abruptly for a yellow light that the car behind him sounded its horn. The reason he picked up the empty shell at Iversen's isn't, as I thought at first, because it had a mark from the firing pin. It was because he was already planning a second killing and doing as much as he could to minimize the risk that we would make the connection. I bet that the empty shell the killer took with him from the Iversen house was of the same series as the one you have here.
Same ammo type? But it's a very common one, isn't it?
Yes.
So what makes you so sure there's a connection?
I'm not sure, Simon said, staring at the traffic light as if it were a bomb with a timer. But only 10% of the population is left-handed.
She nodded. She tried her own reasoning. Gave up. Sighed. Pass. I give up again.
Carla Farrison was tied to the radiator by someone who is left-handed. Agneta Iversen was shot by someone who is left-handed.
I understand about the former, but the latter...
I should have worked it out much earlier. The angle from the doorway to the kitchen wall. If the bullet that killed Agneta Iversen was fired by a right-handed killer and from the spot I first believed, he would have had to stand on one side of the flagstone path, and there would be prints in the soft soil from one of his shoes. The answer is, of course, that he had both feet on the flagstones because he was shooting with his left hand. Poor police work on my part.
Let me see if I've got this right, Kari said, resting her chin on her palms. There is a connection between Agneta Iversen and the 3 victims here, and the killer has gone to great lengths to make sure we don't spot it because he's afraid it's that very connection which will identify him.
Good, Officer Ardle. You've changed your perspective and location, and now you can see. Kari heard an angry hooting and opened her eyes again.
The light's green, she said.
Chapter 23. It was no longer raining quite as hard, but Marta had pulled her jacket over her head as she watched while Stieg retrieved the key and unlocked the basement door. The basement, like the garage, was filled with objects which told a family history. Rucksacks, tent pegs, a pair of red down-at-heel boots which looked as if they had been used in some sort of sport, boxing perhaps. A sledge, a manual lawnmower that had been replaced with a petrol-driven one in the garage. A big rectangular chest freezer. Wide shelves with cordial bottles and jam jars joined together by cobwebs, and a nail with a key and a tag whose faded letters would once have told you what the key was for. Marta stopped at the row of skis, some of them still coated with the mud from an Easter skiing trip. One of the skis, the longest and the broadest, had split lengthways. When they got inside the house, Marta realized immediately that no one had lived there for years. Perhaps it was the smell, the dust, or maybe it was the invisible layer of time. And she had her theory confirmed when they entered the living room. She couldn't see a single object that had been manufactured in the last decade.
"I'll make some coffee," Stieg said, and went into the adjacent kitchen.
Marta looked at the photographs on the mantelpiece. A wedding photo. The likeness, especially to the bride, was striking. Another photograph, probably taken a couple of years later, showed them with 2 other couples. Marta had a hunch that it was the men who linked the couples together and not the women. It was to do with the way the men looked like each other. Their identical, almost posturing stances, the confident smiles, the way they took up space like three friends and alpha males, leisurely marking out their respective territory. Equals, she thought. She went out into the kitchen. Stieg was standing with his back to her, leaning towards the fridge. "Did you find any coffee?" she asked. He turned, quickly snatched a yellow post-it note from the fridge door and stuffed it in his trouser pocket. "Yes," he said, and opened the cupboard above the sink. He measured coffee into a filter, put water in the coffee maker, and switched it on with quick, familiar movements. He took off his jacket and hung it on the back of one of the kitchen chairs, not the one closest to him, but the one closest to the window. His chair. "You used to live here," she declared. He nodded. "You look a lot like your mother." He smiled dryly. "That's what people said." "Said?" "My parents are no longer alive." "Do you miss them?" She could see it in his face immediately, how this simple, almost commonplace question hit him like a wedge into an opening he had forgotten to seal. He blinked twice and opened and closed his mouth, as if the pain was so unexpected and so sudden that he had lost the power of speech. He nodded and turned to the coffee maker, adjusting the pot as if it wasn't sitting on the hot plate properly. "Your father looks very authoritarian in those photographs." He was. "In a good way?" He turned to her. "Yes, in a good way. He took care of us." She nodded. She thought about her own father, who had been the opposite. "And you needed looking after?" "Yes." He smiled quickly. "I needed looking after." "What? You're thinking of something." He shrugged. "What is it?" she said again. "Oh, I saw you look at the broken ski." "What about it?" He gazed absent-mindedly at the coffee, which had started dripping into the pot. "We used to visit my grandfather up in Lisjaskog every Easter. There was a ski-jumping hill there where my father held the record. My grandfather had held the previous record. I was 15 years old, and I trained all winter so that I could set the new record. Only it was a late Easter that year, mild, and when we came out to my grandfather's, there was hardly any snow left at the bottom of the hill, which lay in the sun, and twigs and rocks were sticking up. But still I had to try it." He glanced quickly upwards at Marta, who nodded to encourage him. "My father knew how much I wanted to have a go, but he told me not to. It was too dangerous. So I just nodded and talked a boy from a neighbouring farm into being my witness and measuring the length. He helped me spread extra snow in the area where I was planning to land, and then I raced up to the top of the hill, put on the skis which my father had inherited from his father, and set off. The hill was unbelievably slippery, but I came off to a good start. In fact, much too good. I flew and I flew. I felt like an eagle. I didn't give a damn about anything because this was it. This was exactly what it was all about. Nothing could be bigger than this." Marta could see his eyes shine. "I landed roughly 4 meters beyond the place where we had spread the snow. The skis cut right through the sludge and a sharp stone sliced open my right ski as if it was a banana split." "And what happened to you?" "I snowplowed. I carved a furrow across the slush and well beyond it." Alarmed, Marta put her hand on her collarbone. "Good God! Were you hurt?" "Black and blue. And I got soaking wet. But I didn't break anything. And even if I had, I probably wouldn't have noticed, because my only thought was, what will my father say? I've done something he told me not to, and I've ruined his ski." "And what did he say?" "He didn't say much. He just asked me what I thought would be a suitable punishment." "And what did you say?" "I told him to ground me for 3 days, but he said that as it was Easter, 2 days would have to do. After my father's death, my mother told me that while I was grounded, he got the boy from the farm to show him where I landed,
and tell him the whole story over and over, and that he laughed until he cried every time. But my mother made him promise not to tell me, that it would simply encourage me to more madness. So instead he took the damaged ski home under the pretext of wanting to fix it. But my mother said that was nonsense, that it was his most precious keepsake. Can I have a look at it again? He poured coffee for both of them, and they took their cups with them down to the basement. She sat on top of the chest freezer and watched him while he showed her the ski. A heavy white ski made by Spitcairn, with 6 grooves on the underside. And she thought what a very strange day it had been. Sunshine and showers, the blinding sea and the dark, cold basement. A stranger she felt she had known all her life. So far away, so near, so right, so wrong. "And were you right about the jump?" she asked. "Was there really nothing bigger than that?" He tilted his head pensively to one side. "My first fix, that was bigger." She bumped her heels carefully against the chest freezer. Perhaps the chill was coming from there, and it struck her that the power to the freezer must be on. A tiny red lamp glowed between the handle and the keyhole in the freezer lock, which seemed odd, given that everything else in the house suggested it had been abandoned for a long time. "Well, at least you set a new record," she said. He shook his head while he smiled. "You didn't?" "A jump is invalid if you fall, Marta," he said, and took a sip of his coffee. And she thought that though it wasn't the first time she'd heard him say her name, it felt as if it was the first time she'd heard anyone say it. "So you had to carry on jumping, because boys measure themselves against their fathers and daughters against their mothers. Do you think so? All sons believe that one day they'll turn into their father, don't you think? That's why they're so disillusioned when their father's weaknesses are revealed. They see their own failings, their own future defeats waiting for them. And sometimes the shock is so devastating that it makes them give up before they've even started. Was it like that for you?" Marta shrugged. "My mother should never have stayed married to my father. But she chose to conform. I hurled it at her once when we argued about something she wouldn't let me do. I don't even remember what it was. I screamed that it was unfair to deny me happiness just because she denied it to herself. I've never regretted saying anything that much in my whole life, and I'll never forget her wounded look when she replied, 'Because I risk losing the one thing which brings me most happiness. You.'" Stieg nodded and looked out of the basement window. "Sometimes we're wrong when we think we know the truth about our parents. Perhaps they weren't weak. Perhaps something happened to give you the wrong impression. What if they were strong? What if they were willing to leave behind a disgraced name, allow themselves to be stripped of all honor, take the blame to save the ones they loved? And if they were that strong, perhaps you're strong too." The trembling in his voice was almost imperceptible. Almost. Marta waited until he turned his gaze on her again before she asked, "So what did he do?" "Who?" "Your father." She saw his Adam's apple slide up and down, saw him blink more quickly, press his lips together. She saw that he wanted to, saw him watch the takeoff point come closer. He could break the fall by throwing himself to the side. "He signed a suicide note before they shot him," Stieg said, "to save my mother and me." Marta felt dizzy while he continued to speak. She might have pushed him over the edge, but she was going down with him, and now there was no way back to the point where she could erase what she had learned. Deep down, had she known what she was doing all along? Had she wanted this wild floating, this free fall? Stieg and his mother had been to a wrestling tournament in Lillehammer that weekend. His father would normally have gone with them, but had said that he needed to stay at home, that he had something important to do. Stieg had won in his weight class, and when they came home had run to his father's study to tell him. His father had been sitting with his back to him,
and his head resting on the desk. At first, Stieg thought his father had fallen asleep while working. Then he saw the gun. I'd only seen that gun once before. My father used to write his diary in his study, a diary bound in black leather with yellow pages. When I was little, he used to say it was his confession. I used to think that to go to confession was just another word for writing, right up until I was 11, and my RS teacher told me that to confess is to tell someone your sins. When I came home from school that day, I crept into his study and found the desk key. I knew where he kept it. I wanted to know what my father's sins were. I unlocked. Marta took a breath as if she were the one telling the story. But the diary wasn't there. Instead, I found an old-fashioned black pistol. I locked the drawer, returned the key, and sneaked out. And I felt ashamed. I had tried to spy on my own father, to expose him. I never told anyone, and I never tried to find out where he kept his diary again. But when I stood behind my father in his study that weekend, it came back to me. It was my punishment for what I had done. I put my hand on his neck to wake him up. It wasn't just that he wasn't warm, it was the chill, a kind of hard, marble-cold death exuded from his body. And I knew that it was my fault. Then I saw the letter. Marta looked at the vein on his neck while he told her that he had read it, seen his mother stand in the doorway. He told her how at first he was going to tear up the letter, pretend that it never existed. But he hadn't been able to do it. And when the police came, he had given it to them, and he could tell from looking at them that they wanted to shred it too. The vein bulged as if he was an inexperienced singer, or someone who isn't used to talking very much. His mother had started taking the antidepressants her doctor prescribed, then other pills on her own initiative. But like she used to say, nothing worked better or faster than alcohol, so she had started drinking. Vodka for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He had tried to take care of her, get her off the pills and booze. In order to do that, he had had to quit wrestling and other after-school activities. His teachers had come to their door, rung the doorbell, and asked why he, who used to get such fine grades, was skiving, and he had thrown them out. His mother had deteriorated, becoming increasingly unbalanced and eventually suicidal. He was 16 years old when he discovered a syringe among the pills while clearing up his mother's bedroom. He had known what it was, or at least what it was for. He'd plunged it into his own thigh, and it had made everything better. The next day he had gone down to Plata and bought his first wrap. 6 months later he had sold everything in the house that could easily be converted into cash and robbed his defenseless mother blind. He didn't care about anything, least of all himself, but he needed money to keep the pain at bay. Since he was under 18 and couldn't be sent to adult prison, he had started paying for his habit by confessing to minor robberies and burglaries with which older criminals were charged. When he turned 18 and such offers dried up, and the constant pressure to get money only grew worse, he had agreed to take the fall for 2 murders in return for being supplied with drugs while he was in prison. "And now you've served your sentence?" she said. He nodded. "I certainly have." She slipped off the chest freezer and went up to him. She wasn't thinking. It was too late for that. She reached out her hand and touched the vein in his neck. He looked at her with big, black pupils that almost filled the iris. Then she put her arms around his waist, and he put his arms around her shoulders, like 2 dancers who couldn't decide which of them should lead. They stood like this for a while. Then he pulled her close. He was burning up. He must have a fever. Or did she? She closed her eyes. She felt his nose and lips against her hair. "Let's go upstairs," he whispered. "I've got something for you." They went back to the kitchen. It had stopped raining outside. He took something from the pocket of his jacket, which was hanging over the kitchen chair.
These are for you.
The earrings were so beautiful they initially left her speechless.
Don't you like them? They're gorgeous, Stig. But how did you... Did you steal them?
He looked gravely at her without replying.
I'm sorry, Stig.
Her thoughts were muddled and tears welled up in her eyes.
I know you're not using any more, but I can see that the earrings used to belong to someone. She's no longer alive.
Stig interrupted her.
And something that beautiful should be worn by someone who is.
Marta blinked in confusion.
Then the penny dropped. They belonged... They were...
She looked up at him, half blinded by tears.
Your mother's.
She closed her eyes, felt his breath on her face, his hand on her cheek, throat, neck. Her own free hand, which she placed on his side, wanting to push him away. Pull him closer. She knew they had long since kissed in their imagination, hundreds of times at least, since the first time they met. But it was different when their lips finally touched, and an electric shock went through her. She kept her eyes closed, felt his lips, so soft, his hands gliding across the small of her back, his stubble, his smell and his taste. She wanted it, wanted all of it. But the touch also awakened her, tore her out of the lovely dream she had allowed herself to get lost in, because there had been no consequences. Not until now.
I can't, she whispered in a trembling voice. I've got to go now, Stig.
He released her, and she quickly turned away. She opened the front door, but paused before she left.
It was my fault, Stig. We can never meet again like this. Do you understand? Never.
She closed the door behind her before she could hear his reply. The sun had forced its way through the layer of clouds, and the steam rose from the glittering black tarmac. She stepped out into the humid heat. Through his binoculars, Marcus saw the woman hurry into the garage, start the old Golf they had arrived in, and reverse out, still with the hood down. She drove so fast that he couldn't focus on her properly, but it looked as if she was crying. Then he aimed the binoculars at the kitchen window again, zoomed in. The man was standing there, watching her. His hands were clenched, his jaw was tight, and the veins bulged at his temples as if he was in pain. And the next moment, Marcus knew why. The son stretched out his arms, opened his hands and pressed them against the inside of the window pane. Something gleamed in the sunlight. Earrings. They stuck to each palm, and two thin streams of blood trickled down to his wrists.